Chapter 1. It hurts. It's dark. It's scary. Is this what death feels like? It's painful to be alive. Why does death hurt? And why do you have to suffer like this? At this moment, he felt a bright light appear, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and rushed towards the light quickly. When he came to his senses, he found himself lying in a strange place. At this time, an old voice sounded. "Child, you're awake." Luli heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a short old man with white hair and beard standing next to him. At this time, the old man said apologetically, "Sorry, child, it was too late when I went there. The monsters had destroyed the village, and you were the only one who survived in the village." Luli was a little confused. What was the old man talking about? Why couldn't he understand it at all? What village? He didn't live in the village, and what was a monster? In Makarov's view, Luli's confused performance was too sad and unable to accept reality. "Child, you should stay in fairy tale from now on. You can make plans after you fully recover. After all, this is my mistake. Alas, if I could arrive earlier, perhaps the tragedy would not have happened." Makarov couldn't help but blame himself. When he heard that a powerful monster attacked the village, he had already accelerated to rush over, but he was still a step late. Although he killed all those monsters, the dead cannot be resurrected. Luli couldn't help but be stunned when she heard a familiar name. Fairy tale? Seeing Luli's reaction, Makarov was also very happy. "Why? Child, you have also heard of fairy tale. Fairy tale is my guild, and I am Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale Guild." Makarov. Luli's eyes widened. If the name of fairy tale was a coincidence, it couldn't be that the name of the president was the same. Could it be that he had traveled through time and space and traveled to the world of fairy tale? Luli struggled to sit up. He wanted to see if this was the fairy tale he knew. Just now, when he was supporting the edge of the bed with his hands, he found something wrong. His arms were obviously thinner, and his palms were also much smaller. Luli quickly touched his face with his hands. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that it was completely different from his own appearance. Was he a soul? "What's wrong?" Makarov asked curiously. "Nothing. By the way, I haven't asked. What's your name, kid?" "Luli, my name is Luli." He didn't know the name of the original owner of this body, so he gave his own name. Luli. Gurgle. At this time, Luli's stomach gurgled, and he also felt a strong sense of hunger. "I haven't eaten for 3 days. I must be hungry. Let's go downstairs to eat something, and also see my guild." Luli followed Makarov out of the door of the infirmary. As soon as he opened the door, an extremely lively atmosphere came to his face. Looking down from the second floor, there were many people in the guild hall. Some were drinking, some were eating, some were chatting, some were singing and dancing, some were fighting, and some were watching. The whole guild looked messy. "You stinky, ice-using idiot." A boy with cherry-colored hair and a dragon scale scarf around his neck punched a black-haired boy. "You stinky, fire-breathing idiot." The black-haired boy punched back, and the two of them attacked each other back and forth, neither of them backing down. "Come on, Gray. Don't lose. Go." Natsu. The onlookers cheered for the excitement. ****. I'm angry. Gray couldn't take down the enemy after a long time, and he was a little anxious. He emitted cold air from his palm and prepared to use magic. "Huh." Natsu's hands were ablaze. "Come on. Who's afraid of who?" Makarov saw this and was furious, shouting, "Don't stop. You two stinky boys." Luli saw the two people fighting and was completely sure that she had traveled to the world of fairy tale. Seeing Makarov appear, Natsu and Gray had to separate, but both of them looked unconvinced. Magic. When Luli saw Natsu's hands ablaze, her eyes widened and sparkled. Although she had seen it countless times in anime, it was the first time she saw this extraordinary power with her own eyes. Makarov noticed the expression and eyes on Luli's face. "Do you like magic?" "Yes." Luli showed his inner thoughts without hesitation or concealment. In the past world, it was a materialistic world. Science was the only truth, and there was no mysterious thing like magic. Maybe there was, but it was definitely not something that ordinary people like him could touch. The desire for power is an instinct in human genes. It is precisely because of this yearning that a series of novels and movies about magic, cultivation, superpowers, etc. were born. Luli dreams of having these abilities. Even if the knowledge is the simplest, he will be extremely excited. You can also learn magic. Seeing that Luli is so interested in magic, Makarov wants Luli to learn magic to divert Luli's attention so that he can get rid of the pain of the death of his relatives. "Really? Of course it's true. I can teach you how to use magic now." Makarov opened his palms and didn't say any spells. "Huh." Flames appeared in Makarov's palms, and then the flames quickly formed a burning fireball. "Look at this. This is the fireball technique." At this time, Luli looked at the fireball with burning eyes, and his brain began to automatically analyze the fireball, and all the knowledge about the fireball technique was instilled into his brain. After a while, a paragraph of text began to emerge in his mind. You have observed the fireball technique. Your understanding is against the sky, and you have understood the fireball technique. Chapter 2. Luli was stunned when she saw this. What is this? Could it be the legendary system gold finger that only time travelers have? System? System? Come out. Luli shouted in her heart. If she really had the system gold finger, wouldn't she be able to cheat in Otherworld like the protagonists of those novels, and live a happy life with money and beauties everywhere? Makarov saw that Luli was a little anxious, thinking that Luli was anxious to learn magic, and smiled and said, "Don't worry. If you want to use magic, you need to understand what magic is." Is that so? Luli followed Makarov and opened her right hand. Huh. Flames appeared out of thin air from Luli's palm, and then quickly formed a fireball. Makarov was stunned when he saw the fireball above Luli's palm. Have you learned magic? Luli shook her head. No. Then how do you know how to use fireball? Didn't you just teach me? I just taught you. When did I teach you? Makarov looked puzzled. Didn't you just cast fireball just like that? Luli said as she scattered the fireball, which turned into magic elements and dissipated. Then she opened her right hand again, and in the blink of an eye another fireball appeared above Luli's right hand. Makarov understood this time. His eyes widened, and he looked incredulous. You mean, you just watched it once, and you learned magic? Well, that's probably it. Luli excitedly played with the fireball in her hand, constantly scattering and releasing the fireball. She could actually use magic, which was so exciting. Makarov saw Luli using magic so excitedly, and he could see that Luli was not lying, and all the children who had just learned magic would be like Luli. At this time, a girl's voice sounded. TSK. It's just the simplest basic magic fireball. What's so great about it? Luli looked up and saw a girl with white hair, wearing a purple vest, a purple bow on her hair, and a disdainful expression on her face. Luli quickly recognized the other party's identity, Mira, one of the future S-class wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild, and also the poster girl of Fairy Tale. She is one of the most beautiful women in the Fairy Tale anime. As a man, Luli is naturally impressed by a beauty like Mira. However, Mira at this time has a bad personality and a very hot temper. She looks like a bad girl. It is impossible to imagine that this is the gentle, beautiful, and lovely Mira later. Mira, don't be so harsh on newcomers. A red-haired girl with armor on her upper body and a sword hanging on her waist said while drinking tea. Luli immediately recognized that this was the young Urza. Are you teaching me to do things? Mira put one foot on the chair and one foot on the table and shouted at Mira. Urza said calmly, I'm not teaching you how to do things. I'm teaching you how to be a person. Do you want to fight? Mira's hands turned into devil-like claws. If you want, I don't mind fighting with you. Urza stood up and put her palm on the hilt of the sword. The eyes of the two people seemed to shoot lightning, and the atmosphere between the two sides was tense and ready to fight at any time. Swish! A big hand blocked the two people, and Makarov roared angrily. How many times have I said it? You can't use magic to fight in the guild. You can't use magic to fight. Did you two ignore my words? Humph! Mira and Urza each snorted coldly and sat down again. Makarov exhaled, looked at Luli, and said, These stinky brats are always so troublesome. Luli, don't. Makarov's eyes just turned to Luli, and he saw a scene that made him stunned. Luli's body was growing rapidly. Boom. Luli poked a hole in the ceiling of Fairy Tale with his head. Everyone in the guild was so shocked that their eyes popped out when they saw this. Luli was also confused at this time. Just now, when he saw Makarov use the gigantic magic, he subconsciously wanted to learn, and his brain began to work to analyze the gigantic magic, and the words appeared in his mind again. You observed Makarov's gigantic magic. You have a natural understanding. You have understood the gigantic magic. He actually understood magic again, and it was gigantic magic. This is not a simple magic like fireball, but a powerful magic. Unable to contain his excitement, Luli couldn't help but use it, but he didn't control the strength at all the first time, and directly poked a hole in the roof. Luli now saw the streets of Magnolia Town, and was stunned for a moment, and quickly shrank back to his normal size. Luli quickly apologized. I'm sorry, President, I accidentally poked a hole in the roof. Luli, you just used giant magic. Makarov didn't have the time to care about that at this time, and asked in disbelief. Luli nodded. Yes. How? How can you use giant magic? I learned it when I saw you use it just now. What? How is this possible? Everyone in the guild exclaimed when they heard Lu Li's words, and looked at Lu Li in disbelief. You learned it just by reading it once. Lu Li scratched his head. He didn't know it very well, but he could remember those words in his mind. Obviously, he was a little different. Well, almost, but not very proficient yet. Monster. Duh. Chapter 3. When Makarov brought Lu Li back, everyone in the guild knew that the child's home was destroyed by monsters, and the child was the only survivor. I didn't expect that this boy actually had such a powerful magic talent. Giant magic is not a low-level magic like Fireball, but a very difficult magic. As long as you want, everyone present can easily learn basic attack magic like Fireball. And giant magic is a very difficult magic. Only the president can use giant magic in the guild. But this boy can cast the same magic just by watching it once. What else can this be but a monster? Makarov also felt Lu Li's terrifying magic talent at this time. If such a talent is not guided correctly, if it goes astray, it may cause terrible disasters to the world in the future. If he guides it correctly, Lu Li will become the pillar of the fairy tale guild in the future. Makarov persuaded Lu Li, saying, Lu Li, don't you like magic? Do you want to join the fairy tale guild? You can learn a lot of magic here. Everyone in the guild looked at Lu Li. Lu Li thought about it for a while, then nodded. Well, I'll join. He is homeless now, and the only thing he knows in this world is fairy tale. And, most importantly, after joining fairy tale, he can learn more and more magic. Oh, 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 oh. Everyone in the guild cheered. If it was just an ordinary wizard who joined, these people would not care, but Lu Li is obviously a monster-level genius. Such a genius joining the fairy tale guild will greatly enhance the strength and reputation of the guild. It's Grandpa's magic. He is so powerful. Natsu saw Lu Li use the giantization, and his eyes lit up. He also liked Makarov's giant magic very much, but he couldn't learn it at all. Gray also nodded in agreement with Natsu. This is no longer amazing, it's terrifying. Thinking back to the time when he had suffered a lot in order to learn the magic of ice shape, and this guy learned the magic of the president just by watching it once. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there would be such a terrifying guy in the world. TSK. It's just that he learns magic faster. What's so great about it? Magic is only a part of it. After all, the powerful is still the magician. Mira crossed her arms and said with an unhappy face. When she joined the guild, she was not so eye-catching. The most important thing was that she was very jealous of Lu Li's talent. She also wanted the president's magic. Urza said, being able to learn magic so quickly and use it is a terrifying talent in itself. It seems that she will be a good opponent. Lu Li's magic talent was amazing, but Urza would not admit defeat. Soon, Makarov handled the membership procedures for Lu Li, and the silver-white fairy tale guild emblem was printed on the back of Lu Li's right hand. I really joined the fairy tale guild. When his life was counting down, the animation he watched every day was fairy tale. Compared with the heaviness of other animations, fairy tale was more joyful. He liked that feeling and dreamed of joining one day, but when he really joined, it felt so unreal. Welcome to join fairy tale. You will treat this place as your home in the future. Everyone in the guild is your family. Makarov said to Lu Li with a smile. It would be a great benefit for the guild to have such a talented boy. Lu Li nodded. Then, many children gathered around. Hey, your name is Lu Li, right? My name is Natsu Doriniger. You are so amazing. You can actually learn your grandfather's magic. How did you do it? Natsu asked Lu Li with a curious look on his face. Lu Li herself didn't know how she learned it, so she could only tell the truth. I don't know. I just learned it when I saw it. I don't believe it. If you can learn it just by seeing it, then learn my magic. Gray said as he clenched his fist with one hand and placed it on the palm of his other hand. He released magic with both hands, and cold air emanated from Gray's hands. Then an ice sculpture of the fairy tale guild logo floated above his palm. You have observed the ice modeling magic. You have a natural understanding, and you have understood the ice modeling magic. I have learned new magic again. Lu Li was very excited. Then Lu Li also imitated Gray and made the same shape. Chilling air emanated from his palm, and when he opened his fist, an ice sculpture of the fairy tale guild logo that was almost identical to Gray's appeared, but the details were a little worse than Gray's. I learned it again. So amazing. When everyone in the guild saw this scene, even though Lu Li had used the giant magic before, they were still very shocked to see such a fast learning speed. My magic is so easy. Gray was speechless. He had learned magic after practicing hard for a long time with his master Uru. He could learn it just by watching it once. This was a big blow to Gray. Learn from me. Learn from me. Natsu also became interested and ignited a blazing flame with both hands. Lu Li looked at Natsu seriously as he cast the spell. This was the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, the magic of the protagonist of the fairy tale anime. He naturally couldn't miss such a powerful magic. You observed the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, but you couldn't understand it because you lacked the necessary dragon seed. So you took a different approach and used magic to construct an artificial dragon seed. The construction was successful. You created a new magic. Please name the new magic. Countless knowledge was instilled into Lu Li's mind, and sparks of wisdom and thoughts continued to burst out. One after another, wonderful ideas continued to emerge, and finally the magic was completed. Since it was created by imitating Fire Dragon Slayer magic, then why not call it Fire Dragon Transformation magic? That doesn't sound good. How about Fire Dragon Transformation magic? That doesn't sound good. Zeref imitated Dragon Slayer magic to create God Slayer magic, so let's just call it Dragon God Transformation. The new magic, Dragon God Transformation, was named successfully. Chapter 4. How is it? Have you learned it? Everyone looked at Lu Li curiously, wanting to know if Lu Li could learn even this lost magic. Lu Li shook her head. Seeing Lu Li shaking her head, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Makarov said, "This is normal. Don't be discouraged. Fire Dragon Slayer magic is lost magic. It is the magic that dragons teach to humans. How can it be so easy to learn?" Lu Li's hands were wrapped in flames, exactly the same as the magic cast by Natsu. Lu Li, you learned it. Everyone looked at Lu Li in shock. Lu Li shook her head slowly and said, "No. To learn dragon-slaying magic, a dragon needs to personally implant its own dragon seed into its body. I don't have a dragon seed, so I naturally can't learn dragon-slaying magic. So I took a different approach and used my magic power to imitate and create an artificial dragon seed. The effect should be similar to that of a real dragon seed, but it is not Fire Dragon Slayer magic after all. I named this new magic Dragon God Transformation." The entire guild was silent, and everyone looked at Lu Li as if they were looking at a monster. "What did you say? Because you don't have a dragon seed, you created an artificial dragon seed, and used the artificial dragon seed to create a new magic, Dragon God Transformation, that is similar in power to Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Is magic so easy to learn? Is magic so easy to create?" If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that someone could learn such a difficult magic in such a short time, and even create new magic. Gray asked Natsu, "What is the dragon seed?" Natsu was also confused. "I don't know either." How could he know what the dragon seed was? He learned the Dragon Slayer magic just as Igneel taught him. Igneel planted the dragon seed in his body, and he had no idea that there was such a thing. Makarov asked stutteringly, Lu Li, are you sure this is your first time to come into contact with magic?" Lu Li nodded. "Then how can you learn it at first sight and know so much?" "I don't know either. It's just that when I see you cast magic, the relevant knowledge will automatically emerge in my mind, so I can understand the magic you cast." "Abnormal. You can learn magic just by watching it once. They all learn magic after hard practice. This is too abnormal. How can there be such abnormal talents in this world?" Many people in the guild came to Lu Li and showed their magic, wanting to see if Lu Li could learn it. Lu Li was very excited to see so many magics. He traveled to the Fairy Tale Guild and could learn so many magics. Such a life is too happy. Makarov was a little headache to see Lu Li like this. Reached out and greeted Lu Li. "Lu Li." Lu Li heard Makarov's voice and immediately ran over. "President, you called me." "Lu Li, your magic talent is very high, but you may not know that the more magic you know, the more powerful the magician is. The truly powerful magicians are all specialized in one kind of magic, and they continue to study it, so that they can become more powerful." Lu Li nodded. He knew that what Makarov said was right. He knew that he knew and was good at it. It's like playing a game. Even if they play the same hero, some people can be the top one, while others are eternal diamonds. "I know, President. I'm just very curious about magic and want to learn more." Then Lu Li looked at Makarov with shining eyes. "President, I heard that you are one of the 10 holy magic guides. Can you let me see your magic? I want to learn your magic." Makarov held his forehead helplessly when he heard Lu Li's words. What he said was in vain. He didn't mind giving Lu Li his magic. The stronger his child was, the happier he was. It's just that Lu Li was still too young and didn't know enough about magic. This is like a baby holding a knife. If he is not careful, he may even hurt himself, and Lu Li is obviously not at the level of holding a knife. Makarov took out a magic book and said, "If you want to learn magic, you don't have to harass guild members everywhere. There are various magic books in the guild library. You can read them by yourself. This one is a detailed explanation of magic power, and it is also the knowledge that all magicians who learn magic must learn. Magic power is the necessary energy for casting magic and the basis for casting magic. You are very talented and can even learn to fly without even walking. But magic is not a child's play, nor is it a rigid formula of 1 + 1 = 2. Only by truly understanding magic can you truly learn magic. Do you understand? I understand, President. Thank you for your guidance. I will study the basics of magic well. Luli excitedly took the magic book from Makarov's hand. He was so engrossed in learning magic just now that he forgot that there was a magic book. He remembered that there were many magic books in the Fairy Tale Guild, which was an invaluable treasure, so he could learn more magic. Also, don't practice magic in the guild in the future. Go to the back of the guild. There is a lake there, which is big enough for you to practice all the magic. Makarov pointed to the big hole on the top of his head, and Luli was embarrassed. Sorry, President, I will fix it. Makarov waved his hand and said, No need this time. After all, you didn't mean it, but it's only this time. You will be punished next time. I know. Thank you, President. Luli ran happily to the back of the guild. He just learned a lot of magic, and he wanted to experiment and practice them one by one. Makarov's eyes showed sadness, thinking of the miserable situation of Luli's village when he picked him up. Oh, what a strong child. He can be so optimistic and positive in facing life even when encountering such unfortunate things. Chapter 5. Makarov took Luli's happiness as extreme grief, and subconsciously chose to deliberately forget it, focusing all his attention on magic to cover up his sadness. The evidence is that Luli has never asked about the village and family since she woke up, nor has she mentioned the suffering she has suffered, as if nothing has happened. Most of the children in the guild are like this, all with tragic pasts, so he wants to make Fairy Tale a home for these homeless children, hoping that everyone can grow up healthily and happily in Fairy Tale. Makarov doesn't know if Luli is really happy, and he doesn't keep any memory of this body in his mind. Naturally, the relatives who died didn't have much to do with him. At most, he was just grateful to the original owner of this body for allowing him to continue living. And he lived again, had a healthy body, could come to this magical world, join the Fairy Tale Guild, and learn magic. Any of these was an extremely huge surprise for him. He didn't have time to be happy, so how could he be sad? Luli came to the back of the guild, sat under a big tree, leaned against the trunk, and began to read the magic book. Magic is the necessary energy for magicians to cast magic. There is a magic source in the human body, and magic is born from the magic source. The properties of magic are roughly divided into 8 types. The 4 basic properties of earth, fire, wind and water, light and darkness, space and nothingness, and legend has it that there is also a time attribute. The magic book began to analyze and explain magic from the shallow to the deep. After about an hour, Luli had finished reading the magic book and memorized all the knowledge in it. This magic book also benefited Luli a lot. He finally understood what Makarov meant by asking him to learn less magic and specialize in 1 or 2 kinds of magic. Because magic itself has attached attributes, especially when the magician practices magic more and more deeply, the magic of the body will have corresponding attributes. The higher the density of magic with this attribute, the stronger the power of casting magic. This made Luli think of Guildarts. Guildarts was good at using super advanced magic, crushing. Just hitting the wall would crush it. This was not him casting magic, but the magic power attached to him instinctively destroyed the wall. Magicians cannot use magic with opposite attributes, such as water and fire, light and darkness. Luli raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. This was a bit absolute. In most cases, it was like this. For example, it was almost impossible for Natsu to use ice magic and Gray to use fire magic. But the guy who was the first among the 10 holy magicians in the Ishgar continent could use these 2 magics because he had the water dragon and fire dragon's dragon-killing magic crystal in his body. Light and darkness. The future rogue also used these 2 magics after swallowing Sting in the Great Magic Fighting Ensemble. And he remembered that in the world of Fairy Tale, if different magics were merged, their power would be greatly increased. He didn't know what kind of magic was suitable for him now. His extraordinary understanding made him think that any magic was very simple. Then he had to try all the magics one by one and find the one that suited him best. Fireball. Luli raised his right hand and opened his palm. A fireball appeared in his palm. Luli fired it at a rock in the distance. Boom. The fireball exploded on the rock. The rock was fine except that its surface was slightly burned. It's very weak. But that's normal. It's just basic magic after all. This result was not unexpected by Luli. The magic element in the fireball was simple in structure. If the president used it, the result would be similar. Then Luli opened his palm again and another fireball appeared. The fireball was burning with blazing flames. The temperature was obviously much higher than the previous fireball. This was the fireball he used with the Fire Dragon Slayer magic he learned from Natsu. No, it should be called Dragon God Transformation magic now. Luli flicked his palm and fired the fireball at a rock. Boom. The rock was shattered. Luli's eyes lit up, and he thought, it's worthy of being called Dragon Slayer magic. It's much more powerful than ordinary fireball magic. If I can make this fireball bigger, it will definitely be more powerful. Luli thought so in his heart, and his mind began to work. You think the fireball is too small? You start to deduce that the fireball has its own magic element arrangement structure and cannot change its size at will. Too much magic input will cause the magic to be unstable. You decide to rebuild the fireball structure. You combine the principles of giant magic and start to build it. Your understanding is amazing. You create a new magic. Please name the new magic. Luli raised his palm upwards. A beam of flame shot out from Luli's palm, and in a blink of an eye, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared above Luli's palm. So big. Luli was shocked when he saw the huge fireball above him. He didn't expect that the fireball he created would be so big. Since this fireball is so big, let's call it Big Fireball. Doesn't this name sound a bit low? We have to think of a cool name. I got it. Let's call it Dragon God, Great Flame Emperor. The new magic Dragon God, Great Flame Emperor, has been named successfully. Chapter 6. But this big fireball looks quite intimidating. It seems a little too conspicuous and a little bulky. Let's shrink it a little and increase the density. The power of the explosion will definitely be higher. You think the fireball is too big and too bulky, so you decide to shrink it and continue to increase the power. You start to deduce that the flame itself is very loose and its element density is close to gas. You decide to use magic circles to compress it. At this time, a gorgeous flame magic circle appeared in the 6 directions of the fireball in Luli's palm: up, down, left, right, front, and back. The fireball began to shrink continuously under the compression of the 6 magic circles. In a blink of an eye, the fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters was compressed to a diameter of about 3 meters. It's still a little big. It's not bad now, but Luli thinks there is still room for compression. You think the fireball is still a little big, so you start double magic circle compression. Buzz. Another 6-sided magic circle opened, and the fireball began to be compressed quickly again, and in a blink of an eye it was compressed to about 1 meter. At this time, inside the Fairy Tale Guild Strange, do you feel that the temperature in the guild is a little hot? How can I not feel it? I have felt it very hot since just now. Just now, the temperature suddenly rose again. I feel that the guild has become a furnace. The temperature seems to be coming from the back of the guild. Makarov was also very hot. He was stunned when he heard this. Behind. Isn't Luli behind the guild at this time? Makarov immediately had a bad premonition. Go and have a look. At this time, Luli felt a little tired, but his eyes became extremely fanatical. He felt the explosive power in the fireball. Luli gritted his teeth and said, smaller. You think the fireball is still big, so you start the triple magic circle compression. Buzz. Another 6 magic circles opened, and a total of 18 magic circles acted on the fireball and began to compress. After a while, a basketball-sized fireball floated above Luli's index and middle fingers. This fireball seemed not to be a fireball, but a liquid flame that was close to solid like magma. The liquid flame moved slowly on the surface of the fireball, and at this moment it was emitting a terrifying heat, as if it was distorting the space, like a small sun. The ground under Luli's feet began to dry up and crack, and the moisture of the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees quickly disappeared, withering and dying in the blink of an eye. At this time, the fairy tale people who had just opened the back door of the guild also felt an extremely terrifying heat wave. It's so hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. I'm going to melt. The clothes on everyone in the guild began to melt rapidly. Natsu saw the fireball in Luli's hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Even though he was so far away, he could feel how delicious the flame was, but he also felt that the fireball contained an extremely terrifying heat, and even if he ate it, he might have indigestion. My clothes! Many female wizards screamed, while the male wizard's eyes lit up. Makarov was also a little fascinated, but the scorching temperature still made him react immediately. With a horrified face, he shouted at Luli, Luli, throw that thing away. Hearing Makarov's shout, Luli also discovered the surrounding situation at this time. He immediately shot the magic in his hand towards the lake. The small sun flew towards the lake rapidly and finally fell into the lake. Boom! A terrifying explosion rose into the sky, and the powerful impact spread to the surroundings, breaking all the trees. Ah. Oh, Luli, what happened just now? I. I just practiced fireball. You call that fireball? What is fireball? It is the most basic magic. With their bodies as wizards, a fireball may not hurt them at all. As long as the wizards have a little ambition, they will not bother to learn such low-level magic. But what did Luli send just now? It evaporated the lake and opened a bottomless hole in the earth. That thing is in the lake. The evaporated lake water takes away a lot of heat. If it falls into the city, the whole city may be completely destroyed. Even so, you still call this fireball? Macau complained. You are not a fireball at all. You are the sun. Macau is a wizard who uses fire magic and has more say in fire magic than other wizards. Well, I just studied the fireball technique. I felt that the fireball was not powerful enough, so I created a big fireball. However, I felt that the big fireball was too conspicuous and heavy, and the power was not enough, so I compressed it, and then I created the fireball just now. Luli's words made everyone speechless. Although they already knew that Luli's magic talent was very terrifying, this was too terrifying. She actually created such a powerful magic. Makarov said with a serious face, Luli, this magic should not be used unless it is necessary. The power of this magic is too terrifying. If this magic falls in the center of the city, the scene is simply unimaginable. Although the magic of the wizard generally does not cause any harm to himself, when the power reaches this level, the impact of the explosion will also be fatal, which is unavoidable for anyone. Luli nodded. I know. Suddenly, Luli felt weak, and then his body shook uncontrollably. Finally, with a bang, he fell to the ground and fainted. Chapter 7. When Luli woke up, he saw a familiar scene again. Wake up. A voice sounded beside him. President. Sitting on the bed next to him was Makarov. Huh? What's wrong? Your previous move consumed too much of your magic power, and it consumed all your magic power. For us magicians, magic power is life force. You must never use that move again in the future. If you accidentally get magic deficiency, you will never be able to use magic again. In serious cases, your life may be in danger. Luli couldn't help but feel a little scared when he heard Makarov's words. He was reborn with great difficulty and could learn magic. If he couldn't use magic again, he would go crazy. He also saw magic deficiency in the magic book, and the magic book emphasized this point. The source of magic is like a well. If you draw a little bit, it can be said to be endless. But if you destroy the well and forcibly extract magic power, then the well will probably dry up in advance. Luli nodded seriously. I understand, President. Makarov nodded with satisfaction when he saw Luli listening to his advice. Although you have an unparalleled talent for magic, magic is not something that can be achieved overnight. There is still a long way to go in the future. Just take your time. Luli nodded. Then Luli followed Makarov to the guild dormitory. The monthly rent of the guild dormitory is 100,000 J. Luli is penniless now and can only owe it first. Fortunately, the guild dormitory has preferential treatment for young guild members, and the guild is the same. Now you can keep an account of accommodation and meals, and you can pay it back slowly when you have money to work in the future. With the earning ability of a wizard, as long as he is not particularly lazy, the monthly salary is at least 200,000 J, equivalent to about 12,000 renminbi. This is the most ordinary wizard in the guild, and the S-level wizard in the guild completes an S-level task, and the reward is at least 8 million J, equivalent to 500,000 renminbi. However, most of the S-level tasks are life-threatening tasks, and even S-level wizards are generally unwilling to take them. But even the less good hunting tasks range from 200,000 J to 2 million J. Doing a few more such jobs a month can earn more than 200,000 renminbi a month. After all, being a wizard is a high-risk job. The more dangerous the job, the higher the pay. Luli looked at the ceiling of the dormitory, feeling both excited and scared. He was excited because he could learn all kinds of magic in the fairy tale world. He was scared because he was afraid that this was just his fantasy before he died, just a big dream, and everything was just a why before he died. As long as he opened his eyes again, it was either the white room in the hospital or the endless darkness, and he felt a little scared and panicked. He couldn't sleep, so Luli sat up. He saw the standing mirror at the door of the room, and suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen what he looked like since he came to this world. Luli walked quickly to the mirror. A very handsome face appeared in the mirror, with silver white hair, blue eyes like the sky, white jade-like skin, and a cute face. He looked a bit like the anime character Gojo Satoru that he had seen before. Is this me? Luli was a little bit unbelievable. This is too handsome. If he had this face in his previous life, he would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. He felt very satisfied with his image in this world. After all, He still had to pick up girls in the future. How could he do without a handsome face? Luli admired his face carefully, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt a little bit overwhelmed. But being handsome in this world is useless. The Blue Pegasus Guild is full of handsome men and beautiful women, but they are all a bunch of trash. In this world, strength is the first priority. Give up using that magic? Give up. I will never give up. He finally created such a powerful magic. How could he give up? Although the fairy tale world is very happy, the crisis hidden under the joy is also extremely huge. Those dark guilds, Tartaros, the Albaraz Empire, the Black Dragon Acnarolia, and the Five Dragons. The Five Dragons chapter is the 100 Years Quest chapter, which can be regarded as the sequel to Fairy Tale. The continent has always existed in the past, but it has never been expressed. The 100 Years Quest chapter perfects it. These are the crises that Fairy Tale will face in the future, and he must be fully prepared to deal with them. Makarov saved him, and he also joined Fairy Tale, so he will be a member of Fairy Tale in the future. He will not allow anyone to hurt Fairy Tale, no matter who the other party is. Luli secretly made up his mind. Then, Luli thought of today's magic. Although the magic today was created, it is not perfect enough. In the battle, no one can give you so much time to charge. In that time, you may be killed 8 or 10 times. The casting time must be shortened, so Luli began to think. You are very satisfied with the power of today's magic, but you are not satisfied with the casting speed, so you decide to improve it. You think it is better to compress it directly than to compress it from the beginning. If we open the 18 magic circles at the beginning, as long as we continue to infuse magic power and release flames to charge, it will be formed directly. Thus, most of the time required for compression is saved. You have a superb understanding and created a new magic. Please name it. Luli's eyes slowly opened. It seemed that he had experienced a real process of creating a new magic in his mind. He deduced it over and over again in his brain, and finally successfully created this magic. It's called Dragon God, Merciless Sunday. The new magic Dragon God, Merciless Sun, is named successfully. When he used this move today, he immediately thought of Iskaner, the sin of pride, one of the 7 deadly sins. The opponent also evaporated the lake water with a move of Merciless Sun, which was very impressive. Especially at noon, the opponent will become an invincible incarnation, and its name is Dash. I am the only one in the world. He also wants that kind of domineering. Chapter 8. The next problem is magic power. This is the first time I'm learning magic today, so I have no experience at all. He doesn't want the same thing that happened this afternoon to happen again. On the one hand, he doesn't want his magic power to be exhausted and suffer from magic deficiency. On the other hand, he doesn't want to be unable to do anything after releasing magic and be at the mercy of others. And the best way to achieve this is to improve your magic power. He remembered that in the Great Magic Battle, Altair opened the second magic source for Natsu and others, which is like the so-called backup battery. It is not used on weekdays, but if it is turned on, it can greatly increase the magic power in an instant. It's just that no one has discovered this magic source yet. Luli began to think about how to open the second magic source. You begin to sense the magic source in your body, and you begin to use magic power to explore. Soon you find a magic container that is very similar to the magic source in the center of your chest, but the magic power is not activated. Found it. Luli opened his eyes shining, and he didn't expect that he found the location of the second magic source so quickly. Now the problem is how to activate this magic source. Luli closed his eyes again and began to think. You start to think about how to activate the magic source. In the anime, Altair uses the arc of time to activate it. You decide to stimulate it with magic power. You gather a stream of magic power and stab the second magic source. Ah! Luli screamed, and his body couldn't help but twitch and tremble. Luli clenched his teeth and curled up on the bed. It took a long time for him to recover. It hurts. It hurts so much. He was in so much pain just now. The strong pain almost broke his throat. Fortunately, he held it back in time, otherwise everyone in the dormitory would have been woken up by him. He finally understood why Natsu and the others screamed so miserably when they opened the second magic source, because it was too painful. But it's okay, I can hold it back. The pain he had when he got the terminal illness was almost constant. Compared with that pain, this pain is nothing at all. In order to become stronger, this little pain is nothing. Luli took out a towel and stuffed it into his mouth, continuing to condense magic power to stimulate the second magic source. Woo 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 woo. Luli was so painful that his face was hideous, sweating profusely, and his body was twisting and twitching. After he recovered, he continued. In this way, he repeated it more than 100 times. Luli felt that the second magic source was opened, and a stream of magic power emanated from the second magic source and flowed to his whole body. Your understanding is against the sky, and you successfully opened the second magic source. Luli threw the towel in his mouth aside and gasped heavily. If it weren't for the experience of being tortured by a terminal illness in his previous life, he would definitely not be able to hold on. Fortunately, he succeeded, and feeling the magic power flowing in his body, Luli's heart was filled with joy. After resting well, Luli carefully sensed that the second magic source was much smaller than the first magic source, with a capacity of about 1/10 of the first magic source. From the perspective of magic power alone, an increase of 1/10 is nothing. But the significance of the second magic source is not just to increase the magic capacity by 1/10. When the magic of the wizard is consumed, the magic source will automatically absorb the magic in the air and transform it into its own magic through the conversion of the magic source. If there is only one magic source, the recovery speed will be slower, and if there are two magic sources, the recovery speed will be doubled. If it is in a battle, what does double recovery mean? Those who have played the game must know. In Honor of Kings, this is equivalent to bringing a holy grail with you when you go out, which is simply a magic weapon for a mana-consuming wizard. The next step is to consider how to increase the upper limit of magic. In the fairy tale world, the magic book records that with the increase of age and continuous magic training, magic will be improved. After the magic is exhausted, you can only wait for the magic source to restore the magic by itself. In Luli's opinion, that method is not much different from exercising muscles in the gym and resting when you are tired. The upper limit of magic can indeed be improved, but the speed is too slow. In Western fantasy novels, magicians have a method to improve their magic power called meditation. Magicians improve their magic power by practicing meditation. When the magic power is exhausted, they can use meditation to speed up the recovery of their magic power. Luli closed her eyes again and began to think about how to create meditation. Your brain starts to think, and the first thing you think of is rotation. By rotating the magic source, it absorbs the magic power from the outside world like a whirlpool, so that the magic power in the air will be quickly absorbed. You start to construct the spell, you successfully operate the magic source, and the magic power in the air is quickly absorbed by your magic source. You have a great understanding and successfully created a meditation method. Please name it. It's called Dragon God Meditation Method. Dragon God Meditation Method was named successfully. Luli started to operate the Dragon God Meditation Method. A large amount of magic power was attracted by Luli's two magic sources. After a while, Luli's consumed magic power was fully restored. So fast, the speed at which a single magic source actively restores mana is at least 10 times faster than the passive recovery speed. The speed at which two magic sources restore mana is 20 times faster. Chapter 9. Luli was also shocked by the ability of the meditation method she created. With a 20-fold recovery speed, if she only cast low-level spells like Fireball, maybe her magic power would be fully restored just after she cast it. In that case, wouldn't she be able to cast Fireball infinitely? Of course, low-level magic like Fireball is not very useful even if it can be cast infinitely, but it is also very impressive. Apart from other things, maybe she can't cast two consecutive Dragon God, Merciless Sun, but she still has the magic power to cast two consecutive Dragon God, Great Flame Emperor. The key is that if she delays, she will be able to revive with full blood in no time. But there is still a problem, the upper limit of magic power. The magic power contained in the magic source is limited. If you want to increase the upper limit, you need to practice magic continuously, so that the magic source can grow slowly. This is related to the qualifications of each magician. The better the qualifications, the faster the growth rate and the higher the upper limit. Those with poor qualifications are the small magicians in the guild, who can only use magic weapons to release some magic bullets or fight with magic swords. This kind of magician, one or two of Fairy Tale's elite, can destroy a guild, such as the Soul of the Corpse Guild destroyed by the Thunder Gods in the animation. In addition to expansion, another point is compression. Luli just felt that his magic source was a little swollen, so he stopped. He felt that if he continued, his magic source might explode. The best way is to increase the strength and toughness of the container, just like a gas tank. If you use a balloon to store gas, it will explode when it expands to a certain extent, but if you use a gas tank to store methane, the methane will be stored in liquid form and can be used for a long time. His idea is to use the high strength of the magic source wall to change the magic inside. Luli thought about it, and soon thought of a solution. That is to use the Dragon God Meditation Method, while casting the magic of Dragon God Transformation. Meditation can quickly restore magic power, and Dragon God Transformation is a magic created by Lu Li based on Nat Su's Fire Dragon Slayer magic. It is also a magic that makes people have the physique of a dragon. As long as you continue to practice this magic, the human physique will gradually change to that of a dragon, and then humans will be able to have the physique and strength of a dragon. Needless to say, the magic source capacity of a dragon's body is naturally not to be mentioned, and there is no need to worry about the strength. Natsu was shot directly from the mouth by someone, and it was fine. You can see how abnormal the dragon's physique is, and there is no need to worry about the strength of the magic source. Do it when you think of it. Huh. Lu Li's whole body is burning with flames, and it looks like the whole person is on fire, but this flame is not hot at all. The flame of Fire Dragon Slayer magic is not a simple magic flame. It is a flame of will, which can change the temperature according to one's will, and only attack the person you want to attack. If you don't want to attack, even if others touch you, you will not be hurt. The flames continued to burn, and Lu Li's body was constantly strengthened by the magic. At the same time, Lu Li was also meditating. A large amount of magic in the air was constantly absorbed by the two magic sources in Lu Li's body, and the magic consumed by using magic was quickly restored. Such a luxurious training method can only be practiced by Lu Li, who opened the second magic source, created the meditation method, and strengthened the body's dragon magic. There is no way without any of them. Without the second magic source, there is no meditation method, and the recovery of magic is not enough. There is a meditation method, but there is no way to strengthen the body. It is just a waste of time, and it may even damage your own magic source. For most wizards in this world, natural growth is the best choice. As for majoring in magic, do you still need to consider it? No matter what novel or animation it is, the strongest magic is the magic practiced by the protagonist. Of course, there may be many magics that are not weaker than dragon-killing magic, but the magic that can destroy dragons is only dragon-killing magic, and dragons are the creatures that truly stand at the top of the food chain in this world. Dragon-killing magic perfectly illustrates what it means that a dragon slayer will eventually become a dragon, just when Lu Li was fully devoted to cultivation. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind, and then a translucent screen panel lit up in front of him. Dimensional chat group, invite you to join. Will you join? Lu Li's heart trembled when he heard this voice. Dimensional chat group. In the novels I read in my previous life, there are often novels about chat groups, and various abilities are obtained through chat groups. From the perspective of Goldfinger alone, the chat group is not strong, or even relatively weak, but it is a good opportunity for him to understand the heavens and the worlds. Originally, he thought that his Goldfinger was his extraordinary understanding, and the subtitles in his mind that kept reminding him what he had done. Now it seems that his Goldfinger is this chat group. Join. There is nothing to hesitate. He likes magic, and he is also very curious about other extraordinary powers. If he can learn it, it would be the best. Dear group members, welcome to join the Dimensional Chat Group. You can communicate with group members from other dimensions here, sell and buy items, and travel to other worlds at the invitation of other group members, but you are not allowed to disclose the existence of the chat group. Tosaka Rin, welcome newcomers. Kene, welcome newcomers. Erika, welcome newcomers. Whitebeard, another newcomer. Finally a man has come. Not bad. Boy, come and be my son. Duh. Chapter 10. Lu Li was speechless when she saw this. He came up to take in a son right away. It was really in the style of Whitebeard. Lu Li recognized these people by their names. Rin Tosaka, one of the heroines of the Fate series. Judging from her profile picture, she is a cute little girl with twin ponytails, still in her infancy. Kane, whose full name should be Butterfly Kane, is the flower pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps in the Demon Slayer world. She is also the biological sister of Insect Pillar Butterfly Shinobu. Later, she was killed by Doma of Upper Rank 2. Erika, whose full name should be Erika Bluntre, is one of the heroines in the Godslayer world. As for Whitebeard, there is no need to think about it. He must be the strongest man in the world of One Piece. Whitebeard, boy, why don't you talk? Are you born not talkative? Or do you think you are not worthy of being my son? Gulala. Lu Li was speechless. It is said that the internet is different from reality. Is this Whitebeard a funny guy on the internet? You like to take in a son, but I don't like to find a father for myself. Kene. Grandpa Whitebeard, how can you accept a son right away? Look, you've scared the newbie so much that he doesn't dare to speak. Erika. The newbie probably hasn't figured out the situation yet. I thought it was some special magic. Tosaka Rin. Newbie, say something. Lu Li. Hello everyone. Erika. The newbie is speaking. Where are you from? Are there any supernatural powers in your world? Don't worry about your information being leaked. We all come from different worlds. Just tell the truth. Luli, I'm from the magic world. The supernatural power in our world is magic. Tosaka Rin, yeah? Great. It's the magic world again. Big brother, do you know any magic? You can use the mall function to list the magic you know. As long as group members spend points to buy it, you can get a lot of points. You can also use points to buy the products we list. When Tosaka Rin was explaining, Luli had almost figured out the chat group. This chat group has many functions, and there are two that involve points. One is to sign in. As long as you sign in every day, you will get group points. The stronger you are, the higher the points you get. The other is the mall. You can consign your own items and magic in the mall, and then the chat group will set the price according to the value of the goods. You can also buy other people's goods in the mall. Luli opened the mall interface. There were many things on consignment at this time, including the 5 basic breathing methods, as well as the derived flower breathing and insect breathing. You can tell at a glance that these are consigned by Butterfly Kene. There are also armed color domineering and observation color domineering, which must be consigned by the old man Whitebeard. Gem magic, it should be Tosaka Rin. These are all famous moves in the original world. Luli was very greedy and drooled. He took a look at the 100 points he got from signing in, and he couldn't afford anything. After thinking about it, he decided to put his magic on the shelf first, almost when he thought of these. You put the magic Dragon God, Merciless Sun on the shelf. Selling points, 800,000 points. Luli, I just put my magic on the shelves. Anyone who needs it can buy it now. Rin Tosaka, what? What is this? Kene, what happened to Rin? Rin Tosaka, go check it out in the mall. Everyone opened the mall to check it out. Erika, oh my god, 800,000 points. What kind of magic is this? Luli, what kind of magic world are you from? 800,000 points of magic. This magic can already kill gods, right? Erika was very shocked. She also tried to put her own magic on the shelves, but it was only a few thousand points, and there was not even a single 1 over 10,000. This newcomer came up with a magic of 800,000 points. If she learned this magic, she could almost kill gods easily. Whitebeard, boy, you really don't want to be my son. Kene, wow, this is too many points. Luli is too powerful. Is this magic from Luli's world? Each of the breathing methods she listed is worth just over 2,000, and the magic Luli listed is 400 times more valuable than the breathing method she listed. Luli, well, I guess so. To be precise, it's the magic I created. The chat group was suddenly silent. Tosaka Rin, boss. A boss has come to our group. Boss, please accept my knee. Kene, boss, please accept my knee. Erika, boss, please accept my knee. Whitebeard, boss, please accept my knee. Seeing this neat formation, Luli was speechless. It was fine if they were making fun of her, but why did you, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, come to join in the fun? Although he created such awesome magic, he knew his level best. He was a complete rookie magician. Magic had strong destructive power, but he could do nothing else, not to mention Whitebeard, who was offered a bounty of more than 5 billion by the world government. Even if he was just a random jerk with a gun, he would probably have to kneel. Which is faster, magic or gun? 7 steps away, the gun is fast, and within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. Luli, I'm not a big shot. I'm just a magician who just learned magic today. The chat group was silent again. Tosaka Rin, big shot, please accept my knee. Kene, big shot, please accept my knee. Erika, big shot, please accept my knee. Whitebeard, big shot, please accept my knee. Chapter 11. Luli was speechless. It was obvious that these people would not believe what he said. In fact, if he put himself in their shoes, he would not believe it either. Tosaka Rin, dear Luli, do you have any lower-level magic? Such top-level magic is not something a girl can afford. Erika, yes. Dear Luli, we are also in the magic world. Do you have any low-level magic that you don't like? When Luli saw what Tosaka Rin and Erika said, he put Dragon God, Great Flame Emperor, on the shelf. You put the magic Dragon God, Great Flame Emperor, on the shelf. Selling points, 100,000 points. The chat crowd was speechless again. This guy said that he was not a big shot. The points of the most expensive things they put on the shelf just broke 10,000. And look at Luli, the things that cost 800,000 points at the beginning, even if others don't like them, are worth 100,000 points. This is not called a big shot. What is a big shot? Kene. He casually took out a magic worth 100,000 points. So scary. Tosaka Rin. Dear Luli, do you think I am worth 100,000 points? Maybe I didn't express it clearly just now. Can you please put the garbage magic you don't want on the shelf? Please listen, it's garbage. Erika, ditto. This time, Whitebeard didn't dare to ask Lu Li to be his son. This casual magic is worth so many points. This is not a son, this is lousy. When Lu Li saw this, he knew that he was completely misunderstood as a boss. He knows a lot of magic, all of which were shown to him by others in the guild today. He learned all the magic with his extraordinary understanding. You put the magic divine foot on the shelf. Selling points, 10,000 points. You put the magic plant on the shelf. Selling points, 10,000 points. You put the magic purple flame on the shelf. Selling points, 10,000 points. You put the magic purple flame on the shelf. Selling points, 10,000 points. Lu Li put 3 magics on the shelves in a row. Divine foot is Sarusik's magic, and the running speed is very fast. Plant is Droy's magic, which can make seeds grow rapidly, and then control the plant to fight. Purple flame is the magic used by Macau, which controls the purple flame that cannot be extinguished by wind and water. Of course, he couldn't really pass on the garbage magic, such as the garbage of Fireball. It's okay to make a fire in front of these people, but it's useless for fighting. These 3 magics are good, very practical, and the combat power is not weak. Tosaka Rin bought Divine Foot. You got 10,000 group points. Erika bought Divine Foot. You got 10,000 group points. Both of them bought Divine Foot. Lu Li nodded. Although in the fairy tale anime, Sarusik's performance was mediocre, which was the level of the 2nd or 3rd line of the fairy tale guild. But it doesn't mean that this magic is weak. This magic is just a little bit weaker in combat power, and other aspects are very good. After all, for people, staying alive is the first priority. The speed of God's foot can greatly increase people's survival rate. For Rin, Tosaka, and Erika, they are not short of attack magic. Instead of learning those that they are not familiar with, it is better to master what they know. Of course, the magic sold by Lu Li worth more than 100,000 points is excluded. The reason for not buying is simply that they can't afford it. The 2 people are drooling when looking at the magic worth 800,000 points. Rin, Tosaka, gone? Gone. All the points I accumulated are gone. Woohoo. Erika, me too. I don't have any points at all. Kene, you are already very lucky to meet Lu Li and learn magic. People like me who don't even have magic power can't even learn magic. Butterfly House Kane is very envious of Rin, Tosaka, and Erika. She also saw the introduction of those magics, each of which is very powerful. If she could also use magic, it might be easier to deal with these evil spirits, and maybe she could save more people. At this moment, Kane heard a series of system prompts. Lu Li purchased the flame breathing method. You got 2,000 group points. Lu Li purchased the water breathing method. You got 2,000 group points. Lu Li purchased the wind breathing method. You got 2,000 group points. Lu Li purchased the rock breathing method. You got 2,000 group points. Lu Li purchased the thunder breathing method. You got 2,000 group points. What? Everyone in the chat group bought the breathing method that Kane was selling. It was a very amazing technology to be able to strengthen humans by changing the way they breathe. But no one has bought so many breathing methods at once. Whitebeard, little Kane, don't worry. When I get a powerful devil fruit, you can use the power of the devil fruit to fight. After chatting in the chat group, he also learned about Kane's predicament. He didn't expect that there are creatures like devils in the world. Devils eating people is a bottom line that must not be crossed. Lu Li bought armament hockey. You got 10,000 group points. Huh? This kid also bought armament hockey. Very visionary. Whitebeard smiled. As the strongest man in the world, he was no longer interested in power at this time. It was not bad to be able to see other worlds before dying. Chapter 12. At this time, Lu Li no longer paid attention to the chat group and focused all his attention on what he had obtained. Just now, after thinking over and over again, Lu Li chose the 5 basic breathing methods and armed color domineering. The breathing methods sold by Kane were actually derived from the 5 basic breathing methods. And the 5 basic breathing methods were derived from the starting breathing of the sun breathing. He was most interested in the sun breathing method, but Kane didn't have it. He knew that Tanjiro had it, but he couldn't just tell him directly, otherwise these guys in the group would not only regard themselves as big brothers, but would regard themselves as gods. Let's start with the breathing method. Lu Li opened the flame breathing method and began to read it. After reading it all, you have read the flame breathing method. Your understanding is against the sky. You have understood the flame breathing. Lu Li began to breathe according to the flame breathing method. In an instant, Lu Li felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate and the muscles of his body began to tighten. He clenched his fists, and he felt an explosive force in his body, which would shake the world as long as it exploded. Is this the breathing method? Although the breathing method is only a kind of power in the low-level world, Luli can feel that this breathing method has infinite potential. And the Masters and Demon Slayer may not be able to compare their destructive power with the magic world of fairy tale, but their individual combat capabilities are very strong. For example, the pillar of the Demon Slayer core can almost kill most of the current fairy tale guild. So even though Luli created and can even use magic that can easily destroy a town, he will not underestimate any kind of power. Especially the breathing method. The dragon's lungs are different from those of humans. The dragon's lungs are many times stronger than those of humans and can absorb more oxygen. The dragon's body is also different from that of humans, and it is much stronger than that of humans. Using the breathing method, you can naturally become more powerful. Luli is very excited at this moment because he has learned a power that can make him stronger. Continue. You have read the water breathing method. Your understanding is against the sky. You have understood the water breathing. Luli used the water breathing method, which was not as violent as the flame breathing method. When using it, his heart became calm. He could feel the endless power of the breathing method, like a flowing river. As expected of a breathing method that had never been cut off, the comprehensive ability of the water breathing method was very strong. You looked up the wind breathing method. Your comprehension was against the sky, and you understood the wind breathing. Luli changed the trajectory of the breathing method, and then raised his fingers, and a sharp wind blade wrapped around his fingers and rotated rapidly. Wind breathing is the sharpest breathing method, which can easily cut the opponent. You looked up the rock breathing method. Your comprehension was against the sky, and you understood the rock breathing. After Luli used the rock breathing, the first thing he felt was the heaviness. He felt that his body's strength and defense had been greatly increased. The strongest pillar of the Demon Slayer core in the anime is Rock Pillar, Gyumei Seto Misamura. Even the upper rank one, Kokushibo, praised Rock Pillar's body, saying it was the strongest body he had seen in the past 300 years. On the one hand, Seto Misamura Gyumei himself has extraordinary talent, and on the other hand, rock breathing is indeed more powerful than other breathing methods. You have read the thunder breathing. Your understanding is amazing. You have understood thunder breathing. Crack, crack. Luli exhaled according to the thunder breathing, and lightning appeared around her body. Thunder breathing, as the fastest breathing method, is also the most powerful. As the saying goes, there is nothing in the world that can break martial arts. Only speed can't break it. Among the 5 basic breathing methods, Luli's favorite is thunder breathing. Although it is not as gorgeous as fire breathing and water breathing, it is handsome. Focus a little and reach the pinnacle. When this sentence came out, it immediately filled the thunder breathing with pressure. That is to say, Tanjiro later used the initial breathing method, sun breathing, otherwise it feels like the protagonist's position will be moved. If he is not in the dormitory now, he will definitely run a few laps. I have finished reading the breathing method, and it is time to think about how to integrate the breathing method. Luli began to close his eyes and think. Yes, he bought the 5 basic breathing methods, and he did not simply intend to learn them. Although he did not know why he had such a heaven-defying understanding, since he had them, if he did not make good use of them, wouldn't it be a waste of his talent? In the anime, Tanjiro can mix water breathing and sun breathing. In this way, he has both the durability of water breathing and the attack of sun breathing. However, this was just a compromise because Tanjiro could not skillfully use the sun breathing method at that time. In terms of power alone, the initial breathing is still stronger than this mixed breathing. You feel that a single breathing method cannot meet your needs. You want to integrate the 5 basic breathing methods. You want the speed of thunder breathing method, the burst of flame breathing method, the sharpness of wind breathing method, the defense of rock breathing method, and the durability of water breathing method. Your comprehension is amazing. You have created a new breathing method. Please name it. Luli did not rush to name it, but breathed according to the breathing method in his mind. In an instant, Luli felt that his physical fitness had greatly improved. At the same time, he also felt pain in his lungs, and his face swelled up immediately. Obviously, his lungs could not withstand this breathing method. However, Luli was not depressed at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. His eyes were shining, and his blue eyes glowed with a faint blue light under the moonlight. Although he only breathed in and out for a moment, he felt that his body was stronger than any breathing method used just now. As for the lungs, he was practicing magic that turned people into dragons. Does he need to worry about the strength of his lungs? The next step is to integrate magic power into the breathing method. Chapter 13. That's right, Luli had been thinking about this for a long time. As a wizard, he naturally couldn't give up the top power of magic. Although he can use the Dragon God transformation magic, which is the same as the Dragon Slayer magic, but he doesn't know the moves of the Dragon Slayer magic yet. Of course, with his comprehension, it's not a problem to learn it as long as he has seen it once, but he feels that those may not be suitable for him, and he still has to find his own unique way of fighting. You start to try to integrate magic into the breathing method, and the integration is successful. You create a new breathing method. Please name it Dragon God Breathing Method. Since he has even thought about how to create a breathing method, the name has naturally been thought of long ago. Dragon God Breathing Method is named successfully. Luli began to operate the Dragon God Breathing Method. In an instant, a flame rose from Luli's body. He mainly created the Dragon God transformation magic with Fire Dragon Slayer magic, and the main attribute is still fire. Bang, bang, bang. Luli felt his heart beating like a drum. The oxygen in the room was almost sucked out in an instant, and the window creaked when Luli inhaled. Luli felt that his body was filled with explosive power. The magic mixed with oxygen traveled in various parts of the body, greatly activating and strengthening all the functions of the body. If he was not in the dormitory now, he really wanted to punch with all his strength to see the power of his fist at this time. Luli changed his breathing into ordinary breathing. He lay on the bed, gasping for breath, sweat dripping on his forehead, but Luli was excited at this time. Very strong. The breathing method he created is very strong, and there is unlimited potential. As long as he practices full concentration, Changjong, I don't know how far his body will evolve. However, it seems that I have to move out as soon as possible, and it should be a place far away from the downtown area. Luli looked at the messy bedroom and suddenly felt a headache. The breathing method he created was too powerful. Under full operation, the oxygen in the bedroom was sucked out after just a few breaths. If he continued to practice, there would not be enough oxygen around him. Not only would it affect his practice efficiency, but maybe everyone in the dormitory would die of lack of oxygen. But this time, he personally felt the magic of the Dragon God breathing method. Using it would not only instantly provide him with a strong physical fitness, but also allow him to continuously improve his physical fitness in a subtle way. Not only that, after adding magic power, his magic power circulated in his body between his breaths, transporting the magic power to the whole body. Let the whole body be nourished by magic power, and the magic power is also improving during operation, just like the true chi in martial arts novels. Suddenly, the screen of Luli's chat group vibrated. Luli looked at the chat group. Kene at Luli brother, it is unnecessary for you to buy so many breathing methods. You can only use one breathing method. Otherwise, you can see which one is suitable for you. If it is not suitable, I will return it to you. Luli, thank you. No thanks, I've learned it. Kene, learned it? Which one did you learn? Luli, learned it all. Tasaka Rin, Big Brother 666, you are worthy of being a big brother. You can learn the breathing method so quickly. I bought the breathing method 3 months ago, but I haven't learned it yet. Erica, you are still young and your body is not fully developed. The breathing method requires a high level of lung strength. It took me a month to get started, but it is incredible that Mr. Lu can learn it all so quickly. She, Erica Brantley, is also from a famous family in the magic world. She is the eldest daughter of the Brantley family and has the rank of Grand Knight and the title of Crimson Devil. In the Italian magic world, she is also called a genius, but compared with this person, she is not a genius at all, just a fool. Whitebeard, Gulala. Not bad. What a powerful little brat. Because of his declining physical function, Whitebeard bought the breathing method, but he couldn't use it at all. He had to be intubated for breathing. So how could he use the breathing method? The chat group does not allow group members to hand over the goods to people other than group members, so he doesn't know the power of the breathing method. Tosaka Rin. Boss Luli, what breathing method are you using now? She didn't know which breathing method was better, so she wanted to hear Luli's opinion. Luli, I'm using the breathing method I created now. Dragon God breathing method. Luli's words controlled the chat group for more than 10 seconds for the third time. Kene, breathing method created by yourself? So fast. You created your own breathing method. It's not uncommon to create breathing methods by yourself. It's a common thing in the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps has been established for thousands of years. There are always some talented geniuses who create breathing methods that are more suitable for their own use based on the 5 basic breathing methods. But it has only been a short time, and he has already created his own breathing method. This is too fast. Whitebeard, little brat, you are not bragging, are you? It is not a good habit to brag so much at such a young age. Although Whitebeard did not practice the breathing method, he also looked at it carefully. The person who created this breathing method is indeed a genius, and he is far inferior to him. If he can pass it on to his sons, it will greatly improve his son's combat power. No matter how talented a little brat is, he can create his own breathing method just by watching it. He doesn't believe it. Luli did not make too many excuses and put his breathing method on the shelf directly. You have put the Dragon God breathing method on the shelf. Selling points, 2 million points. Chapter 14. After Luli put the Dragon God breathing method on the shelves, the chat group was completely quiet. After controlling the chat group for 5 minutes, Tosaka Rin, oh my god, 2 million points. This is too high. It's 100,000 times the breathing method I gave. Asterisk. Oh, Erica, you still say you are not a big shot. Look at the breathing method you created. It's worth 2 million points. Whitebeard. Sorry, I spoke a little loudly just now. Luli just wanted to see how much the breathing method he created was worth, and he didn't expect that the breathing method he created was worth 2 million points. Erica, Mr. Luli, tell us the truth. You are not the God's Majesty. Erica said this not without basis. She evaluated based on the magic she knew. Magic worth about 100,000 points should be able to cause damage to the gods. Magic worth 1 million points should be able to easily kill the gods. Breathing method worth 2 million points. She practiced breathing method, and she knew that this was a power that could continuously strengthen her physical fitness, and its value was extraordinary. Then this breathing method worth 2 million points. She felt that it was almost a power that could allow the practitioner to reach the realm of the gods. Then how could the person who created such power be an ordinary person? And in her worldview, the only one who could possess such power was God. Others in the chat group did not say anything. They also wanted to know Luli's identity. After all, what Luli showed was really amazing. Based on their understanding of the chat group during this period, the chat group's evaluation was definitely not a blind evaluation, but that this power was really worth such a price. Luli couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Erica's question. God. Now in this group, he may only beat the young Rin Tosaka. He can't beat anyone else. Is there such a weak god? Luli, I'm not a god. I'm just a person with better comprehension. Rin Tosaka. Is this comprehension? Your comprehension is simply against the sky, okay? You guessed it right. The subtitles in his mind always say that he has a comprehension against the sky and creates magic. Rin Tosaka. Lu God, can you please take a look at my magic and improve it? Asterisk caret asterisk. Rin Tosaka's words immediately reminded Kane and Erica. Kane, yes. God Lu, I'm having a hard time now, especially since our world is being ravaged by evil spirits. I don't know how many innocent people and swordsmen have died at the hands of evil spirits over the past 1,000 years. Can you help me? Erica, in terms of the degree of danger, my world is more dangerous. In Kane's world, people just die one by one. Those disobedient gods often cause natural disasters and don't care about the lives of humans at all. At the least, some buildings will be destroyed, and at the worst, a country will be wiped off the map. Luli also knows what the two people are talking about. But what the hell is God Lu? Luli, I'm really not a god. I can understand what you said, but although we are both magic users, the worlds are different, and the magic formulas are also different. I need to know more about your magic before I can deduce it. Luli, as for Ms. Kane, the breathing method you want, I combined the 5 basic breathing methods before creating the Dragon God breathing method to create a breathing method. If you need it, you can refer to it. You have put the unknown breathing method on the shelves. Selling points, 20,000 points. Kane purchased the unknown breathing method. You received 20,000 group points. Kane bought it without hesitation. The breathing method that is 10 times more valuable than the breathing method she learned must be extraordinary. Even if she can't learn it, it has a very good reference value. Tosaka Rin. Lu Shinyopai? Amazed face, / Kane. Lu Shinyopai? Amazed face, / Erica. Lu Shinyopai? Amazed face, / Whitebeard. Lu Shinyopai? Amazed face, / Luli was speechless. If he wasn't the old man Whitebeard, those little girls would be fooling around. You are the strongest man in the world. Why do you love to join in the fun with little girls? You purchased the observation hockey, consuming 10,000 group points. Since he had points again, Luli bought the observation hockey. Luli. Okay, everyone, I'm going to log off first. I still need to practice magic. I want to emphasize again that I'm really not a god. Tosaka Rin. Okay, goodbye Lushun. Erica. Goodbye, Lushun. Kane. Goodbye, Lushun. Whitebeard. Goodbye, Lushun. Luli closed the chat group panel. It seemed that he couldn't get rid of the title of Lu Shan. If he couldn't get rid of it, then he couldn't get rid of it. As long as he truly had the strength of a god, this title would be worthy of the name. Chapter 15. Lu Li opened the inherited memory of armament hockey. Lu Li had more knowledge of armament hockey in his mind. You started to learn armament hockey. Your comprehension is against the sky. You have comprehended armament hockey. Lu Li opened his eyes, with some surprise in his eyes. To be honest, he had no confidence in whether he could comprehend armament hockey. Armament hockey is not like breathing method. There is no restriction on people, even ordinary people, as long as they have certain qualifications, can practice breathing method. Armament hockey is essentially a supernatural power similar to magic. He is from the fairy tale world, not the One Piece world, so he is naturally not sure whether he has the qualifications to learn hockey. Now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. It seems that he not only has a great comprehension, but also a great aptitude. Lu Li opened his right palm, and a layer of invisible armament hockey was wrapped around the outside of his palm, like an invisible armor protecting his palm. This is a completely different power from magic. Armament hockey is mainly the energy generated by the body, unlike magic that is absorbed from nature and then transformed through magic sources and stored in the body. Armament hockey has high requirements for the body. The stronger the body, the higher the hockey qualification, the stronger the armament hockey, the more hockey, the higher the armament hockey strength, the larger the attack range. Regarding the body, Lu Li has absolute confidence. Dragon God transformation makes the human body as strong as the dragon's body. Is the dragon's body strong? It is also the top in the world. Harden, Lu Li shouted softly, using the winding hardening. The armament hockey tightly attached to the palm skin turned pure black, and the hardness was like steel. Lu Li released magic again, and the red flame wrapped the palm, forming another layer of protection outside. Lu Li's mouth curled up slightly. Now I have both magic defense and physical defense. In addition to testing the magic and combat skills, the strength of magic is also crucial in the battle between wizards. For example, using the same magic, hitting a wizard with low magic power will cause great damage, while hitting a wizard with high magic power may not hurt. And the wizard's attack is not only magic, but also a large part of physical attack. For example, Urza is a wizard who uses a magic sword. There are many such wizards in the magic world, and even account for 80%. Or Natsu's fist attack, Gray's ice magic. Almost all wizards' attacks will be accompanied by some physical attacks to a greater or lesser extent. So physical defense is actually very important. Wait, since breathing methods can be combined with magic power, can armament hockey be combined with magic power? If it is created, wouldn't it be a power system that is completely unique to oneself? Lu Li's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Do it as soon as you think of it. Lu Li began to think, and began to analyze the essence of armament hockey in his mind, and constantly analyzed how to integrate it with magic. You began to think about how to combine armament hockey and magic. Your understanding is amazing. You have created a new power. Please name it. It's called Dragon God Hockey Method. Dragon God Hockey Method is named successfully. Now Lu Li doesn't need to spend too much brain cells to think about naming. He has already thought about it. In the future, all the names will be in the Dragon God series. When Lu Li performed Dragon God Hockey Method, a blazing flame burned on his palm. The originally red flame now turned red and black. Lu Li clearly felt that the attack and defense power of this flame were all much higher than simply releasing flames. Now he is in the dormitory, otherwise he must try the power of this flame. Lu Li licked his lips. Now it's the turn of observation hockey. Lu Li opened the inheritance memory of observation hockey. You start learning observation hockey. Your comprehension is amazing. You have comprehended observation hockey. You comprehend observation hockey very smoothly. Observation hockey is the power of spirit and soul. It mainly uses spiritual energy for perception. Sense the opponent's attack, predict the opponent's next move, sense the strength of the creature, sense the emotion and thinking of the creature, sense the position and number of objects outside the field of vision. These are the basic abilities of observation hockey. Observation hockey can even foresee the future when it is cultivated to the extreme. And the magician himself is an expert in this aspect of spirit. Lu Li activates observation hockey. Swish. In an instant, Lu Li sensed the situation of the entire dormitory. He heard someone snoring and someone talking in his sleep. Try the limit range. Lu Li began to open observation hockey to the maximum. Perception spreads rapidly around him with himself as the center. After a while, Lu Li relaxed, with a slightly surprised look in his eyes. About a radius of 1,000 meters? This means that as long as he uses his observation haki with all his strength, he can sense any creature within 1,000 meters. This is just when he has just learned observation haki. When he becomes more proficient in using it in the future, the range he can sense will become larger and his perception will be more accurate. Next, let's try the fusion of magic power and observation haki. Chapter 16. You start to think about how to combine your observation haki and magic. Your comprehension is amazing. You have created a new power. Please name it. Dragon God Perception Method. Dragon God Perception Method was named successfully. Lu Li's mouth curled up. Now she no longer needs to worry about close combat. Then, Lu Li became a little distressed again. There are too many things to practice. There is no way to practice them all. Let's put these aside for a while. First, practice Dragon God Transformation to strengthen your body, and practice Unknown Breathing Method at the same time, and practice Full Concentration, Changjong, as soon as possible. When your body becomes stronger, practice Dragon God Breathing Method. After completely replacing ordinary breathing with Dragon God Breathing Method, you can enhance your physical fitness all the time. Dragon God Haki Method and Dragon God Perception Method can be practiced last. After all, the power of these two mainly depends on the strength of the body and magic. This is like the world of One Piece, where armament haki and observation haki are actually everywhere. But with the same armament haki and observation haki, some people are top masters, while others are small fish. In essence, it is the difference between qualifications and foundations. For example, Luffy and Lucci had laid an extremely solid foundation before practicing haki. After practicing haki, they became masters with strength comparable to the 4 emperors in just 2 years. This shows the importance of foundation. Lu Li was meditating deeply while sleeping on the bed, and her body was burning with flames, looking like a person being cremated. At the same time, Lu Li began to try to use the unknown breathing method. Under the blessing of the Dragon God Transformation magic, Lu Li's lungs met the requirements for using the unknown breathing method. Under the effects of the Dragon God Transformation and the unknown breathing method, the body's physical fitness was rapidly improving. After a night, because of practicing meditation, Lu Li not only did not feel tired, but was refreshed. Meditation is not just as simple as making the magic source rotate and accelerate magic, but also allows the mind to sleep deeply. After Lu Li came to the guild and had breakfast, he began to look for tasks he could do. Task Commission: remove the cursed. Task Description: Toby, the beloved dog of Count Haas, was cursed, and his hair grew wildly all over his body, and it needs to be lifted. Task Reward: 30,000 J. Lu Li was very interested when he saw this, but it was a pity that he knew nothing about curses. He would know it after reading more books in the future. Hunting the evil demon beast Walkin. Mission Description: the demon beast Walkin on Mount Hackby attacks the passing caravan. The wizard hopes to destroy it. Mission Reward: 200,000 J. The reward for hunting missions is really high. 200,000 J is equivalent to 12,000 renminbi. You can earn so much money from one mission. After completing this mission, you can relax and enjoy yourself for a month. However, I'd better wait until I become stronger before doing this. It's better to develop slowly now and find some simpler tasks. And Lu Li's figure wandering in front of the mission board was naturally noticed by Makarov. Lu Li, what are you doing in front of the commission board? President, I want to do some tasks. Do you have any tasks to recommend? Nonsense. You just joined the guild and learned magic for 1 day, and you want to do tasks? You are indeed gifted in magic, but talent does not represent strength. But I can't eat and drink for free in the guild every day. Lu Li doesn't like to owe others money, and he has to leave the dormitory and build a house in a remote place, so he naturally needs to make some money. It's a good thing that you have this intention, but you have to wait until you become stronger before you go to work. Now these guys in the guild are all a bunch of big drunkards. Every time they make money from work, they will eat, drink, and have fun in the guild all day long, and wait until they have no money to work again. It's a good thing that Lu Li is so active in wanting to work at such a young age. I think my strength should be able to complete some tasks that are not too difficult. You have a strong talent, and you can even use magic that is so powerful, but talent is talent and strength is strength, and they cannot be confused. Awesome, that magic is indeed powerful, even too powerful, but powerful magic does not mean powerful people. Lu Li obviously has no combat experience, and may not be able to beat Natsu and Gray in a real fight. But I really got stronger. You said you got stronger, so let's do it. You just find a formal wizard in the guild. If you can beat him, I will let you go to work. Seeing that Lu Li insisted on going to work, Makarov planned to let Lu Li know what a real wizard is, so that this kid would give up. Who knew that Lu Li's eyes lit up when he heard this? Really? He naturally wanted to fight after learning magic, but he never had the chance. Makarov nodded. Of course it's true. Who do you want to choose as your opponent? Lu Li glanced at the guild members, and everyone in the guild looked over. Natsu looked eager to try, as if asking Lu Li to choose him. Makarov thought Lu Li would choose Natsu and Gray, who were the same age. In that case, I'll choose Macau. Lu Li pointed at Macau, who was closest to him. Macau was stunned for a moment, a little unbelievable. You choose me? Lu Li nodded. Why? Macau was a little puzzled. Why did Lu Li choose him among so many people in the guild? Did he think he was weak and easy to bully? Nothing. Because you are closest to me. Is that the reason? That's the reason. Duh. Chapter 17. Of course, it's not just this reason. Whether it's Natsu or Gray, they're both children. He has an adult soul in his body, so he won't fight with children. If he wins, he won't feel any sense of accomplishment. If he loses, it's even more embarrassing. He can't even beat a child. Mira and Urza, both are girls, and they're both little girls, so it's even more impossible for him to choose them. As for the others, Lu Li is only familiar with Macau and Wakaba. The two have real feelings for the Fairy Tale Guild, and they have been loyal to the Fairy Tale Guild from beginning to end. Macau has a good personality, and he took good care of him when he came yesterday. Moreover, he also wants to try what the real gap is between himself and these wizards. Lu Li, don't you need to change one? Makarov asked Lu Li. Now Macau is also an elite wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild, working hard and improving his strength every day. No, I think Mr. Macau is very powerful. Macau was a little proud when he heard Lu Li's words. Little ghost, since you know I am very powerful, why did you choose me to challenge? It is precisely because Mr. Macau is very powerful that I challenge him. If I want to challenge, I must challenge a powerful magician. This way I will also learn more. Lu Li said modestly. This is half true and half false. Macau was a bit of a loser in the anime. That was also because the younger generation was too powerful at that time. Now Macau is undoubtedly an elite in the guild. Little ghost, you have a good vision. Okay, in this case, let me teach you the correct use of magic. Macau couldn't help but curl up his lips. He was still a little proud to be praised by such a genius. Open the bet. Open the bet. Monster newcomer Lu Li versus Macau. I bet on Macau. 1,000 J. I bet on Macau too. 1,000 J. Someone in the guild immediately opened the bet, and Makarov did not stop him. 1,000 J was just a meal money for most of the wizards in the guild. Winning or losing was harmless, just for fun. Most people in the guild bet on Macau to win, and a small number of people bet on Lu Li to win. Makarov saw that Lu Li did not listen to advice and insisted on challenging Macau, so he did not say anything more. Let this kid feel the gap between himself and the real guild wizard, so that he can practice magic with peace of mind. Soon, everyone came to the back of the guild. The lake behind had been refilled after a night. The place is spacious here, and there is no need to worry about damaging other buildings. It is very suitable for a duel. Come on, monster newcomer. Go. Macau, don't embarrass the old man. Many onlookers cheered. Mira, who do you think will win? Lisana said to Mira. Humph. Of course, if Macau can't even beat a newcomer who just learned magic, then he doesn't need to stay in the guild. Mira said with her arms crossed. But the magic that Lu Li cast yesterday was very powerful. Gray said, that magic is very powerful, but you have to have the opportunity to cast it. Natsu said excitedly, I can definitely beat Macau. Gray pouted disdainfully. You are relying on your dragon-slaying magic. Gray and Natsu have fought countless times, and he knows Natsu's magic best. All flames are ineffective against the fire dragon slayer, and they will become the food of the dragon slayer, which will increase Natsu's strength. Urza said, take a closer look. I think Lu Li must have his own ideas since he chose Macau. How could a guy with such a heaven-defying understanding be so simple? Makarov asked, are you two ready? Lu Li nodded. Well, let's start. Makarov announced the start of the duel. Macau hooked his finger at Lu Li and said with a relaxed look, little boy, you attack first. Otherwise, if I attack, you won't have any chance to attack. Then I'll attack first. Lu Li opened his right hand, and a fireball appeared in Lu Li's hand. Macau laughed immediately after seeing it. Little boy, just a simple fireball magic can't defeat me. Lu Li fired at Macau. Macau dodged it easily. Boom. The fireball fell on the rock behind Macau, and the rock exploded. The huge noise scared everyone. Wasn't Lu Li just using the most basic magic fireball? Why is it so powerful? Lu Li, your fireball? Oh, because you didn't let me use that magic. I improved the fireball technique. making it slightly more powerful, faster, and less consuming. But you are worthy of being Mr. Macau, so I will continue to use magic. Macau's mouth twitched, and he remembered that the strongest thing about this little monster was the extraordinary magic creativity. He regretted that he was too arrogant, but the words had already been said. How could he regret it? He could only say stubbornly, "Come on." Swish. Lu Li raised his hands, and a fireball appeared in each of his hands. Lu Li first threw the fireball in his right hand towards Macau. Macau dodged quickly. Knowing the power of Lu Li's fireball technique, he didn't dare to take it head-on. As soon as Macau dodged, he saw Lu Li shooting the fireball in his left hand at him again and dodged again. Before he could stand firm, the fireball in Lu Li's right hand had formed again and shot over again, and then the fireball in his left hand also condensed again. Macau's face turned pale with fear. Wait a minute. Lu Li was extremely excited at this moment and didn't hear what Macau said at all. It felt so good to be able to cast magic. Boom, 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 boom. Duh. Chapter 18. Lu Li kept throwing fireballs at Macau, bombarding Macau. Macau was so scared that he could only flee in panic. This scene stunned everyone else. This guy cast magic too fast, and wouldn't his magic power run out soon if he cast magic like this? As a result, Lu Li bombed for 3 minutes in a row and didn't use up any magic power at all. Not only that, looking at Lu Li's excited appearance, it seemed that it would be fine if he cast another 10 or 8 points. Lu Li was fine, but Macau couldn't stand it. Purple flame. Macau fired a ball of purple flame towards Lu Li's position. Lu Li threw the fireball at the purple flame. Boom. The two flames collided with each other, causing a violent explosion. The explosion produced smoke that blocked the sight of the two people. This finally gave Macau a chance to breathe. I'm sorry, Lu Li, I won't allow myself to lose here. Purple rain. Macau opened a purple and gorgeous magic circle in his hand. A large number of purple flame bombs were fired at Lu Li. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Li seemed to have no time to react and stood still, being hit by Macau's purple flame bomb. Oh no. Macau's face changed when he saw this scene. Lu Li's powerful firepower suppression just now made him unable to help but show his real skills. He completely forgot that he was dealing with a child who had just learned magic yesterday. Makarov was also a little worried when he saw this scene. Suddenly, bang! A blazing flame rose at the location where Lu Li was, blowing away all the smoke produced by the explosion. Lu Li was seen with flames burning all over his body, and he was unharmed. He said with an excited expression, "Is this Mr. Macau's magic? It's really good. Don't stop. Come on. Keep going." Sweat could not help but flow down Macau's forehead, and he smiled stiffly and said, "Really? I didn't hold back at all just now. Come on. Mr. Macau, show all your strength. Don't think I'm a child and show me mercy." Macau shouted in his heart, "I didn't show mercy." But he said stubbornly, "In that case, I won't be polite. As an adult, as an elite wizard of the fairy tale guild, he has his own pride, and he won't allow himself to lose to a newcomer like this." Purple rainstorm. Macau put his hands in front of him, and the dazzling purple magic circle appeared again. It was twice as many magic bullets as the one he released with one hand just now, and the power was even stronger. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of magic bullets were fired at Lu Li. Boom, 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 boom. Macau's magic bullets hit Lu Li's body, causing Lu Li's body to shake, but causing no other effects. How is it possible? Everyone in the guild was shocked and unbelievable when they saw this scene. Who is Macau? Macau is a veteran wizard in the fairy tale guild. Now he is in his prime, and there are no more than 5 people in the guild who can defeat Macau. This is why everyone believes that Macau will win. But what is the situation now? Macau's flames have no effect on Lu Li. Damn it. Purple Skynet. Macau turned the purple flames into a net and tied Lu Li's body tightly. Seeing Lu Li trapped, Macau finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the flames on Lu Li's body soared into the sky, and Macau's purple Skynet was also burned by Lu Li's flames. What? My flame was burned. Macau's eyes widened in disbelief. His purple flame was a flame that could not be extinguished by wind or water, but now it was burned by Lu Li's flame. Lu Li concentrated on breathing in and out the unknown breathing method. Inhale. Lu Li took a deep breath, and a large amount of oxygen was absorbed into his body. Then he stepped hard. Boom. The ground under Lu Li's feet burst instantly. Before everyone could react, Lu Li had already appeared in front of Macau. What? So fast? Lu Li pressed his palm on Macau's abdomen. Buzz. A dazzling magic circle appeared in front of Lu Li's palm. Macau's face changed drastically. Oh no. Bang. A violent flame spurted out from Lu Li's palm. Oh, the body rolled on the ground for several times and finally stopped, obviously having lost the ability to fight. Everyone at the scene was silent, staring at Lu Li blankly. Lu Li lifted the magic, and the flames on his body dissipated. Lu Li looked at his hands with a look of surprise on his face. This was his first time using magic to fight, and the magic he created was even better than he imagined. So this is what it feels like to fight with magic? This feeling. It's amazing. Winner. Lu Li. Duh. Chapter 19. Makarov also reacted at this time and announced that Lu Li won. Oh, he's very strong, Urza said with a serious look on her face. Whether it was Lu Li's continuous release of fireballs at the beginning, or the super strong defense that resisted Macau's magic attack while standing, the speed of the final burst was even faster. Not only was it fast, but there was also the precise control that stopped in front of Macau. There was no doubt that this was definitely a good opponent. Those who bet on Lu Li to win happily went to divide the bets, and they could get 2 days of free wine money. Stinky boy, how did you do it? Makarov was also very puzzled to see Lu Li win. Even if Lu Li created magic similar to Dragon Slayer magic, Natsu, who had practiced Dragon Slayer magic for several years, might not be Macau's opponent. You just defeated Macau with your imitation? Nothing? Maybe my magic power is stronger. Lu Li pretended to be stupid and said that magic power and magic are one aspect, and breathing and domineering are the key to Lu Li's easy victory. The breathing method can make Lu Li burst out extraordinary physical fitness in an instant, and the domineering aura provides Lu Li with powerful attack and defense. In combination with magic and magic, the power that burst out made Lu Li himself shocked. Makarov nodded. Indeed, Lu Li's magic power is very strong, as can be seen from the fact that he was able to release such terrifying magic yesterday. There are many people in this world who are born with powerful magic, such as himself and his grandson Laxus. President, can I go on the mission now? Lu Li said, changing the subject. Makarov nodded. Lu Li even defeated Macau, so he naturally would not stop Lu Li from doing the mission. Yeah, that's great. Lu Li jumped up happily. He has always longed for the adventurous life of fairy tale. Now he can experience it personally, so he is naturally very happy. After returning to the guild, the winners of the guild ate and drank happily. Macau seemed a little disappointed, but others did not mean to laugh at Macau. After all, they all knew how strong Macau was. They all saw the battle between him and Lu Li. It was really that Lu Li, the new monster, was too abnormal. Lu Li looked at the task board and reached out to grab the hunting the fierce demon beast Walcan. Huh. As soon as Lu Li's hand touched the task board, the back of his hand was slapped off by Makarov's elongated palm. That task is not good. I'll give you this task. Makarov tore off a task from the task board and handed it to Lu Li. Task commission: protect the client. Task description: the client needs a bodyguard. The specific situation will be personally informed when you meet the client. Task reward: 50,000 J per day. This task description is not much different from no description. The reward is not bad. 50,000 J is equivalent to 3,000 renminbi, and it's 3,000 a day, which is quite generous. In his previous life, he worked, not to mention 3,000 a day, and the salary he could get in a month was less than 3,000. I'll take this mission. Lu Li was very satisfied with the mission. Urza. Makarov greeted Urza. Urza came over and asked, President, what's the matter? Take Lu Li to carry out this mission commission. Yes, President. Urza agreed very happily. Lu Li looked at Makarov with some doubts. Makarov also saw Lu Li's doubts and explained, although you are strong enough, you are not experienced enough. You need someone to lead you. When you have enough experience in the future, you can carry out the mission by yourself. This has always been the tradition of fairy tale. Don't look down on Urza just because she is a girl of the same age as you. Urza is very strong. Urza extended her hand generously and said, Hello, Lu Li. We will be teammates during the mission. Lu Li extended her hand and shook hands with Urza. Sorry to bother you, Urza. No trouble. We are all companions, and it is right to help each other, Urza said with a smile. Looking at Urza like this, Lu Li couldn't help but be moved. If he asked who his favorite female character was in the fairy tale anime, Urza would undoubtedly be ranked first. As for why she is the first, not the only one, as a man, isn't it normal to have thoughts about all beauties? Since he traveled to the fairy tale world, he naturally has thoughts about Urza. But Urza is only a 13-year-old girl at this time. Could it be that he is really hungry and doesn't even let go of a girl? Well, the cultivation of girls is actually quite good. We will meet at the guild gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. Chapter 20. After agreeing on a gathering time with Urza, Luli was surrounded by the children in the guild to talk and chat. Yesterday, because Luli ran out of magic and fainted, no one had a good communication. Seeing Luli and the children in the guild playing well together, Makarov nodded. He was worried that Luli would not be able to get over the pain of losing his relatives. Now it seems that there is no need to worry. This boy is much stronger than he thought. The next morning, Luli came to the door of the guild to wait for Urza. Sorry, just wait. Urza's voice sounded. Luli looked in the direction of Urza and saw Urza pulling a cart of large and small bags of luggage, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He remembered that Urza seemed to move every time she went out. I just arrived not long ago. Let me help you. No. These things are very heavy. Let's go. The two took the train together and rushed to their destination. After about an hour's ride, they got off at the Onabas railway station. After getting off the car, they walked for about half an hour and arrived at a very luxurious hotel. Urza came to the front desk. Hello, we are here to see Miss Alice. We are fairy tale wizards, and we are here to accept the mission commission. Okay, please wait a moment. I will go and ask. Excuse me. Soon, the front desk came back and said, 2 guests, please come this way. Luli and Urza followed the front desk upstairs. From the beginning of the stairs, there were many bodyguards in suits, burly and wearing sunglasses standing on both sides of the stairs. When they reached the top floor, the bodyguards almost filled the entire corridor. The front desk took Luli and Urza to the door of a room and knocked. Miss Alice, the fairy tale wizards have arrived. Bring them in. The front desk opened the door and said to Luli and Urza, 2 guests, please come in. Luli and Urza entered the room together. The decoration here was very luxurious. It was obviously the presidential suite of this hotel. Then, Luli and Urza saw a girl in her 16th or 17th sitting on the sofa in gorgeous clothes, and an old man who looked like a butler was standing next to her. Standing around were several burly bodyguards in black suits. The girl frowned when she saw Luli and Urza. Are you the wizards of fairy tale? Urza said calmly. Yes, we are the wizards of fairy tale. She was used to this situation. Almost every time she went on a mission, she would be looked down upon by the client because of her young age and gender. What a joke. The commission I gave was 50,000 J a day, but fairy tale only sent 2 children over. It's too much. You two go. I don't need your protection. Alice turned her head away proudly and drove Luli and Urza away. The old housekeeper advised. But Miss Alice, it's too late to find other wizards now. Sebastian, do you think these 2 children can protect me? Sebastian didn't know what to say. After all, these 2 children were so young, and even if they were wizards, they would not be that strong. Urza stepped forward and said, Miss Alice, don't underestimate us just because we are young. We are fairy tale wizards. As long as we accept the commission, we will definitely protect your safety. Oh, why should I believe what you say? Urza frowned and wanted to say something. Luli said first. Then what do you think will make you believe in our strength? Alice smiled playfully and said, Interesting. Very simple. Aren't you wizards? Then you can compete with my bodyguards. If you win, I will believe that you have the ability to protect me. If you are not even as good as my bodyguards, how can I trust you with my safety? No problem. Urza immediately agreed. She didn't like others to look down on her. Okay, then let's go to the square behind the hotel. I also want to see how powerful fairy tales wizards are. Alice looked very excited. Soon, everyone came to the square behind the hotel. Alice said to Luli and Urza, Who will come? I. Urza stood up immediately. As a result, Luli pulled her back. Let me do it. After all, this is my job. I can't rely on you, Urza, for all the tasks in the future. Urza heard what Luli said and thought it made sense, so she nodded. Luli stepped forward. Alice said, Since you are a wizard, you can choose 5 of them as your opponents. As long as you win. Before Alice finished speaking, Luli interrupted her directly. There is no need to make so much trouble. You can all come together. What did you say? Alice and others looked at Luli in disbelief, but Urza smiled and looked at Luli with admiration. This is the demeanor of a fairy tale wizard. Luli smiled faintly and said, I said let them come together. Duh. Chapter 21. Little brat, how dare you look down on us? The bodyguard captain and the other bodyguards were furious when they saw Luli looking down on them. Luli shook his head. No, I'm not looking down on you. Then why did you say let's go together? Who said that letting you go together means looking down on you? Luli looked surprised, and the bodyguards thought that Luli was going to say something nice next. Unexpectedly, Luli immediately said, You are not worth my looking down on you at all. Cole. Go. A mere little brat dares to look down on us. All the bodyguards rushed towards Luli. They wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Little brat? Then let's see who is the little brat. The corners of Lu Li's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Then, Lu Li activated the giant magic, and his body began to grow rapidly. In a blink of an eye, Lu Li became a giant more than 10 meters tall. Except for Urza, everyone was shocked to see such a huge Lu Li. Giant, giant, giant. Lu Li grabbed the captain-like man who was rushing in front. She brought him close to her face. Who do you say is the little devil this time? Wow! The bodyguard captain screamed in fear. TSK, that's boring. Lu Li threw him to the ground. His body returned to its original size. Urza praised Lu Li. You are becoming more and more proficient in giant magic. You are still far behind the president. At this moment, Alice ran over quickly with an excited expression on her face. The old housekeeper behind shouted, Miss Alice, slow down. Alice said to Lu Li eagerly, You are so amazing. You can actually become so big. What kind of magic is that? That's giant magic. Giant magic? I didn't expect you to have such a powerful magic. I am short-sighted and I was really rude just now. Alice said as she lifted her skirt and bowed. Lu Li and Urza were a little surprised. They didn't expect that this arrogant young lady would actually apologize. Alice was not without experience. 1 in 10 people in this world could use magic, and the proportion of people who could use magic was not low. However, less than 1% of people actually made a living by magic, and among this 1%, there were even fewer who could use such powerful magic. Although the young man in front of him was not very old, he was definitely a genius magician with unlimited potential. Urza said, You're welcome, Miss Alice. We are used to this kind of thing. Let's talk about the mission next. Okay, let's go back to my room and talk about it in detail. Everyone returned to the hotel suite together. Sebastian, take that thing out. The old butler took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Urza and Lu Li. The two opened the envelope and took a look. Seeing the content of the letter, Urza frowned, and then handed the letter to Lu Li, who also raised her eyebrows when she saw it. The content of the letter was also very simple. It was a kidnapping threat letter, which roughly meant that if Alice came to Onabuz to hold a concert, she would be kidnapped. The old housekeeper said, The letter was sent to Miss Alice's house a week ago. I advised Miss not to go, but Miss said that so many fans were waiting for her, and she insisted on going. In order to prevent accidents, I commissioned the Wizard Guild. Alice said with a nonchalant expression. Sebastian just likes to worry about nothing. It's just a threatening letter written by my black fan. Can I not hold a concert because of a threatening letter? If I give in this time, there will be a second and third time. Can I still back down this time? The old housekeeper said seriously. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. It's best to be safe, but we also need to be prepared. Concert, are you a star? Lu Li said casually. As a result, this made many people in the room stunned. Alice looked at Lu Li in disbelief. You don't know me? Why? Are you famous? The bodyguard captain immediately said, Miss Alice is of course famous. Miss Alice is the most popular singer in Kingdom of Fiori now. How could you not know Miss Alice? She looked like an avid fan of Alice. Oh. Now let's talk about the commission. What do you want us to do? Lu Li changed the subject. He had just crossed over. How could he know any celebrities? He was not interested in celebrities in his previous life, and even less interested in this life. Wouldn't it be better to learn more magic in that time? The old butler said, The concert will be in 3 days. I hope you two will protect the safety of the young lady before the concert ends. No problem, we accept this task. Next, Lu Li was arranged to the room next to Alice. Urza was in the same room with Alice because she was a girl and for safety reasons. Just after putting down the luggage, Lu Li thought she could practice magic, but Alice came over excitedly and changed into a very casual outfit. Lu Li, let's go play. Miss, no? You are being watched by bad guys. What does it matter? I have Lu Li and Urza to protect me. If they can't protect me on weekdays, how can they protect me at the concert? I can't go anywhere in the hotel these days, and I'm so depressed. The old housekeeper looked at Lu Li and Urza. Alice's actions obviously added some trouble to Urza and Lu Li. Urza said, It doesn't matter. Protecting Miss Alice is our job. We won't let Miss Alice get hurt. See. Urza said it's okay. Alice happily pulled Urza's arm. The old housekeeper sighed helplessly, and then said to Lu Li and Urza, Then I'll trouble you too. Chapter 22. Alice immediately took Urza and Lu Li out. Onabuz City is very prosperous. If Magnolia is a 4th-tier city, then Onabuz is at least a quasi-1st-tier city. The streets are bustling with people, and there are all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets, with food, drinks, and entertainment. Alice bought this and that like a curious baby, and also bought a lot of things for Urza and Lu Li. which made Luli deeply realize how happy it is to have a rich friend. But the two of them were too good at shopping. They didn't stop for a whole afternoon. He felt physically and mentally exhausted, but the two people seemed to be fine. Luli finally realized how terrible the physical strength of girls shopping is. It wasn't until the sun went down that the three returned to the hotel, which made Sebastian, the old butler, very worried. At night, Luli finally had time to practice magic. Luli sat cross-legged on the bed, activated the meditation method, and the flames burned on his body. At the same time, he also concentrated on breathing in and out the unknown breathing method. His physical fitness was rapidly improving. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the people who wanted to kidnap Alice did not show up. Alice said proudly that the old housekeeper was too worried, but Luli and Urza did not relax their vigilance. They had completed most of the mission. If they failed on the last day, they would not get any reward. Of course, it would still lose the face of fairy tale. The concert started in the evening of the 4th day. Luli looked at the square from the backstage and saw a sea of people outside. So many people. He didn't chase stars before, and he had never been to a concert. He didn't expect so many people to come. Urza said on the side, "It's natural that there are so many people. Alice is the most popular singer in Kingdom of Fiori. I heard that other countries invited Alice to hold concerts, but she refused them all. Why? It seems that the king of that country is very annoying. Not only is he dictatorial and lustful, but he also exploits the people. Urza has lived with Alice these days. Girls naturally have endless things to talk about. The two of them are almost becoming good girlfriends now." Soon, the concert began. As soon as Alice appeared on the stage, the fans below shouted Alice's name. Alice greeted all the fans and started singing. The singing was very beautiful, even compared to the classic songs in the previous life. And he could hear that there was a hint of magic in Alice's voice. With the singing, it could give people a very strong appeal and resonate with people. Even if the influence of magic is thrown out, Alice is obviously a singing genius. Although Luli doesn't chase stars, he listens to songs. Good is good. However, he listened to the songs, but could not remember any of their titles. For him, a good song only needs to be listened to a few times. For him, this song is just good. Luli activated the Dragon God Perception Method. The Dragon God Perception Method has an advantage over the observation hockey, which is that it is more sensitive to people with magic power. Soon, Luli sensed the emergence of multiple malicious forces, about 30 people in total. If he guessed correctly, these people were trying to kidnap Alice. After all, normally, people who came to the concert were Alice's fans. So how could they have malicious intentions? Luli said to Urza, "Urza, pay attention, they are coming." "What? Where?" Urza was stunned, but she knew that Luli would not let go for no reason and must have found something. "They are in the crowd." "Who are they? I'll deal with them." Luli reached out and grabbed Urza and said, "Don't worry. If you start fighting in the crowd now, it will definitely cause panic and it will be bad if they are trampled. What should we do? It's not too late to fight after they start fighting." "Okay." Urza nodded and couldn't help but tighten her sword in her hand. Urza is still just a 13-year-old girl after all, and she is still a little nervous when encountering such a situation. The 2.5-hour concert will soon be over. Everyone, thank you very much for coming to listen to my singing. Next is the last song, Tomorrow, for everyone. Go. As soon as Alice finished speaking, many people suddenly appeared on the stage. Huh, what is this? Is it a temporary program effect? Everyone in the audience was confused. Catch them. The bodyguard captain was the first to react and called on his men to start fighting. All the bodyguards rushed up together, but were knocked down by the opponent in a few strokes. Alice was a little flustered. "You? Who are you?" "Miss Alice, my boss likes you very much. Please come with us." Alice also understood at this time that the other party was the one who claimed to kidnap her. She originally thought it was a joke from her haters, but she didn't expect it to be true. "Take her away." The two people rushed towards Alice quickly. Swish. A figure quickly appeared in front of Alice. Puff. Wow. The two kidnappers were directly chopped and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Urza pointed at the other party with a long sword and said, "I won't let you hurt Miss Alice." Urza. Alice was a little surprised. "Miss Alice, don't leave my back." Urza felt a lot of pressure when she saw that there were more than 30 people on the other side. She originally thought that there were only 3 or 5 people on the other side at most, but she didn't expect that there were more than 30 people, which was comparable to a small wizard guild. Chapter 23. A wizard from the guild? So you asked for help from a wizard, but do you think that just one wizard can stop so many of us? She is not alone. Luli walked over with her hands in her pockets. What's the difference between 1 or 2 people? And they are just 2 little ghosts, little ghost. We are just here to invite Miss Alice. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly and don't hinder me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Luli, there are too many people on the other side. Otherwise, take Miss Alice to retreat first. Urza whispered to Luli, their priority task is to protect the safety of the client. No, you just protect Miss Alice, and let me deal with these guys. No, there are too many people on the other side. You can't do this. She knew that Luli was very strong, but Luli had only learned magic for a week after all, and the number of people on the other side was large, and the strength was unknown. Luli smiled at Urza and said, "Don't worry, I cherish my life very much and won't do anything I'm not sure of." The conversation between Luli and Urza was also heard by the other party. "Ha, little boy, I admire your confidence, but are you a little too confident? We are not wizards like you who live in a false peace. We are dark guild wizards who live in a cruel dark world. We are far from being comparable to you guys." Luli pinched his ears. "Have you finished talking nonsense? Let's start quickly after you finish talking. Stinky little boy, kill him." Several people holding magic swords rushed towards Luli. After seeing this, Luli curled his lips and said in a dissatisfied whisper, "I thought it was some interesting magic, but it turned out to be magic swordsmen." Magic swordsmen can be said to be the most common wizards, using their own magic power to drive magic swords to attack. This kind of magic is actually quite practical, but he feels it is very boring. He prefers some novel magic. Urza is actually in this category, but Urza mainly changes magic armor and weapons to fight. Luli's fists and feet were wrapped in flames. After easily dodging the opponent's attack, he punched a man in the abdomen. Hey, what? How is it possible? He actually knocked my magic bullet away? The rest of the Dark Guild members were all dumbfounded. It seems that you don't have any new magic, so let's finish it quickly. Luli raised his right hand and chanted faintly, "Purple Skynet." A beam of purple flames spurted out from Luli's palm, forming a net that captured almost all the remaining members of the Dark Guild in the air. The purple flames rose and ignited all the people who were tied up. Wow. Luli untied the magic, and these people fell onto the stage like dumplings and all fainted. The kidnapper leader's face changed drastically at this time, and his body retreated, then rushed into the crowd below and grabbed a young woman. "Don't come over, otherwise I will kill her." "Wow, don't." The young girl was so scared that her legs became weak and her face was full of fear. "You hypocritical light guild will definitely not allow innocent people to die in front of you. Right, Alice? This girl is your fan. If you don't want your fans to die because of you, you'd better surrender. Save me." The girl looked at Alice with a pleading face. Alice saw this scene and immediately stood up. "Okay, I'll exchange with her. Don't hurt her. Miss Alice." The fans watching were also moved at this time. They didn't expect Miss Alice to risk her life for her fans. When Alice was about to go over, Luli reached out to stop her. The kidnapper leader yelled at Luli, "Hey, brat, do you want her to die?" His voice was a little trembling, and it was obvious that he was very afraid of Luli. Luli smiled and said, "My job is to protect my client, so I naturally can't let my client take risks. As for you." Crack. Golden lightning appeared under Luli's feet. Whoosh. Luli's figure flashed past, and in an instant, she appeared in front of the kidnapper leader. Then she stretched out her arms, her palms became bigger, and she grabbed the kidnapper leader's head and pressed it to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered. Crack! The leader coughed up blood, with a painful expression on his face. A big pit appeared on the ground. Luli stood up and let go of his hand. The kidnapper leader had fainted with his eyes rolled back. "Okay, it's okay now," Luli said to the girl. Thank you. The girl burst into tears after escaping death, and kept thanking Luli. Hula hula. Everyone around applauded enthusiastically. This boy was so powerful. They just saw with their own eyes how Luli defeated those wizards and protected Alice. Alice ran over directly, hugged Luli with both hands, and kissed Luli's cheek hard with her lips. "Luli, you are so handsome." Luli was also confused at this time. He had lived for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he was kissed by a girl. Am I being taken advantage of? Chapter 24. The kingdom soldiers came quickly and took away all the offenders. The rest of the matter was left to the Magic Council to deal with. No matter who the mastermind was, the Magic Council would definitely be able to find out with its methods, so he didn't need to worry about it. The next morning, Luli and Urza prepared to return to Fairy Tale. Alice watched Luli and Urza leave reluctantly. After spending the past few days together, she has already liked Urza and Luli, especially Luli, who was so handsome when dealing with those bad guys last night. So she couldn't help but rush over and kiss Luli. It's a pity that Lu Li is still a little brother. If he was 2 years older, she would definitely make Lu Li her boyfriend. Of course, it's okay now, as long as she waits for 2 more years. On the return train, Lu Li looked at the reward and showed a satisfied smile on his face. From the first day to the beginning and the end, the mission took a total of 4 days, and a total reward of 200,000 J was obtained. Alice wanted to give more. After all, the difficulty of this mission was very high. Even 1 million J would not be too much. However, this was rejected by Lu Li. The mission commission was what it was, which was the rule of fairy tale, and they would not raise the price for the client at will. Lu Li handed 100,000 J to Urza. Urza was stunned. What are you doing? The mission reward. This mission is done by the two of us, so the mission reward is naturally split in half. I am only responsible for leading you to do the mission. I didn't do anything in this mission. You almost did it all by yourself. She did almost nothing in this mission, except blocking the attack of the 2 people at the beginning and just protected Alice throughout the whole process. Didn't you also spend a lot of time? And if you didn't protect Alice, I wouldn't be able to concentrate on the battle. These are what you deserve. Lu Li put the mission reward in Urza's hand. Urza stared at the reward in her hand for a moment, then said, "Thank you." Lu Li smiled and said, "What's there to thank me for? If I have to say thank you, it's me who should thank you. Bringing new people is a troublesome thing. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be able to complete the task so smoothly. If you really want to thank me, then teach me swordsmanship when you go back. I'm also interested in swordsmanship. This is not nonsense. As a man, who would not be interested in swordsmanship, let alone a sword, even a very slender and straight wooden stick would make a man unable to refuse." Urza's eyes lit up when she heard that Lu Li was interested in swordsmanship. Okay, she was the only swordsman in the guild, and she also wanted to learn swordsmanship with others, so that she could constantly improve herself. Lu Li's comprehension was so high that she would definitely learn swordsmanship quickly. Along the way, Lu Li chatted with Urza. The two of them obviously became closer because of this mission. This is a good sign for Lu Li. Chasing a girl is not something that can be done after she reaches adulthood. You have to leave a good impression on Urza now. Get along with her more in the future, and sooner or later you will win Urza. After returning to the guild, Urza reported the mission to Makarov. Little did she know that the incident had already spread in Fiore, and it was widely reported in the morning newspaper this morning, with a photo of Alice kissing Lu Li. Alice is now the most popular idol in the kingdom of Fiore, and her every move will attract a lot of attention. The Magic Council also interrogated overnight, and the efficiency was very high. The mastermind was the Dark Guild hired by the king, who coveted Alice's beauty. In the end, the king was deprived of his throne. After all, the world is still ruled by the strong, and the Magic Council is the highest level of the Ishgar continent. Lu Li, you are so amazing. You defeated 30 Dark Guild wizards by yourself. Natsu said to Lu Li excitedly. It's okay, it's because they are all weak. Gray also said with a little excitement. That's also amazing, there are 30 wizards. Although Lu Li is the same age as them, Lu Li's strength is obviously much higher than theirs. It is human nature to admire the strong, and Lu Li is so strong that they naturally admire him very much. I didn't expect that this task was actually issued by Miss Alice. If I had known earlier, I would have taken it. Wakaba was very envious of Lu Li's close contact with Alice, especially Alice kissed Lu Li, which made all the men in the guild envious. Macau hit Wakaba and said, "If you go, you might have been killed by the other party a long time ago." Macau has a strong self-esteem, but now he has let it go. He is just an ordinary person. How can he compare with a little monster like Lu Li? This kid can create and use forbidden spell-level magic. It is not shameful for him to lose to him. Moreover, when Lu Li protected Miss Alice this time, he used his magic. Lu Li knows so many magics, but he chose to use his, which is enough to prove that his magic is very powerful. At this time, a boy with golden hair and about 17 years old in the corner looked at Lu Li. Oh, is he the new monster that the guild has been discussing recently? When Lu Li joined the guild, Laxus was on a mission outside, and when he came back, he heard many people in the guild talking about Lu Li. Fried said, "Yes, he is Lu Li. So what is said in the guild is true." Bixro said, "It's true. My babies and I saw him use the president's magic with our own eyes." Laxus's mouth curled up. He even learned the old man's magic. That's interesting. It seems I have to get to know him. As he said, Laxus stood up and walked towards Lu Li. Chapter 25. Hey, are you Lu Li? Lu Li heard a voice and looked up and saw a blonde and rebellious young man with 2 boys and a girl coming over. Lu Li recognized the person as Laxus at a glance, and the 3 people behind him should be the Thunder Gods, Fried, Bixro, and Evergreen. Laxus. Natsu called out Laxus' name. Among the younger generation, Laxus is undoubtedly the strongest person in the fairy tale guild except for the president and guildarts. Yes, I am Lu Li. What can I do for you? Laxus sat opposite Lu Li and said, Can't I get to know you if I have nothing to do? You are now the most famous person in our fairy tale guild. You are so lucky just because you saved a big star. Laxus' words were obviously provocative. Urza frowned and said, Laxus, the mission was given by the president, and no one knew that the client was Alice before meeting the client. That's why I say he's lucky. Laxus leaned back and spread his hands. Lu Li has lived 2 lives, so he could tell at a glance that Laxus was looking for trouble. He also remembered that Laxus's behavior before the Civil War was very bad. In order to get the position of president, he did not hesitate to use the lives of the girls in the guild as threats. It was not until later that he was willing to face his heart and turn back into a cool guy. To be honest, he hated Laxus just by looking at the previous words, but later Laxus turned back, and he still liked Laxus very much. It's just that the current Laxus looks like a rebellious teenager at first glance, and he came to find trouble with him for no reason, so he couldn't like him. Laxus you. Lu Li had just experienced the death of a relative a week ago, and Lu Li was the only one who survived in the whole village. How can this be called good luck? Urza was interrupted by Lu Li before she finished her words. Yeah, I also think I'm lucky, so do you want to take advantage of my luck? Lu Li's words stunned everyone around. Haven't you heard of an old saying? Luck is also a part of strength. I do prefer good luck to bad luck. By the way, I'm a little tired from traveling all the way. If you're okay, I'll go back first. Lu Li stood up and prepared to leave. Boy, I heard that you learn magic very quickly. You can learn magic just by watching others perform it once. I don't quite believe this. Do you want to see my magic? I don't believe you can learn it. Seeing Lu Li was about to leave, Laxus stopped pretending. Lu Li stopped when he heard this. Magic? Laxus's magic. Laxus's magic is elemental magic, thunder. Thunder. In the hearts of men, it is a magic that is cooler than fire. Lightning magic is not only handsome, but also powerful in the end. Lu Li turned around quickly and looked at Laxus with shining eyes. This eager look scared Laxus. Urza immediately saw Lu Li's thoughts. After spending a few days together, she knew that Lu Li was a magic fanatic. She liked all kinds of magic. She couldn't understand why Lu Li wanted to learn new magic when she had already learned a lot of powerful magic. Hey, Lu Li, don't be fooled. Laxus just wants to teach you a lesson under the pretext of letting you learn magic. Lu Li said to Laxus very enthusiastically. Let's go to the back of the guild. There is a wide place there, which is convenient for you to show off. Lu Li's enthusiasm made Laxus a little confused. He came to find trouble. Why are you so enthusiastic? But Laxus still nodded. He just saw that Lu Li was very famous now and felt very annoying. He wanted to teach Lu Li a lesson and let him know who was the strongest in the fairy tale guild. Soon, several people came to the back of the fairy tale guild. Laxus, don't do anything stupid. Urza warned Laxus. Laxus's mouth curled up. How can I be stupid? You all saw it. He asked me to show magic, didn't he? As a guild member, how can I not satisfy my guild member's request? Hey, are you ready? I'm going to start. Let's start. Crackling. Golden arcs of electricity appeared around Laxus' head. Boom. A golden lightning rose from the ground and hit Lu Li. Although his attack was just the simplest electric shock, it suddenly appeared from the ground, and few people could dodge it. No matter what monster, newcomer, or genius, they were all just vulnerable to his magic. At this moment, Lu Li's voice suddenly sounded. Is this lightning magic? This feels really good. Then Lu Li got up, patted the dust off his body, with a bright smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. You have observed lightning magic, your understanding is against the sky, and you have comprehended the elemental magic of thunder. Chapter 26. This paragraph of text was displayed on the subtitles in Lu Li's mind. Although it was not Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, the lightning elemental magic was also very good. This was the magic he wanted to learn. Laxus's face looked a little ugly when he heard Lu Li's words. You think it's good? Then you can taste it again. Lightning Spear. Laxus raised his palm, and golden lightning gathered on his palm. As Laxus swung his arm, a lightning spear shot towards Lu Li's position. Get out of the way. Urza shouted immediately after seeing this. Lu Li did not dodge, and raised his palm. Whoosh. A red-black flame appeared on Lu Li's palm. Lu Li swung it casually. Boom. The lightning spear fired by Laxus was hit away by Lu Li and fell on the ground next to it, blowing a big hole in the ground. Your understanding is against the sky. You have comprehended the magic lightning spear. Looking at the words in his mind, Luli couldn't help but smile. Anything else? Laxus was completely furious when he heard Luli's words. Stinky brat. How dare you look down on me? Crack, crack. Laxus raised his palm, and a golden lightning fell from the sky, falling towards Luli's position. Luli's palm was wrapped with flames, blocking the top of his head. Boom. The lightning fell on Luli, and most of it was blocked by the flames. What? How is it possible? Laxus' attack actually blocked it. Natsu, Gray, and the Thunder Gods were all shocked to see Luli block Laxus' lightning. Laxus is not Macau. Although he is only 17 years old, his powerful magic and the magic power inherited from the president. In the entire guild, only the president and guildarts are stronger than him. It's not like Natsu and Gray haven't challenged Laxus before, but they were defeated by Laxus in one blow. Luli could easily block Laxus' lightning magic. Your comprehension is amazing. You have mastered the magic of attracting lightning. Anything else? Anything else? Cole. It seems that you don't know how to restrain yourself if I don't teach you a lesson. I'll show you my magic. Laxus' forehead was bulging with veins. He failed to take down the little brat Luli after 3 attacks, and Luli's provocation made his proud self-esteem unbearable. Lightning shock. Laxus aimed his palm at Luli and released a pillar of lightning. The flame in Luli's palm was even stronger. Swish! A red-black flame magic circle appeared, and then a violent pillar of flame shot out from Luli's palm. Boom! The pillar of flame and the pillar of lightning collided with each other. A terrible explosion suddenly broke out. Your comprehension is amazing. You have comprehended the magic lightning shock. Laxus looked grim. This kid's magic could actually block his own magic. I don't believe that I can't take down a kid like you. Golden lightning appeared under Laxus' feet. He rushed towards Luli quickly, and golden lightning condensed on his fist. Luli was also excited to fight, and she rushed forward with flames wrapped around her fist. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. Stop! Luli and Laxus stopped at the same time. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw that President Makarov had come over at some point. What are you two doing? Seeing his grandfather appear, Laxus knew that he couldn't continue. Nothing, just a little exchange. Luli. Makarov looked at Luli and asked. Well, Laxus is right. I wanted to see Laxus' magic, so I had a competition. Hearing what Luli said, Makarov said nothing more. Competition should be moderate. It would be bad if you get hurt. I know, President. Laxus looked at Luli deeply. This time doesn't count. Let's have a good competition next time. After that, Laxus left with the Thunder Gods. Natsu and Gray walked quickly to Luli. Natsu. Luli, you are so amazing. You can even tie with that Laxus. Gray, yeah. I've long been fed up with Laxus' arrogance. Luli gathered magic power on his palm. Crack, crack. A golden arc of electricity wrapped around Luli's palm, and then Luli raised his hand, and a lightning bolt fell from the sky. Crack. The lightning struck a stone not far away, breaking it into pieces. Laxus, who had just walked a short distance, turned around quickly after hearing the voice and saw Luli using lightning to attack the rock. His expression changed immediately. This guy actually learned his magic. He didn't really believe this statement at first, but he had to believe it after seeing it with his own eyes. Fried said, This Luli seems to be able to learn the magic he sees immediately. I don't know how he does it. Humph. Learn it, it's no big deal. The same magic, different people cast different powers. Magic is only a part of it. The real power is the wizard himself. Let's go. Laxus turned and left. He remembered Luli. In the future, he will definitely compete with Luli to let him know who is the strongest in the Fairy Tale Guild. You learn Laxus' magic? Although Natsu and Gray have seen how perverted Luli is when learning magic, they are still shocked every time they see it. Urza said to Luli, You are so reckless. Laxus is not an ordinary wizard. Luli smiled and said, I am fine. Don't worry, I know what's going on. It's a pity that I didn't see more magic. Luli felt a little pity. If the old man didn't show up, he would definitely see more magic moves. Maybe Laxus would use Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. If Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is integrated into his dragon transformation, the power of dragon transformation should be even higher. But there is no rush. Now he is in the Fairy Tale Guild, and there will be opportunities in the future. Chapter 27. After a day of rest, Luli set out again the next day to do the mission. Compared to this kind of mission of protecting people, he prefers hunting. That looks more like an adventurous life. Luli saw that no one had taken up the task of hunting the evil beast Wall Ken, so he took it. Although it was the first time for him to go on a mission alone, he was an adult soul after all, so he didn't feel much about it. If he was bored on the journey, He could chat with others through the chat group and share his daily life. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Luli came to the Fairy Tale Guild. A month ago, Luli saved up his first 1 million in his life. Luli paid for someone to build him a house in a sparsely populated area, and today was the time for delivery. Luli looked at his exquisite 2-story building by the mountains and rivers and felt very satisfied, so he paid the balance directly. With such a place, he could practice happily every night without worrying about disturbing others or being disturbed. When Luli was about to start practicing, the chat group suddenly vibrated. Someone tagged him, and it was obvious that something was wrong. Luli opened the chat group. Erica, at everyone, I may have to say goodbye to you forever. Kane, what's wrong? Erica, what happened? Tosaka Rin, yes? Sister Erica, why did you suddenly say such scary words? Erica, it's the god of disobedience. The god of disobedience has appeared. At this time, in the Godslayer world, a huge wild boar was wreaking havoc. Erica went to stop it immediately after discovering it, but her attack had no effect on the wild boar at all. At the same time, her behavior completely angered the big wild boar. If she hadn't learned the breathing method and the magic of the divine foot, she might have been killed by the beast long ago. But if she continued like this, she would be killed sooner or later. Whitebeard, little girl Erica, stay away from the god of disobedience, and then summon me over. I will deal with the god of disobedience. Erica, I appreciate the kindness of Whitebeard, but I cannot put him in danger for my own personal reasons. During the recent chat, they all understood Whitebeard's hobby, which is to have children, so they all called Whitebeard Dad. Whitebeard, silly girl, since you call me Dad, how can a dad watch his children die? As for my strength, you don't have to worry. Although I don't know how strong the god of disobedience in your world is, Dad is the strongest man in the world. It should be no problem to deal with a god. Whitebeard has been chatting with several people in the chat group during this period, and he has also fallen in love with these children. Although he has not met them yet, since he is called Dad, he must protect them. Erica, no. Dad, you are old and in poor health. I can't let you risk your life to save me. Whitebeard's avatar and information show that he is in his 70s or 80s. He is already 72 years old, and he has tubes inserted into his body. He must be old and have health problems. She can't let such an old man deal with the god of disobedience. Whitebeard, silly girl, I'm not too old to move. Invite me over quickly. Whitebeard is very anxious at this time. Luli, forget it, let me come. Dad, Whitebeard, you are not in good health, so don't move around. Tosaka Rin, Lu Shun, yes, Lu Shun is still here. Erica, let Lu Shun go to help you. When Tosaka Rin saw Luli talking, she immediately remembered that there was still a big guy named Lu Li in the chat group. Kene, yes, Lu Shun will definitely save you. Erica, but that's the god of disobedience. Although Lu Li created very terrifying magic, Lu Li always said that she had just learned magic. If she really had just learned magic, then coming here would be like sending herself to death. She called Lu Li Lu Shun because Lu Li's creativity was comparable to that of a god, not because her strength was that of a god. Especially Lu Li's detailed information showed that Lu Li was only 13 years old. At 13 years old, isn't that just a younger brother? Lu Li, well, I know, so I want to go and see. I'm very curious about the existence of gods. Erica was still a little hesitant. Boom, boom, boom. The huge wild boar destroyed buildings one by one in order to chase her, and she didn't care about that. Quickly consume her points and invite Lu Li. If necessary, she can lead the god of disobedience away, and then let Lu Li release that powerful magic, so that she and the god of disobedience will perish together. A line of words appeared on the screen in front of Lu Li. Erica invites you to enter the other person's world, do you agree? Lu Li raised her hand and clicked. Agree, swish. Lu Li's figure appeared next to Erica. Lu Li glanced at Erica next to her. She had long golden hair, blue eyes, and a red dress, and looked very beautiful. Erica also saw Lu Li. Sure enough, Lu Li's image was the same as the avatar, with silver white hair, blue eyes, long silver eyelashes, and a gray sweater on her body, looking casual and handsome. Just when Lu Li appeared next to Erica, the chat group also showed a live broadcast. Tosaka Rin, oh, is this Lu Shun? Lu Shun is so beautiful. Sister Erica is also so beautiful. Kene, Shaolin, boys can't be described as beautiful. They should be described as cute. Lu Li didn't have time to pay attention to the chat in the group, but looked at the big wild boar in the distance, with curiosity in her eyes. Is this the god of disobedience? Chapter 28. The live broadcast on the screen also shifted to the mythical beast. Tosaka Rin, wow, what a big wild boar. Kene, Although I've heard from Erica that there is a disobedient god over there, I didn't expect it to be so big. Whitebeard. Actually, it's okay. It's not particularly big. Any sea king is much bigger than this wild boar. There are countless huge creatures in the world of One Piece, and the most famous are the sea kings. Although humans sail on the sea, the real overlords of the world of One Piece are the sea kings, and the smaller ones are dozens of meters. The big sea kings are even bigger than an island. Not only sea kings, but also land creatures are super huge, such as the Elephant King, whose huge body has already towered into the clouds. Whitebeard has been on the sea for so many years, and he has seen almost all kinds of huge creatures. Tosaka Rin. The world over there with my father sounds very exciting. There is no need to show the majesty of the father here, nor does he need those sons to be in awe. Whitebeard often tells stories about his adventures in the sea. It also includes the battles with the Navy and the Pirate King, which makes several people in the chat group feel fascinated. Kene, yes. Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard, Gulala. When I have more points in the future, I will invite you all to come and have a good time here. Now let's see how Lu Li will deal with this big wild boar. Whitebeard is also very interested in Lu Li's strength. As for the so-called gods, as the strongest man in the world, would he be afraid of those? With his strength at this level, there is not much difference between him and a real god. Erica corrected. To be precise, it is a divine beast, not a real disobedient god. The disobedient god refers to a god who escapes from the courtyard of mythology and appears on the earth. They will bring disasters corresponding to their own attributes. The land where the sun god appears may become a scorching hell. If the sea god appears, there will be a flood. If the god of war comes, it is not surprising that war will break out at any time. The disobedient gods existed before the birth of human history, but only people with magic can recognize them as gods. For ordinary people, they will only be regarded as natural disasters. Lu Li became interested and said, "Oh, so it doesn't matter if you kill this thing, right?" Of course, whether it is a divine beast or a disobedient god, it will bring disasters to the world, but don't underestimate the divine beast. Even if they are not as powerful as real gods, they are not something that ordinary magicians can deal with. Such a big wild boar, I don't know if the meat is delicious. Erica was a little confused when she heard Lu Li suddenly say this. This is a divine beast, and you actually thought about whether it is delicious. The wild boar naturally noticed Lu Li and Erica. It dug the ground with its front paws. Then it rushed over here quickly. Boom, 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 boom. All the buildings in front of the wild boar were destroyed by it, as if a piece of paper was smashed. It's coming, Erica warned loudly, and then raised the sword in her hand to attack. Well, stay away, I will deal with this guy. When Lu Li said this, her body jumped up from the roof, and then her body began to grow rapidly. In a blink of an eye, Lu Li's body became bigger than the wild boar. What? Erica was stunned when she saw this scene. Not only Erica was stunned, but everyone in the chat group was also a little dumbfounded. Tosaka Rin, it's so big. Sigma, oh, Kaneo, it's so big. Sigma, oh, Whitebeard, so big. Sigma, oh. Since Whitebeard learned to form a formation, he often followed suit. Whitebeard was accustomed to Lu Li's huge size. In the world of One Piece, giants are a very common and powerful race. This race is born with a body size that is dozens or even hundreds of times larger than that of humans. The powerful strength makes the giants the most powerful warriors. He has also been to the giant kingdom of Elbaf, which is known as the world's most powerful country. This is enough to prove how powerful the giants are. Apart from anything else, the size of Little Oz and his large fleet is much larger than Lu Li. What surprised him a little was that Lu Li could become so huge. After these days of understanding, he roughly understood that although he did not understand magic, he felt that it seemed to be similar to the devil fruit ability users. It's just that these people are born and can learn all kinds of magic. When Lu Li fell down, he punched the big wild boar's head. Boom! The wild boar was knocked to the ground by Lu Li's punch. The powerful impact caused the ground to shake violently, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. The powerful impact caused broken stones to splash around. Woo-ah! Erica screamed and quickly made her body stand firm. Then Lu Li found that the wild boar was grunting and preparing to stand up. It's worthy of being a wild boar. It's really durable. Lu Li grabbed the wild boar's hoof, raised the wild boar with both hands, and threw it towards the sea. Plop! The wild boar fell into the sea, like a meteorite falling, and huge waves rose on the sea, constantly hitting the coastline. But soon, the wild boar's body floated on the sea, standing on the sea as if walking on flat ground. Roar! The wild boar roared loudly, and the roaring sound waves made the sea continue to stir, forming waves of tsunamis. Lu Li's mouth curled up slightly. Are you angry? Duh. Chapter 29. The wild boar's back was covered with flames, and its eyes glowed red. It was obviously getting anxious. Don't worry. We can still have some fun. The wild boar rushed towards Lu Li. Lu Li's palm condensed golden lightning. Then he raised his palm, and a golden lightning fell from the sky. Crack! The lightning hit the wild boar. Roar! The wild boar staggered after being hit by the lightning and let out a roar. A huge golden arc appeared around Lu Li's head. Boom! The lightning emerged from the sea under the wild boar's feet and hit the wild boar. Ah! The wild boar cried out in pain. It's not over yet. Lu Li's palm condensed golden arcs. A golden lightning spear shot at the wild boar. Boom! Not bad, not bad. Huh. A flame rose up from Lu Li's palm, and the flame quickly rotated, forming a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which looked like a blazing sun, emitting light and heat. Dragon God, Great Flame Emperor. Lu Li launched the fireball at the wild boar. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, and a large amount of white water vapor evaporated from the sea due to the high temperature of the flame, filling the entire city. After Lu Li's practice during this period of time, his magic power has also been greatly improved, and the power of using this magic has become more powerful. After the water vapor disappeared, the wild boar disappeared. Solved. Solved. Erica's eyes widened in disbelief. That was a divine beast. No, it was more than that. If she guessed correctly, it was not just a divine beast, it was likely the incarnation of the god of disobedience. Okay, the matter is settled. I should go back now. If you have anything to say, please chat in the group, otherwise you will not have enough points. Erica bowed and thanked. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lu Li waved her hand and clicked back on the panel. Swish. Lu Li's figure disappeared. Tosaka Rin. Lu Shun is so powerful. Asterisk caret, caret asterisk. Kene yes. Lu Shun actually destroyed such a terrible beast easily. He is so strong. Rin Tosaka was born into a famous family of magic, but she could never imagine that a magician could be so powerful. There was no magic in Kene's place, and for her, there was almost no way she could deal with the monsters like the mythical beasts. It was also the first time she knew that the monsters in the other world were so terrible. Compared with Erica, her side was just a small fight. Whitebeard, not bad. Such strength at such a young age, very good. Compared with Rin Tosaka and Kane, Whitebeard was much calmer. Lu Li's strength was also not bad, and her methods were very rich. Generally speaking, she was stronger than the General Shichibukai, but compared with the admirals and the 4 emperors, it was still a little worse. But this was only what Lu Li showed, and it could be seen that this kid still had reservations. Of course, the most important thing was Lu Li's age. 13 years old. This age was really too old, too young, and at this age, he had such strength. There was no doubt that the other world he lived in was more advanced than his world. Tosaka Rin. Lu Shun, how did you become so big? Is that magic? Lu Li has also returned to her home. Lu Li, yes. That is gigantic magic, which can make your body gigantic. Tosaka Rin. Gigantic, it's amazing. Can Lu Shun put that magic on the shelf? Lu Li, yes. You put the magic gigantic on the shelf. Selling points, 200,000 points. Tosaka Rin. 200,000 points. Forget it. I can't afford it at all. Lu Li. Even if you can afford it, I advise you not to buy it. Our world is different. Although we all use magic, the composition of magic is also different. You may be able to use magic to activate lower magic, but I think the power will be greatly reduced, and you may not even be able to activate higher level magic. Tosaka Rin. Is that so? That's a pity. Erica. Lu Shun, thank you for this time. Lu Li. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. I'm glad to see it. The beasts in Otherworld are also quite interesting. Kene. It's great that the crisis can be resolved, Erica. Erica. No. If it was just a pure beast, the crisis would have been resolved. But now the problem has become more serious. Whitebeard. What's going on? Erica. That beast is not a real beast. It is the incarnation of God. It is more powerful than ordinary subordinate gods and beasts. Lu Shun was able to defeat that beast, and his strength is comparable to that of a real god. But because it is a god, incarnation, and its appearance means something worse. Tosaka Rin. What bad thing? Erica. The God War is about to begin. Kane. God War? What is God War? Erica. It's a battle between disobedient gods. The god incarnation just now was an invitation to fight. Maybe soon this place will become a battlefield for gods, and disobedient gods will not care about the lives of ordinary people. If gods fight here, the whole island may be destroyed. Erica's words made the chat group silent. Although it is not their own world, if an island is destroyed, there may be countless innocent people sacrificed. Luli, just invite me over when the time comes. Erica, that's a real god, not comparable to this incarnation today. Luli, if it's just a god of this level, I'm not interested. Don't worry, at worst I can just run away when I can't beat him. If I can beat him, I'll beat him. If I can't beat him, I'll run away. It's that simple. Whitebeard, gulalalala. What an interesting kid, Erica. Don't worry, at worst I'll go and see the so-called gods. I haven't encountered such an interesting thing in a long time. Chapter 30. Erica didn't know that not long after she left, a blue-haired boy about 15 years old appeared here. Interesting, really interesting. My avatar was defeated by a human, and the magic used. I didn't expect there are such interesting humans in the world now, but the avatar was destroyed, and the war of gods can only be postponed for half a year. I hope I can enjoy more fun by then. Luli went offline after chatting for a while. Luli came to a huge rock near the small waterfall outside the house and sat cross-legged. Let's try that today. Luli began to concentrate. Luli's body was burning with flames. This was created by Luli imitating the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, Dragon God Transformation. It is a magic that transforms a person's physique into a dragon's physique. Normally, as long as you continue to improve your magic, you can transform into a dragon's physique. And Luli used fire to refine his body, which greatly accelerated this process. Then Luli started the Dragon God meditation method. The two magic sources in the body work together, and the magic power in the air is constantly absorbed by the magic source, converted into its own magic power, and supplies energy for magic. Finally, Luli took a deep breath. His heart beat like a drum, absorbing the oxygen and magic power in the air, just like a sleeping dragon breathing. He is using the Dragon God breathing method. When he inhales, the magic power can quickly enter the magic source through the mouth, and the magic source transforms the magic power. At the same time, the transformed magic power travels around the body with the breathing method, and then further compresses. If he doesn't have a strong body, Luli's body may explode. This is a strong body created by his 3 months of hard work in practicing the Dragon God transformation and the nameless breathing method. Even so, Luli's body is now bulging with blue veins, as if it will explode at any time. It's still a little difficult to use the Dragon God breathing method with my current physical fitness. It's worthy of being a breathing method worth 2 million group points. But there is still a solution. Luli's body began to grow slowly, and soon he turned into a small giant with a height of about 5 or 6 meters. This is not just Makarov's giant magic. This is Luli's new magic created by fusing the giant magic with the magic of the Dragon God transformation, Dragon God, giant spirit god form. Some people may think that Makarov's giant magic is not very good. It doesn't look strong at all. It's just a bigger target. But after Luli really practiced this magic, he realized that this magic is very powerful. The destructive power of the giant body will increase thousands of times. And this magic can be infinitely enlarged with the magic output of the caster. The old man's magic is very powerful, and the real limit of the old man is his body. The huge magic will bring a great burden to the body, especially the old man is old and has a little problem with his heart. If you are not emotionally excited and do not use magic at full power, there is no problem. If you use magic at full power, your body will be the first to fail. If it were not for this reason, the old man's true strength would definitely be ranked among the top 10 magicians. Luli integrated the giant magic into his own magic system. This made the giantization become one of his own moves. Because it was driven by the magic of Dragon God transformation, Luli's giantization was even more powerful than the old man's. After Luli's body grew to 5 meters, the blue veins on his body disappeared. His body can fully withstand the operation of Dragon God breathing method. Luli's physical fitness and magic density began to improve rapidly. Another 3 months passed quietly, and Luli had been in Fairy Tail Guild for half a year without knowing it. He has completely gotten used to the life of Fairy Tail and is familiar with almost everyone in the guild. On weekdays, he is either in the guild or doing tasks. Occasionally, he will compete with Urza in swordsmanship and cultivate feelings. Most of the rest of the time is spent practicing magic. At this time, Luli finished his full concentration training overnight. White snowflakes began to float in the sky. Is it snowing? It should be snowing on Earth, right? Luli thought about the time of his death. It should have started snowing in his hometown at this time. Although his life in this world is better and more exciting, he can't leave his hometown and occasionally can't help but think about it. The snowflakes started with stars and gradually turned into heavy snow. In a short while, the snow was already 10 centimeters deep. Even though the snowflakes were so big, there was no snow on Lu Li's head and body. The snowflakes disappeared and evaporated instantly before they fell on Lu Li. This was the effect of Lu Li's own magic power. Lu Li's main magic power is fire attribute. Even if he doesn't activate it, the magic power will affect the surroundings. Just like Gildarts, if he falls accidentally, he may break the ground. Speaking of Gildarts, Lu Li has been in the Fairy Tale Guild for half a year and has never seen Gildarts once. In the anime, Gildarts is a man who can't stop at all. It seems that he only appears a few times a year. Now he has deeply experienced it. He has been thinking about Gildarts' crushing magic for a long time. Chapter 31. Lu Li came to the guild and heard the familiar sound of fighting as soon as he entered the guild. It was Natsu and Gray fighting again. He was used to it. Natsu and Gray would fight almost once a week on average. Lu Li sat on the chair as if nothing had happened. What is the reason for them? Because of a task commission. A cute blue kitten said. The blue kitten was happy. 2 months ago, an egg fell in the direction of Lu Li, and Lu Li caught it. He sensed that there was a kitten in the gestation, and immediately guessed that this was Happy. At first he wanted to keep it. After all, he also liked small pets, but then he thought about it, and gave Happy to Natsu. Compared to himself, Natsu needed Happy's company more. Now Natsu was no different from his younger brother to him, and there was no need for him to grab something that originally belonged to him. Natsu was naturally overjoyed after getting the egg, and Happy hatched soon after. Happy, here you go. Lu Li opened his palm, and a lively fish appeared in his palm. Fish. Happy's eyes lit up when he saw it, and he hugged the fish happily. Lu Li, you're the best. Lu Li's house is built next to a small waterfall, where there are abundant fish resources. When he is free, he can practice and fish there, then store it in his private space, and take it out when he wants to eat. At this moment, ding dong ding dong. The sound of the big bell above the fairy tale guild suddenly rang. Natsu and Gray both stopped. The way this bell rings is... Oh, could it be? It's Gildarts. Oh. Gildarts is back. Almost everyone in the guild cheered when they heard the way the bell rang. Gildarts is the most recognized magician in the Fairy Tale Guild, and is the idol worshipped by everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. Knowing that the idol is back, everyone is naturally very excited. Gildarts. Happy looked at Lu Li puzzled. Urza explained. Gildarts is the strongest wizard in Fairy Tale Guild, and the only S-class wizard in Fairy Tale Guild now. Urza's face was also slightly excited. She remembered how shocked she was when she saw Gildarts' magic. Lu Li also thought at this time. He is finally back. It is Gildarts. Gildarts is back. The crowd on the streets of Magnolia Town also became agitated. Magnolia has changed to Gildarts mode. Citizens, please go to the designated location quickly. Repeat again. Almost immediately after the broadcast announcement. Boom. The center of the city began to move, and soon, a passage from south to north leading to Fairy Tale appeared in the center of the city. Happy saw it and complained in horror. The city is broken. Lisana explained. Because Gildarts uses magic that shatters objects when touched, if he accidentally walks over in a daze, he will crash into the houses, so the whole city is transformed by magic. Huh. Happy was dumbfounded. Lu Li's mouth twitched, although she had seen it in the anime, but the feeling of seeing it with her own eyes is incomparable to the anime. Soon, a middle-aged man in a black cloak came over. He waved from a distance and shouted cheerfully, "Hey, everyone, I'm back. Welcome back, Gildarts." Many people greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, it feels good to be home." Natsu shouted excitedly, "Gildarts, fight me." Gildarts looked at Natsu and saw a bruised man. He finally recognized him. "It's Natsu. You fought with Gray again. Stop talking nonsense. Fight me." Natsu rushed to Gildarts. Gildarts stood still and pressed his hand on Natsu's head, making Natsu unable to move no matter how hard he tried. Hey, I just came back. Don't welcome me like this. Let's fight next time." As he said that, Gildarts flicked his finger on Natsu's forehead. Whoosh! Natsu flew backwards and hit the table and chairs with his eyes spinning. Happy complained in shock. "It's over." In Happy's cognition, Natsu's strength is very strong, but he didn't expect that he was defeated by Gildarts so easily. Lu Li activated the Dragon God Perception method, and clearly felt the terrifying magic power in Gildarts' body. When his perception touched Gildarts' body, it suddenly shattered. Lu Li was shocked. He didn't expect Gildarts' magic power to be so strong that he could even shatter his perception unconsciously. Gildarts also noticed something and looked at Luli. Are you a new member of the guild? Duh. Chapter 32. Luli nodded. Yes, hello. I joined the guild half a year ago. My name is Luli. Not bad, not bad. Gildarts could feel that Luli's body contained a very powerful magic, which gave him a sense of threat. This perception is human instinct, especially for Gildarts, who has been walking on the edge of life and death. This instinctive perception is more accurate. Gildarts looked fine on the surface, but he was very shocked in his heart. How could a 13 or 14-year-old boy give him a very dangerous feeling? Gildarts. At this time, Makarov's voice sounded. Oh, President, long time no see. How's the work going? Gildarts said with a smile. Needless to ask, I'll do it myself, so it's easy. Oh. Gildarts is worthy of it. You can even easily complete the 10-year mission. Next, it's time to challenge the 100-year mission, right? Happy asked in confusion. What is the 100-year mission? Urza explained. You've heard that the second floor of the guild is all S-level missions. Because they are very dangerous, only S-level wizards in the guild can take them. Above the S-level mission is the SS-level mission, which is more than twice as difficult as the S-level mission. Above that is the 10-year mission, which means that no one can complete the mission in at least 10 years. And above the 10-year mission is the 100-year mission, which means that once the mission is released, no one has been able to complete it for more than 100 years. Makarov was relieved to see Gildarts intact, and then frowned and asked, why did it take so long this time? Gildarts scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, after the mission was completed, the client insisted on treating me well, so I stayed there for a while longer. Makarov's face darkened. He watched Gildarts grow up, and he knew his character best. It must be that the client used a beauty trap to make Gildarts linger. However, Gildarts himself is a playboy. He will not stay in one place for a long time. When he gets tired of playing, he will return to the guild. You still remember to come back? Well, don't be angry. President, even if I am outside, I still miss everyone in the guild in my heart. Then Gildarts reported this mission to Makarov. For such a difficult mission, after returning to the guild, all the details must be reported to the president. Everyone in the guild was still a little excited, and there were many more laughter and joy than before. Gildarts is not only the idol of many wizards in the guild, but also the backbone and ace of the guild. As long as he is in the fairy tale guild, he is the strongest, and everyone can rely on him. Luli was thinking about how to learn magic from Gildarts. After thinking about it, he thought it would be better to explain it directly to his face. According to the anime, Gildarts has a good personality, especially in training the younger generations of the guild. Whether it is Natsu, or Gray, or Mira and Urza, they have all received guidance from Gildarts, so there is no need for him to take so many detours. After thinking it through, Luli stood up and walked here. Makarov and Gildarts also noticed it. Luli stood in front of Gildarts and said with a little fanaticism in his eyes, Uncle Gildarts, I want to learn your magic. Gildarts was stunned when he heard Luli's words, and looked at Makarov in confusion. What is going on? For Gildarts, the only person who can make him feel dangerous in the guild besides the president is Luli. So he has a deep impression of Luli. Makarov heard Luli say this and helplessly supported his forehead with his hand. What? Luli wants to learn Gildarts' magic. Really? Gildarts' magic is a super advanced destruction magic crushing. Can Luli learn it? Who knows? You have also seen Luli's talent. Everyone in the guild couldn't help but discuss enthusiastically after hearing Luli's words. But Gildarts was getting more and more confused. What were they talking about? Seeing that Gildarts didn't understand, Gray and other children came over to explain to Gildarts. Uncle, Luli's magic talent is very abnormal. He can use almost any magic as long as he sees it once, and he can even create new magic on the spot. Gray described in detail the exaggerated performance of Luli since he joined the guild. Gildarts opened his mouth in fear. If he didn't know these kids in the guild, he really thought they were talking nonsense. Is this kid so perverted? Makarov said helplessly. Luli, Gildarts' magic is a super superior destruction magic crushing. This is a very dangerous magic. In addition to powerful magic power, the most important thing to practice is control. This magic is too powerful. If it is not well controlled, even a careless mistake will cause irreversible tragic consequences. This is not Makarov's stinginess. Gildarts is also a monster-level super genius. But even if Gildarts has been specializing in practicing this magic, it has been difficult to control this magic over the years. Luli's talent and understanding are beyond doubt, but the time she has been exposed to magic is still too short. Luli was a little disappointed when she heard Makarov's words, but what the president said was not unreasonable. At this time, Gildarts' voice sounded, Okay. Chapter 33. Gildarts. Makarov looked at Gildarts in disbelief. Gildarts practiced magic himself, and he knew best how difficult it was to control his magic. President, it's a good thing for young people to be motivated. Don't discourage young people's enthusiasm. Besides, how can you know that you can't control it well if you haven't learned it? Some things are better if you stop them. Gildarts reached out and patted Lu Li's shoulder. Lu Li, don't you want to learn my magic? I can teach you. Really? Thank you, uncle. Lu Li was very surprised. Makarov shook his head helplessly when he heard this. Gildarts stood up and said, let's go to the back of the guild. I also want to see with my own eyes whether you can learn it just by looking at it. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I really can't believe it. Soon, everyone followed curiously to the back of the guild. They were also very curious whether Lu Li could learn Gildarts' magic. If she really learned it, it would be amazing. Gildarts said, come on, release your magic with all your strength first. Let me see how strong your magic is. If your magic is not strong enough, it is almost impossible to learn this magic. Lu Li nodded after hearing Gildarts' words. Then he opened his dual magic sources and released his magic with all his strength. Boom! A terrifying magic power came out from Lu Li's body, and the red-black magic power rushed straight into the sky. The ground around Lu Li's feet was all broken into pieces, and it was suspended weightlessly under the influence of magic power. The lake not far away was also constantly agitated because of Lu Li's magic power. Oh, 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 oh! The violent air waves spread to the surroundings, and everyone in Fairy Tale couldn't help but scream. Is this really Lu Li? How is this possible? How can Lu Li have such terrifying magic power? All the people in the Fairy Tale Guild were frightened. Many people were terrified and trembling under the pressure of this magic power. Even Gildarts and Makarov were shocked by Lu Li's magic power. Although Lu Li's magic power was not as good as Gildarts, its mass density was not much less than Gildarts. What really shocked the two was that Lu Li was only 13 years old. Even if the new year was coming soon, she was only 14 years old. How could Lu Li's young body withstand such terrifying magic power? Enough! Enough! Gildarts said quickly. Swish! The magic power on Lu Li disappeared instantly. This kind of magic control shocked Gildarts and Makarov even more. Such a powerful magic power, but it was hidden so perfectly. The magic power released was very weak, giving people the feeling that he was just an ordinary magician. Magic power itself has a certain amount of radiation, and the stronger the magic power, the stronger the radiation. Every magician has a certain ability to perceive other magicians, just like being born with the ability of observation and hearing hockey, but it is only for magicians. So the more powerful the magic power, the easier it is to be discovered. Gildarts felt a sense of danger when he first saw Lu Li. He thought he felt wrong, but now it seems that he was not wrong. Lu Li asked, is it enough? Enough, enough, absolutely enough. He didn't have such strong magic power when he learned this magic. How do you want to learn? Do you want me to teach you bit by bit, or do you want to watch me cast the spell and understand it yourself? I'll watch you cast the spell, uncle. Although he can learn it by learning, it is faster to watch directly. He also wants to know whether his extraordinary understanding can quickly learn super advanced magic. Gildarts raised his lips and gave Lu Li a thumbs up, confident. Well, you can release magic on me, so that you can understand it more deeply. Okay. Lu Li did not hesitate, spread his legs, and raised his right hand high above his head. Huh! A column of fire shot up from Lu Li's palm, and then quickly expanded to form a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The terrifying heat wave radiated from the big fireball. It's so big. Everyone was shocked to see Lu Li release such a huge fireball. They had never seen Lu Li use this magic. Natsu was drooling when he saw Lu Li's big fireball. He had the honor of tasting Lu Li's flames, and the taste was absolutely amazing. He had never tasted such delicious flames. Not only that, after he ate Lu Li's flames, his magic power increased greatly. So this time he saw Lu Li could actually release such a huge fireball, so naturally he was drooling. Hey, I asked you to release magic, but there's no need to make it so big. Gildarts couldn't help but complain when he saw Lu Li release such a huge fireball, but his expression was still very relaxed. Dragon God, Great Flame Emperor. Lu Li launched a huge fireball towards Gildarts, and almost all the ground near the fireball was burned. Gildarts raised his left hand calmly. Smash it! Swish! A flying grid-like object passed over the fireball. The fireball was instantly disassembled into cubes, and then disappeared. Oh. Too strong. Gildarts is worthy of it. Such a big fireball was smashed. Everyone in the guild cheered when they saw this scene. Gildarts didn't use magic very often, and few people in the guild had seen it. But every time they saw Gildarts use magic, it was so shocking. Wow, so awesome. Lu Li's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was the magic he longed to see. At the same time, he felt the knowledge about super magic, crushing emerging from his mind. Subtitles in his brain also began to appear. You have observed the super advanced destruction magic. Crushing, your understanding is amazing. You have comprehended the super advanced destruction magic. Crushing. Duh. Chapter 34. Seeing the subtitles appearing in her mind, Lu Li smiled. Gildarts shouted at Lu Li. Lu Li, you can continue to attack. Lu Li bowed and said, No. Thank you very much, uncle. Gildarts was stunned, and then he thought of something. He looked at Lu Li in disbelief and said, Ew. You have already. Lu Li nodded. Thank you, uncle, for showing me magic. I have learned it. What? Lu Li has already learned it. Can you learn Gildarts' magic just by looking at it? This is too perverted. Everyone in the guild was talking about it. Gildarts' magic is not ordinary magic, but super advanced destructive magic shattering. It can instantly shatter the connection between the atoms of the material it touches. If used on a living creature, it can turn the other party into dust on the spot. It is undoubtedly the top magic. Natsu, Lu Li shouted, and Natsu immediately understood. Take a deep breath, suck the air into your lungs, and then concentrate the magic power in your throat. Natsu put his hands into a cylinder shape and put them in front of his mouth. Swish! A fire magic circle appeared. Fire dragons. Roar! Natsu spewed a blazing fire from his mouth and rushed towards Lu Li. The sudden action scared everyone around him. Lu Li raised his palm to the flame. He whispered, Crush! Swish! Lu Li's palm emitted a grid-like object similar to Gildarts, and in an instant, it cut the flame emitted by Natsu into pieces. Bang! All the flames emitted by Natsu disappeared. I really learned it. Everyone looked at Lu Li in shock. Although they already knew that Lu Li's talent was very abnormal, they felt more abnormal every time they saw it. Gildarts was also shocked at this time, and even a little frustrated. He spent a lot of time learning this magic, but Lu Li learned it just by watching it once. Lu Li looked at her palm with a look of joy on her face. Makarov warned with a serious face, Lu Li, this magic is very dangerous and requires proficiency. If you don't master it, don't use it unless you have to. Lu Li nodded solemnly. I know, President. Lu Li's friends also came up at this time, looking excited. Gildart said to Makarov with a clatter, President, where did you pick up such a little monster? Makarov also told the story of picking up Lu Li. Gildart shook his head and sighed. Another poor child. Many children in the guild were homeless and were taken in by Fairy Tail, including himself. He was rescued by the president when he was young and then joined Fairy Tail. In the next week, Gildarts taught Lu Li all his moves and guided Lu Li to practice magic and some combat skills to fight Lu Li. Previously, Lu Li relied on his strong physical ability and perception to fight, and he had never learned systematically. Now that he was instructed by Gildarts, Lu Li benefited a lot and was extremely grateful to Gildarts. These were all valuable experiences that Gildarts had accumulated after countless battles, and he actually passed them on to him without reservation. It can be said that Gildarts was his real teacher in the way of magic. In the next week, Lu Li practiced on his own. With the guidance of Gildarts, his strength was also rapidly improving. Physical fitness is one aspect, and combat skills are also very important. Superb combat skills can double one's strength. At this moment, the chat group was shaken. Lu Li opened the chat group. Erica. At Lu Li, bad. Lu Li, the incarnation of the god of disobedience has appeared again. Tosaka Rin. It appeared again so soon. Erica. Not only that, there was only one incarnation before, but this time 4 incarnations appeared at the same time, which means that the real god of disobedience may also be here. Kene, the real god? Wouldn't that be even worse? Lu Li, invite me. Lu Li simply replied with 2 words. He had also seen the God Slayer, but because it had been so long, his memory was a little fuzzy at this time. But he knew one thing, that if he killed the god, he would become a God Slayer, and thus he could obtain the power of the god. Lu Li was also very interested in the power of power. Erica invites you to enter the other's world, do you agree? Agree. Swish. Lu Li's figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already in the God Slayer world. Lu Li appeared next to Erica, and the two stood on the roof together and looked into the distance. At this moment, the city was in a very bad state. A total of 4 divine beasts were destroying the city. They were a huge bull, a white horse, a goat, and a camel. The bull used its powerful body to rampage in the city. The white horse fired the flames. The goat released lightning to bombard the stairs and smash the building, and the camel trampled the earth easily. Almost at the moment Luli appeared, a storm swept by, and a blue-haired boy who looked about 15 years old and wore ancient robes appeared behind Luli and Erica. The moment Erica saw the other party, her face changed drastically and her body tensed up. God. Duh. Chapter 35. Tosaka Rin. Is this God? Tosaka Rin was very shocked. For magicians, although there are various churches and gods are promoted, in the magic world, gods are just legends. It is only recorded that gods existed in ancient times. Seeing a living god on the screen is still a great shock to a magician. God. There are no gods in her world, only evil spirits. The existence of gods is just to give people faith. She does not believe in gods, especially after hearing about Erica's world. She thinks that there is not much difference between gods and evil spirits. Whitebeard, oh, is this boy a god? In the captain's bedroom of the Moby D***K, Whitebeard looked at the boy on the screen in front of him. Whitebeard had no awe of creatures like gods. He was just a little curious. This boy had a layer of purple halo outside his body. As a magician, Erica recognized his identity at the first time. You must be the one who killed my incarnation last time. I have been searching for you all this time, but I haven't found anything. Later, I changed my way and looked for this girl. I found her, but I didn't find you. So I thought, since you showed up in the last destruction, will you show up again this time? As expected, you really showed up. But I'm a little confused. How did you show up? Listening to the boy talking to himself, Erica's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect that as a god, she would use such a despicable method. God, why do you want to destroy the city? I don't know how many people will die. The boy said disdainfully, human? Why should I care about people? What does the life and death of human beings have to do with me? To be honest, my mercy is added by you humans. How can I change because of human will? In fact, I originally wanted to challenge another old opponent. You suddenly showed up and defeated my incarnation, which made me a little interested in you. What's your name? The boy looked at Luli. Before asking someone's name, should you introduce yourself? Or as a god, you don't even know the most basic etiquette? Luli said lightly. I don't know if it's because he knows that the other party is an anime character. He instinctively feels that he should be above these so-called gods. I am the winner, the strongest, the one who defeated all enemies. I thought it would be nice to taste the taste of failure, so I awakened the ancient king of gods to fight with him one by one, but I have never lost so far. Winner. Erica's expression changed drastically, and she said to Luli, Luli, leave quickly. Luli? The surname comes first, the given name comes second. Are you from that country in the east? Hearing Erica's words, Luli was unmoved. So, what's your name? The boy smiled gently. Girl, it seems that you already know my identity, so you can introduce me to this boy. Velislana, the god of war in ancient Persia, is also the god of light. He has 10 incarnations: strong wind, bull, white horse, camel, boar, boy, phoenix, shepherd, goat, and human warrior holding a golden sword. He is the invincible god of war, the winner. The more Erica narrated, the uglier her face became. She thought that the boar was the incarnation of a divine beast, but she didn't expect it to be the incarnation of this one. This one is also an extremely difficult upper-level existence among the gods of disobedience. She regretted inviting Luli. Velislana, can you make your avatars quiet down? If you want to fight, we can find a spacious place so that I can fight with all my strength. Velislana looked at Luli curiously after hearing what Luli said. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? Just because you are a god? I'm sorry. I have lived in an atheist country since I was a child, and I don't have any special impression of God. Velislana was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Interesting. Then I will do as you wish. Velislana raised his hand, and a gust of wind quickly blew around his body. The avatars that destroyed the city were absorbed by him one by one. Erica said to Luli, Luli, Velisragna is not an ordinary god. He is very powerful. This world has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly. What about you? I am from this world. It is the duty of a knight to protect his people. Luli smiled at Erica and said, Then it is my duty to protect you. Erica blushed when she heard the sudden love words. It's time, and you are still joking like this. Tosaka Rin, Sister Erica is shy. Yes. At this time, Velisragna also absorbed the 4 incarnations, and a pattern appeared in front of him, with a huge ring in the middle, and a pattern representing the 10 incarnations connected around it. Now that the incarnations are all here, young man, where do you want to duel? Luli pointed to the sky. Just up there. This way it will have less impact on the ground. The sky? Interesting. I don't mind, The sky is my battlefield, but you. Velaslana flew up gently, looking down at Lu Li and said, swish. 3 pairs of 6 huge white wings suddenly opened behind Lu Li, and she looked like an angel. Lu Li's transformation stunned everyone who saw it. Heaven. Angel. Duh. Chapter 36. Tosaka Rin. I said Lu Shun is not a human. Look. Lu Shun is an angel. Tosaka Rin was born in a famous magic family. In the Western Church, the image of angels is almost universal. Angels are called messengers of God and also belong to God. Kaneo, Luli can actually grow wings. Whitebeard, this is really surprising. Erica looked at Luli in shock and said, Luli, are you an angel? Luli flicked her finger on Erica's forehead. What kind of angel? How can I look like an angel? I am magic, wing magic. Wing magic is the magic that Happy can use naturally. Luli will naturally not miss such flying magic. After learning it, it was improved and became the current 6 wings, which looks similar to the 6-winged seraphim. Interesting. Very interesting. Human, I didn't expect you to have so many interesting magics. It's really exciting. It seems that you can bring me more fun. Velaslana said as his body flew over the sea. Wait here, I'll deal with him. Luli flapped her wings and flew quickly towards Velasragna. Wait. Erica also wanted to help. Maybe her power was insignificant in front of the gods, but she couldn't watch Luli take risks alone. But in the blink of an eye, Luli disappeared, and she could only watch the battle through the chat group screen. Luli flew very fast. With 6 wings and his magic power, Luli's flying speed was not much slower than that of a fighter plane. In a blink of an eye, Luli caught up with Velasragna. You are worthy of being the human I like, but the power of the gods is more than that. A pair of red phoenix wings appeared behind Velasragna, and he quickly chased after Luli. Erica, at Luli, you have to be careful. Velaslana has 10 incarnations, which means he has 10 kinds of powerful powers. If you can't defeat him, leave this world immediately. Luli, I know, don't worry. The 2 figures flew over the Mediterranean Sea at high speed, and after a long time, they stopped over an uninhabited island. Luli used her perception to scan the island. There were no humans living on the island, only some animals and plants, and there was a volcano in the center of the island. Is this the battlefield you chose? It's a suitable place for you to rest in peace. Velaslana smiled at Luli, who stopped. Tosaka Rin. God Lu, come on. Kill this arrogant god. Kene. Brother Luli, come on. Whitebeard. Really, I want to go too. Why are you flying so far? If he was with Erica, he could invite him over if there was danger, and he could help, but Luli flew so far, and he couldn't go because he couldn't fly. Come on, let me have more fun. Velaslana raised his hand and released a lightning bolt. Erica, be careful. This is the lightning bolt of the goat. Crack. Dazzling blue-white lightning bolt fell from the sky. It bombarded Luli. Luli stood in place and raised her palm, easily blocking the lightning bolt. Oh, you actually blocked my lightning bolt without dodging. It seems that I was right about you. At this time, a golden arc of electricity also condensed on Luli's raised palm. Crack. A golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and bombarded Velaslana. Velaslana did not dodge either, and a golden shield appeared around his body. This was the protection of the gods. Boom. The golden lightning bolt bombarded the shield, and the shield trembled slightly, but did not break. Interesting. Can you use the power of thunder and lightning? You know a lot of magic. But as a mere human, you can't destroy the protection of the gods. I know a lot of magic, but not as much as you. Luli flapped his wings behind him and rushed towards Velasragna quickly. Velasragna did not dodge, but just opened the shield and stood there. Although Luli was quite powerful, he didn't think that a mere human could destroy his shield. At this moment, Luli punched the shield. Smash! Bang! Velasragna's shield shattered. What? He was stunned and didn't even react for a moment. Luli punched Velasragna in the face. Velasragna's body fell from the sky to the island like a cannonball. Boom! A big hole was blasted out on the ground on the island. Erica, what? Erica couldn't believe it. The opponent was the god of war in the east. Not only was the god's protection broken, but he was also punched into the ground. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. Tosaka Rin. Lu god is invincible. / greater than over equal to less than over equal to / Kane. Lu god is invincible. / greater than over equal to less than over equal to / Whitebeard. Lu god is invincible. / greater than over equal to less than over equal to / Luli had already closed the chat group at this moment. He couldn't be distracted by the battle with the god. Chapter 37. Hey, how long are you going to stay down there? Luli shouted to the bottom. His perception method could easily sense the situation below. Boom. The ground broke open, and Velislana slowly flew up from the ground. At this moment, the other party's face showed a fanatical look. Very good. Very good. Human, you are really great. I haven't tasted the pain for a long time. Come on, let's fight each other. Velislana rushed to Lu Li at a high speed. His body flashed with the pattern of the bull and punched Lu Li. Lu Li flapped his wings and dived down, and his fists were burning with flames to meet Velislana. The fists of a man and a god collided with each other. Boom! The terrifying wave spread to the surroundings, and the dark clouds in the sky were all shaken away by this wave. Tosaka Rin. So strong. The magic she learned was just to break stones or something. Flying. That was no longer a human realm. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't imagine that magic could be so strong. This is no longer a human realm. This is the realm of God. Kane, yes. It's so strong. Kane was even more shocked. Her world was relatively low level. Although her individual combat power was not weak, it was simply child's play compared to this kind of destructive power. Erica, it can actually be on par with that Eastern War god. Erica was shocked. She knew the Eastern War god very well. He was also the top among many gods. Whitebeard, not bad. Not bad. Whitebeard was very satisfied with Lu Li. He now looked at Lu Li like looking at his own son. The stronger the son, the happier the father was. Judging from the strength shown by Lu Li alone, he was no less than the 4 emperors. If he was trained by himself, it would not be a problem for him to become the new pirate king. Bang! Lu Li and Velislana separated. Then the two rushed towards each other and fought fiercely. Velislana has the Phoenix avatar. When using the Phoenix avatar, when being attacked quickly by the opponent, he can get faster agility and jumping power than the opponent. But even if Velislana's speed is increased to be a little faster than Lu Li, it is not much faster. At the same time, Lu Li is activating the perception method and is not at a disadvantage in the battle against Velislana. Wild Boar. At this time, the pattern of Wild Boar flashed again on Velislana's body. Wild boars have a strong ability to rush in a straight line and have sharp claws that can crush anything. Velislana's hands are in the shape of claws, grabbing towards Lu Li. Lu Li also clawed and went up. This is created by imitating the hook of the fire dragon. After these days of getting along with Natsu, almost all of Natsu's moves about Dragon Slayer have been secretly learned by Lu Li. How can the fire dragon's hook be inferior to a wild boar, even if the wild boar is a god? The powerful dragon is at the same level as the god. Boom! The two people's claws touched each other, and both sides retreated again. This time, they fought evenly. The chat group was also very quiet at this time. Such a fierce battle made everyone unable to look away. Very good. Very good. You are really great. You are more powerful than those ancient kings of gods that I awakened. Lu Li was also a little excited at this time. He had never experienced such a fierce battle, but this feeling was really good. Lu Li's eyes naturally could not escape the eyes of Velislana, who was a god. Velislana raised the corners of his mouth. Human, it seems that you and I are of the same kind. Let's enjoy the battle. Goat. The pattern of goat appeared on Velislana's body again. So far, Velislana has simultaneously opened the 5 incarnations of boy, phoenix, bull, boar, and goat. Velislana raised his hands high, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Crack, crack. Dazzling lightning streaks roamed in the thunderclouds. Crack. Lightning struck Lu Li from the clouds. Lu Li moved his wings slightly, and his body dodged the lightning attack. Velislana raised his lips. It's not over yet. Then, another lightning strike struck Lu Li again, and Lu Li dodged again. Then, dense lightnings attacked Lu Li, and Lu Li did not even look at them, and easily dodged them all while rushing towards Velislana. This guy, Velislana's face changed. He did not expect that his attacks were all dodged by Lu Li so easily. Whitebeard. It's observation hockey. This kid has also learned observation hockey. Whitebeard saw at a glance how Lu Li dodged Velislana's attack. It was the observation hockey he uploaded in the chat group. This kid not only learned it, but also developed his observation hockey to a very advanced level. It can't be said that he can foresee the future, but it's not much different. This kid is really a monster. When Velislana saw Lu Li appear in front of him, he quickly raised his hand to release lightning. Lu Li tilted his head and dodged the lightning. He grabbed Velislana's wrist with his left hand and pressed his right palm on Velislana's chest. Huh! A flame spurted out from Lu Li's palm. Oh! No matter how far away, he could reach it instantly, even to another world, and he could also bring people around him with him. A tornado swirled around Velislana, stripping away all the flames. Chapter 38. Camel. Velislana roared again. The pattern of camel appeared on his body. The camel can relieve all the pain and greatly improve the healing ability. Even if the heart is pierced, it will not die immediately and can continue to fight for a while. At the same time, it can also gain the mind's eye, see through the speed, and gain the kicking skills of the divine realm, and greatly improve the endurance. The injuries on Velislana's body began to recover rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, all the injuries on his body were restored to their original state. Tosaka Rin recovered. Tosaka Rin was very shocked. Erika, Velislana's camel incarnation, can relieve all the pain and quickly recover from his own injuries. Tosaka Rin, isn't this cheating? Erika, this is the power of God. Not only that, every time an incarnation of God is fused, each power of God will be strengthened. With the fusion of 7 incarnations of God, Velislana's strength is unimaginable. Kaneo didn't say anything. As the flower pillar of the Demon Slayer core, she was immune to the recovery ability. Although the recovery ability of God is good, compared with the evil spirits in her world, even the lowest level evil spirits are stronger than this God's recovery ability. This is also the main reason why evil spirits are so difficult to deal with. When fighting with evil spirits at night, as long as the evil spirit's neck is not cut off with the Nichiren sword, it is almost impossible to kill the evil spirit. Whitebeard didn't say anything. There was no such thing as recovery when they fought. The collision of domineering and domineering, if they were injured, they could only withstand it. If they wanted to fully recover, they could only rely on doctor's treatment and the body's self-healing. You actually let me use the 7 incarnations. Human, you can be proud. After recovering from his injuries, Velislana looked at Lu Li and smiled. Have you gods always been so arrogant? You have been injured by me twice, but you still refuse to lower your proud heads. Lu Li chuckled. Velislana didn't mind hearing this. As a god, how can you bow your head to humans? If you bow your head, are you still a god? Besides, I haven't used my full strength yet. Although I have suffered a slight setback, it's not a big deal. What's more, I am the winner, the strongest, the one who knocks down all enemies, the king of invincibility. Human, I will be serious next time. It's a pity that you didn't defeat me before I used my full strength. Lu Li smiled and said, it's nothing to regret. You didn't use your full strength, so what gave you the illusion that I used my full strength? Velislana was stunned when he heard this. Lu Li's whole body was burning with raging fire. The terrifying high temperature caused the trees on the island to wither, and countless creatures jumped into the sea in fear to avoid the high temperature. Then the white wings behind Lu Li seemed to be ignited by the fire and turned into red and black flame wings. It was like the arrival of the god of fire. Tosaka Rin, brother Lu Li is on fire. Erika, it's not on fire, it's magic. Although I haven't seen such magic, the magic in Lu Li's world is really incredible. It can actually fight against gods with human bodies. It's not an ordinary god, but the Eastern god of war Velislana. Kane, magic is incredible. If she had the same powerful strength as Lu Li, perhaps all the evil spirits would have been destroyed long ago. Velislana's face showed a morbid excitement. Interesting. So interesting. Human. Velislana flapped the wings of the phoenix and rushed towards Lu Li. Lu Li also responded, and the two fought fiercely again. This time, Velislana integrated the power of the 7 incarnations, and his strength increased significantly. Lu Li simultaneously activated Dragon God Transformation, Dragon God Domineering Method, Dragon God Perception Method, and Dragon God 6-Winged Seraph Stance. 6-Winged Seraph Stance is the magic that Lu Li integrated into Dragon God Transformation after improving Happy's wing magic. If Happy's full-strength flying speed is Mach 1, 340 meters/second, Lu Li with 6 wings can fly at about Mach 3, 1020 meters/second. Then Lu Li's speed under 6-Winged Seraph Stance can double again, reaching Mach 6, 2040 meters/second. Lu Li and Velislana kept colliding. If Velislana did not have the power of Phoenix, he might have been killed by Lu Li long ago. Lu Li's attack also put a lot of pressure on Velislana. The power of the Phoenix made Lu Li's movement look slow. But slow is slow. He saw that the opponent's speed was slow, but it didn't mean that he was fast. When the Phoenix's power was fully activated, he was only a little faster than Lu Li, which was nothing at all. But the opponent seemed to be able to see through his actions, completely erase this slight gap, and even surpassed him. The most annoying thing was Lu Li's powerful flame. Just by approaching him, he felt a strong burning force and could only use divine power to heal quickly. Such a frustrating battle made him very uncomfortable. White Horse. Velislana merged his 8th incarnation. The pattern of the white horse merged into Velislana's body. Velislana's power increased again. Boom! Lu Li and Velislana collided head-on. The strong impact made both of them retreat and pull away for a distance. Chapter 39. Human, you are able to force me to merge 8 incarnations. You are really worthy of praise. I would like to call you the strongest human. But the strongest human is only the strongest human after all. I am the strongest among the gods. I am very satisfied, so everything ends here. Velislana put his hands in front of him, and the power continued to gather towards his hands. Soon, a dazzling magic circle appeared, and then a group of horses formed by a white flash like the sun rushed out of the magic circle and rushed towards Lu Li. The white flames completely surrounded Lu Li's body, and it was like a blowtorch constantly spraying and burning. Boom! The top of the volcano not far away was cut off by this fireball. Rumble! The volcano that had been dormant for who knows how many years began to move again, and thick black smoke continued to emerge from the crater. Tosaka Rin, Brother Lu Li. Kane, Little Brother Lu Li. Erica, Lu Li. Whitebeard, Little Brat. The chat group all cried out in worry when they saw this scene. After a while, the blazing solar flash completely surrounded Lu Li, forming a huge fireball, like a new sun in the sky. Velislana turned around. Human strong man. You can let me merge the 8 incarnations and launch the solar flame attack. Your record is enough to make you proud. You can die without regrets. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the white fireball. Delicious. What? Velislana turned around in disbelief when he heard the voice, staring at the fireball with wide eyes. The chat group also showed surprise on their faces at this moment. That was Lu Li's voice. Lu Li was not dead. Then Lu Li's voice continued to be heard from the fireball. Delicious. Really delicious. Then everyone saw that the white solar flare became much smaller. Soon, everyone saw that Lu Li, who was at the center of the flame, was sucking the flame with her mouth wide open. In a blink of an eye, all the solar flares were swallowed by Lu Li. What? Velislana stared with disbelief. This was the first time he lost his composure since the battle with Lu Li. Tosaka Rin. Sigma. LLL. Kane. Sigma. LLL. Erica. Sigma. LLL. Whitebeard. Sigma. LLL. Lu Li wiped his mouth and smiled, and said, Thank you for the treat. Velislana pointed at Lu Li and said in disbelief, You. You took my flame? Eat it. Lu Li said what Velislana wanted to say. Eat it. How is it possible? That's the same flame as the sun. Tosaka Rin. A monster? She originally thought that Lu Li was inhuman, but now she feels that this is no longer inhuman. This is simply a monster. Kene. Although I have long known that Lu Li is not immortal, it is really unexpected that he can swallow flames. Erica. This is already in the category of God's power. Whitebeard. Young people have a good appetite. The chat group was silent when they saw Whitebeard's words. Eat it, and the power will surge up. It's rude not to return the favor. You should also eat my flame. Okay, then come on. Although Velislana was shocked that Lu Li could actually swallow his flame, he was only slightly shocked. The gods of fire in various myths have similar powers. He was only shocked that Lu Li could actually swallow his flame. Li is just an ordinary human being who can do what only gods can do. Since he has been invited by Lu Li to fight as a god, and he thinks he is the strongest god, his self-esteem does not allow him to avoid the fight. Lu Li took a deep breath, and the terrifying suction force even stirred up a gust of wind around him. The air was constantly sucked by Lu Li, and Lu Li's chest swelled up as if it was about to explode. Roar of the Dragon God. A huge red-black flame magic circle appeared in front of Lu Li's mouth. A violent firestorm spewed out of Lu Li's mouth. It directly bombarded Velislana's defense. Oh. Velislana roared loudly, continuously outputting divine power to increase the protective wall, but the protective wall was still being destroyed by Lu Li at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li's flames melted. Velislana's face suddenly changed. Boom! The flames finally broke through the protective wall and fell on Velislana. Wah! The pattern representing Aries appeared on Velislana's body. The flames on Velislana's body went out, and the person was restored to normal. Kane, how could it be? Erica, Aries Velislana is one of the 10 incarnations, and his ability is to regenerate and revive after dying once. Erica's face was very heavy at this time. Velislana had already merged 9 incarnations at the same time, and his ability value had almost reached the peak, and magicians need to consume magic power to cast magic. After such a high-intensity battle just now, Luli also cast such a powerful magic. How much magic power will be left in her body? 1/5 or 1/10, or has it already reached the bottom? Tosaka Rin. Isn't this cheating? Duh. Chapter 40. How can he be resurrected after being killed? This is cheating. No, this is not cheating. Kene. Doesn't that mean Luli has no chance of winning? Kene was a little worried. If the god can always be resurrected, how can he fight? Whitebeard. There must be a limit, right? Whitebeard was also shocked by the power of this god at this moment. The power of the god of disobedience seems to be not much different from that of the generals and the four emperors. But this numerous and complex power is really tricky. Erica. Yes. Resurrection will consume a lot of divine power, and there is also a cooling time. As long as he is killed within the cooling time, the god will not be resurrected. After taking a few deep breaths, Velislana looked at Luli. What kind of magic is that? Luli, Dragon God Transformation, is a magic I created that can transform people into dragon physiques. Velislana's pupils shrank when he heard Luli's words. The magic he created, or the magic that transforms humans into dragons. Dragons are extremely powerful beasts in both Eastern and Western mythology, and they are the life that stands at the top of all beasts. Each dragon has god-level power, and the top dragon can be called the dragon god, which is the strongest among the gods and stands at the top of the pyramid. What shocked him the most was the magic that Luli said he created. Such a young boy actually created such a terrifying magic. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe it. But now it's not his turn to not believe it. The other party has forced him to merge the 9 incarnations and even killed him once. There are only a handful of gods who can force him to this point. This is enough to prove that everything the other party said is true. I have to admit that I underestimated you. Your strength is beyond my expectation. Next, to show my respect for you, I will use all my strength. Warrior. Velislana merged his 10th incarnation, Warrior, with a golden sword. Activating this incarnation can see through the opponent's actions, and then Velislana has a golden blade in his hand. Erica, that sword. Could it be? Tosaka Rin. What's wrong with that sword? Erica, the golden sword. That sword has the power to sever the divine nature. It can strip the divine nature from the gods and make them become non-gods. After opening this posture, Velislana's confidence returned to its peak. I have always wanted to be defeated, but I have never been able to do so, all because I am the strongest. And now you can force me to use all my strength. I am really excited. Human, please make me even happier. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if responding to and confirming what Velislana said. Erica, not good. Luli, run away. Erica shouted nervously. This is the true posture of the god of war in the East. Luli had barely fought Velislana, who had merged the 8 incarnations, on equal terms before, and even killed him once. But this time, the opponent has merged 10 incarnations, and his strength has increased a lot. Luli has no chance of winning. However, Luli had already closed the chat group at this time, and now he can't see it at all. Luli saw that Velislana had merged 10 incarnations, and he was not nervous, but smiled and said, "The strongest? What a tempting word. Since you have already used all your strength, if I don't use all my strength again, wouldn't it be looking down on you?" Second magic source. Open. Boom. A terrifying red magic power rose from Luli's body, and the dense dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by this magic power. The sun's rays shone on Luli through the clouds. Luli's magic power suddenly doubled. That's right, not 1/10, but double. After using the meditation method, Luli found that the second magic source is not a fixed size, but can continue to grow. Just like humans, growing from children to adults, and finally as tall as adults. Now Luli's second magic source is almost the same as the first magic source. Luli usually uses the first magic source to deal with anything. He only activates the dual magic sources when practicing, but that is just to use the magic source to absorb the magic power in the air and convert the magic power in the air into his own magic power. He only activated the most basic ability of the magic source. This is the first time he really activated the first and second magic sources and used them in battle. The powerful magic power surging in his body also made Luli's confidence reach its peak. Luli faced the bright sunshine, pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, and posed a handsome pose. I am the only one in the world. Duh. Chapter 41. Tosaka Rin so handsome. Not only Tosaka Rin, But also Kane and Erica were struck by how handsome Lu Li was at this moment. Unexpectedly, Lu Li didn't even use his full strength. Whitebeard also muttered in a low voice. This brat, he actually did such a fancy trick. Wouldn't it be better to just kill that guy when he didn't use his full strength? But this look is really kind of handsome. When Velislana saw Lu Li's posture, his face also showed a paranoid madness. Very good. Very good. Very good. Human, you can really give me a surprise. Let's have a decisive battle. Velislana rushed towards Lu Li above with the golden sword in both hands. The golden sword in his hand stabbed at Lu Li. Lu Li's fist was wrapped in flames and possessed him to meet it. The fist and the golden sword collided with each other. Boom! The collision of powerful magic and divine power destroyed everything around, and the trees and land on the island were torn apart. The terrifying energy caused the volcano on the island that had been dormant for hundreds of years to erupt, and the hot magma rushed into the sky. Velislana continued to inject divine power into the golden sword. Lu Li also injected magic power into her palm. Smash it! Cracks appeared on the golden sword. What? The golden sword actually cracked, and Velislana was stunned. Bang! The golden sword completely shattered. How could it be, my golden sword? Velislana looked at the shattered golden sword in disbelief. The golden sword that could even cut the godhead was shattered like this. Just as Velislana was in a daze, Lu Li's arm quickly grew larger. The powerful force bombarded Velislana. Velislana's face changed greatly when he saw this, but he was just seriously injured by Lu Li, and almost all of his bones were broken. Although he had the healing ability of the camel incarnation, it would take some time to heal. Lu Li obviously did not intend to give Velislana time to heal himself. Velislana, I am also happy to fight with you. You are a good opponent, so I will use my strongest magic to send you away. Dragon God, merciless sun. Lu Li threw the small sun in his hand to Velislana below, looking at the sun getting closer and closer to him. Velislana also gave up struggling. A smile appeared on his face. Is this the taste of defeat? I have always been seeking a defeat. I have thought of countless possibilities, but I never thought that it would be in the hands of humans. Human strong man, you won this time, but I will return from the myth to challenge you again. Don't lose to others before I defeat you. Boom! It was like a real nuclear bomb explosion. The hemispherical gas explosion and flames spread rapidly around, touching all living things, plants or rocks, and all of them turned to ashes. The heat of the explosion evaporated a huge gap in the sea surface. The sea water formed huge waves of hundreds of meters and continued to ripple around. After a while, everything returned to calm. Tosaka Rin, the island disappeared. Kene, is this the power of that magic? So scary. This is the first magic that Lu Li put on the chat group, which is worth 800,000 group points. At that time, everyone in the group was shocked. So they all guessed what the power of magic worth 800,000 group points was, and now they finally saw it. They were also deeply shocked. Whitebeard also stared. Why does this little monster feel stronger than himself? He is so strong at the age of 14. Isn't it a bit too much? Erica was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The god of disobedience was really killed, and he was the extremely powerful god of war in the East. Lu Li didn't have time to care about that at this time, because of the subtitles in his mind. You killed the god of disobedience, Velislana. You became a god slayer. You gained power, god of war in the East. Chapter 42. The totem symbolizing the 10 incarnations of Velislana merged into Lu Li's body, and Lu Li saw the words in his mind. Power. This is the power of the gods in the world of god killers. After humans kill gods, they can seize the power of gods. At this time, Lu Li felt someone calling him. He felt that he could use the power of strong wind to move instantly. So, Lu Li activated the power of strong wind. A tornado appeared around Lu Li's body. Suddenly, a tornado appeared in front of Erica, and Lu Li's figure also appeared in front of Erica. Lu Li, you really killed Velislana. Erica saw Lu Li suddenly appear, and roughly guessed that Lu Li had seized Velislana's power. Well, I guess so. Then you are now a god killer, the 7th god killer. No, the 7th demon king is born. Demon king. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. It was really an interesting name. Erica explained, I've mentioned the god of disobedience. People have woven all kinds of myths, and myths have created all kinds of gods. The gods should have maintained their roles in their respective myths to keep the world running normally. But not all gods are obedient to Xuanzong's own mythological roles, so these gods are also called god of disobedience. The god of disobedience is a god that brings disaster. Human magicians fight against the god of disobedience. Although there is a huge gap in strength between humans and gods, there will always be some geniuses, luck, or coincidence who can kill gods. The magician who can kill the god of disobedience is called the Campione Godslayer, and the one who kills the gods is naturally the Demon King, also known as the magician of the Supreme King. And when the Demon King kills the gods, he will plunder the corresponding power from the gods. For example, the strong wind you just used is the first incarnation of Velaslana, and you are now the 7th Demon King of this world. Is that so? Luli knows a little, but not as much as Erica. Getting power by killing gods is really a straightforward way of playing. Okay, the matter has been resolved, and I should go back. Luli opened the chat group panel and prepared to return to the fairy tale world. Erica hurriedly called Luli. Wait a minute. Luli, aren't you interested in the power of God? Almost all the demon kings who became god slayers were eager to kill God or other god slayers, so as to seize the power of the other party to strengthen themselves. But Luli seemed to be not interested at all. Not interested? I am still a little interested, but not too interested. The power obtained without practice has limited potential after all. Compared with power, I still prefer magic, breathing, and domineering. You see, I use these powers to kill God. I am not interested in killing people for no reason, just to seize the power of the other party. But if you are in danger or need help, you can call me, Luli said, and prepared to leave. Please wait a moment. Luli turned around, and then felt something soft and sweet covering his lips. He immediately realized what it was, and stared at Erica's beautiful eyes close at hand. After a while, the two parted their lips, and Erica blushed slightly and said, "This is a thank you gift." After that, Erica turned and ran away. Luli was stunned in the place, touching her lips. Was she taken advantage of? This was her first kiss. But this feeling was really good. Looking at Erica's disappearing back, Luli couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly. Then click to return. Whoosh! Luli returned to the fairy tale world, still savoring the feeling just now. At this time, the chat group was very lively. Tosaka Rin, brother Luli is so awesome. He destroyed that arrogant god and the island with one strike. It's so cool. Tosaka Rin, I've decided. I will accumulate group points from now on and must buy that magic. Kene, wow. I want to learn it too, but I don't have any magic power at all, so I can't learn it at all. I really envy you guys. Whitebeard, don't worry, girl. Daddy will make you a powerful devil fruit. As long as you keep developing it, you can also have powerful strength. With Whitebeard's strength, it is not difficult to make a devil fruit, but giving him a rubbish devil fruit is simply embarrassing him, so you should give him a good one. Kane. Thank you, Daddy. Tosaka Rin. Dad, I want one too. I want one too. Whitebeard. Okay. You have them all. Whitebeard was very happy to be coaxed by Tosaka Rin. Since he had this chat group, his mood has improved a lot every day. Tosaka Rin. By the way, Sister Erica, what do you mean by God Slayer and Demon King? Just when Erica said this, the live broadcast was interrupted, and several people did not hear the rest of the words. Erica just repeated what she had just said to Luli. Tosaka Rin. What? As long as you kill the god of disobedience, you can take away his power. Erica, not only the god of disobedience, but also the Demon King. As long as you kill him, you can also take away his power. Kane, doesn't this mean that the god of disobedience and the Demon King, and the Demon King and the Demon King will kill each other? Chapter 43. Erica. That's right, because most of the gods of disobedience will bring disaster to the world. Killing the gods of disobedience is naturally justice. Whitebeard. The Demon King is justice, and the gods are evil. It's really an interesting world. Erica. Yes. But there are very few people who can kill the gods of disobedience. So these demon kings are also honored as the supreme king by the magic world, which is the highest honor and status. Erica. Now there are 6 gods layers in the world. They may have killed some weak gods at the beginning, and then used their power to kill some stronger gods. Each of them is very important to the world. Erica. And Luli is the 7th demon king. Tosaka Rin. At Luli brother, the demon king. It sounds so powerful. Luli, I'm not interested in demon kings. Powers are actually average. There is a limit to the number of times they can be used, which is far less useful than magic. Luli now understands the capabilities of several powers. Generally speaking, the power of an incarnation can only be used once a day, which is obviously greatly reduced compared to the real power of gods. It is far less useful than his magic. Of course, some powers are still very good. For example, the first incarnation is Strong Wind. When a familiar person calls the user's name, even if it is a pseudonym or alias, as long as the person calling the name is aware of the user's existence. He can move to the other person's location instantly through wind. However, the conditions for use are somewhat harsh. It is necessary to know the appearance of both parties and be in a place where the wind can reach. It can only be used when the person in danger calls the user's name. No matter how far away, it can be reached instantly, even in other worlds, and can also move with people around. The second is the eighth incarnation, Ares, who can be resurrected after death. The others are all very ordinary, in Lu Li's opinion. Tosaka Rin. Brother Lu Li is really a man who doesn't know the hunger of hungry men. That's because Brother Lu Li's magic itself and strength are very powerful. For us, any power is an incredible power. Lu Li. Sorry, but you don't have to worry, Shaolin. You will become very strong. The level of the Holy Grail world is not bad. If we count according to the ancient times, the Holy Grail world also has gods. Not counting those gods, the strength of those heroic spirits is not weak, especially Gilgamesh. The difference may be that they are more inclined to the summoning system. Tosaka Rin. If Brother Lu Li upgrades my magic, I will forgive you. Lu Li. Okay, I will study it first. During this period, Lu Li was eager to improve his strength and had been practicing magic. He had too much magic to practice, so he didn't have the mind to study other magic. However, he still studied some magic intermittently during this period, such as the wing magic learned from Happy and the super advanced destruction magic, crushing learned from Uncle Gildarts. He integrated both types of magic into his own magic system. This also resulted in him having to practice 2 more types of magic. So he had a high opinion of magic. In his opinion, the only powerful people in the Holy Grail world were the heroic spirits, and the masters were not much different from the small fry. He naturally had no interest in those magics. At first, he and Rin Tosaka were not familiar with each other, so he naturally had no obligation to help others. Now, after 6 months of getting along, although they were just netizens, they were familiar with each other, and it was okay to help her. He also liked all kinds of magic. You spent 1,000 points to buy the basics of magic. You spent 1,000 points to buy the magic circuit. Now these points are nothing to Lu Li. Rin Tosaka. Yeah. V. Lucian bought my magic. After understanding each other for this period of time, she knew that Lu Li's most perverted thing was his ability to draw inferences from one thing, as if there was nothing that the other party could not learn. As long as Lu Li bought power, he would give stronger feedback in return. Lu Li began to receive this information carefully. Lu Li's eyes lit up. The magic power in the Holy Grail world is similar to that in the fairy tale world. The magic power is divided into the big source that fills the world and the small source that is generated in the body of living things. The big source is like the almost inexhaustible magic power in the air in the fairy tale world. The small source is the magic source in the magician's body. The difference is that in the fairy tale world, as long as the magician has a magic source in his body, when the magic power is consumed, he can autonomously and continuously draw magic power from the air. But the Holy Grail world is different. The magic source in the human body will not actively draw magic power from the air, but requires something called a magic circuit. The magic circuit is a conversion circuit formed by the magician in his body, which draws magic power from the outside world and forms magic power that humans can use, thereby replenishing his own magic source. This is the organ used by the magician to transform vitality into magic power. It is something like a nerve. Without it, magic cannot be used normally. There are 2 main functions. One is the generation of magic power, and the other is the path to connect the magic base engraved in the world. Magicians use magic circuits to generate magic power, and use magic power to grind the magic base, so as to perform magic. The number of magic circuits is determined at birth and will not increase due to external factors. Therefore, magicians accumulate bloodlines for several generations to make their offspring more suitable for magic. Lu Li touched his chin. Magic circuits? It seems very interesting. Chapter 44. In the fairy tale world, the magic source of wizards can draw magic from the air for transformation, so naturally no one would create something like a magic circuit. But Lu Li can see that this magic circuit actually has great potential. For wizards, there are 2 things that really limit their strength. One is the amount of magic. For the same magic, the higher the magic output, the greater the magic power. The magic stored in the wizard's body is limited, so every time you release magic, you need to calculate it well. Don't look at Natsu and his magic one after another in the anime. They are all elites among the elites of wizards. For most wizards, after casting a dozen low-level magics, the magic power has reached the bottom. And the importance of magic to wizards goes without saying. If the magic power reaches the bottom, it will affect the whole body. Physical weakness is the lowest level of impact. In serious cases, it may even lead to death. The other is magic. Different magics have different powers. When the magic power is insufficient, some magics are not even qualified to be learned. In Luli's opinion, there should be another one, that is, the speed of magic recovery. This kind of existence is very low in the fairy tale world because almost everyone relies on their own magic source to recover. So Luli created the meditation method. Meditation can speed up the speed at which the magic source absorbs magic from the air. But that can only maintain the release of some not particularly powerful magic, such as the needs of maintaining daily practice. If some powerful magic is released, the magic will be consumed quickly. Even if the meditation method is turned on, the absorption of the magic source is limited. It's like a bucket of water. The faucet is constantly dripping, but there is a hole under the bucket. After a long time, the bucket will naturally be empty. And Luli, not one hole, but several holes. Each of his magic is very powerful, and the price of powerful magic is that the consumption of magic is also very huge. So even if Luli now has 2 magic sources, he still needs to calculate when fighting. The magic circuit, however, gave Luli a very novel idea. Using the magic circuit to draw magic power directly from the atmosphere to cast magic. Wouldn't it be possible to cast magic without worrying about insufficient magic power? Of course, according to his understanding, the magic power that the magic circuit draws from the air is also limited, and it is mainly determined by the number of magic circuits. Moreover, when the magic circuit is functioning, the human body will be accompanied by corresponding pain. This is easy to say. The human body will be accompanied by corresponding pain, but what about non-humans and dragons? Luli carefully recalled the method of opening the magic circuit in his mind, and then began to open the magic circuit for himself. After a while, a magic circuit appeared on the surface of Luli's body. It's opening smoothly. Keep going. I want to see how many magic circuits I can open. Soon, the second, third, fourth. This feeling is just like breaking through the acupuncture points in martial arts novels. As time went by, more and more magic circuits appeared on Luli's body. Soon, 108 magic circuits appeared on Luli's body. 108? Luli frowned. He could feel that 108 was not his limit, but the limit of this magic circuit development method. The secret method of the Tosaka family to develop the magic circuit was already very good, but the limit could only be here. And he felt that this magic circuit that was independent of the magic source was actually not perfect. Luli closed his eyes and began to think. You think the magic circuit development method is not perfect. You start to think that since the magic circuit draws magic power from the atmosphere, it must naturally be rooted in the magic source. With the magic source as the core, you begin to transform the magic circuit development method. Your understanding is amazing. You have successfully created a new magic circuit development method. Please name it. It's called Dragon God. Magic Circuit Development Method. Dragon God. Magic Circuit Development Method was named successfully. Luli licked his lips and said to himself with some expectation in his eyes, let's see how many magic circuits I can open up this time. Luli began to use the Dragon God Magic Circuit opening method he created to open up the magic circuit. 109, 110, 111. As time went by, Luli stopped until he opened up the 360th one. Is one magic source opening up 360 magic circuits? At this time, 360 magic circuits, like red flames, appeared on the surface of Luli's body, and it looked like he was wearing a magic costume. The magic circuit has been opened up, so we need to rebuild the circuit combination. Magic circuits are not simply about quantity, but need to cooperate with each other. Only by combining with each other can the power be maximized. For example, graphite and diamond are both composed of carbon elements. Graphite will break when touched, while diamond will break when touched. You start to think about how to combine 360 magic circuits. Your comprehension is amazing, and you have successfully created a new combination of magic circuits. Please name it. It's called Dragon God Demon Suit. Chapter 45. Dragon God Magic Suit was named successfully. Next, let's try what kind of magic the Dragon God Magic Suit composed of 360 magic circuits can cast. Dragon God. Giant spirit god form. Luli's body quickly became huge, and in a blink of an eye, Luli turned into a giant with a height of more than 20 meters. The 360 magic circuits were in operation, quickly absorbing the magic power in the air, converting it into Luli's magic power to replenish the magic source. It's not consumed much. Luli felt that the magic power of the magic source in his body had not decreased, and he was immediately overjoyed. You know, giant magic itself is a big consumer of magic. Even the old man rarely becomes too huge. Then he opened the dragon god. 6-winged seraph form, and 3 pairs of huge white wings appeared behind Lu Li. Lu Li tiptoed, and his body quickly soared into the sky, testing many magic in the sky. He felt a slight pain in his body, which was caused by the function of the magic circuit, but fortunately, he could still bear it. This time his body's magic power was depleted, but not too much. As long as he operated the magic source, the lost magic power would be restored soon. After a long while, Lu Li returned to his home. Lu Li looked very excited. This magic circuit was very powerful. With this magic circuit, as long as the external magic power was sufficient, he would have almost endless magic power if he did not use the big trick like Dragon God, Merciless Sun, or use powerful magic at a high frequency. This was just the Dragon God magic suit he built based on one magic source. You should know that he had 2 magic sources. 2 magic sources means double the Dragon God magic suit. He could not imagine how terrible his magic power recovery would be at that time. Lu Li at Tosaka Rin, Xiaorin, I uploaded the modified magic. You can go and see it yourself. You have put Dragon God, Magic Circuit Development Method on the shelves. Selling points, 5 million group points. You have put Dragon God Magic Suit on the shelves. Selling points, 8 million group points. Torosaka Rin, really? That's great. I'll go to the mall and take a look. After a while, Torosaka Rin, wow. Epsilon, 3-inch. Kene, what's wrong? Rin, why are you crying? Torosaka Rin, brother Lu Li bullied me. Whitebeard, how did Lu Li bully you? Tell me, and I'll beat up that brat. Torosaka Rin, you guys go to the mall and take a look. Several people also opened the mall and saw the product at the top of the list. After reading it, everyone was speechless and finally understood why Torosaka Rin was crying. If Shaolin accumulates 100 points every day, and if it doesn't work, he can increase it a little bit to 200 points every day. If he wants to accumulate 5 million points, he will need at least 25,000 days, which is 68 years in years. To buy 8 million points, it will take about 109 years. Even if Shaolin is just a child now, she will become an old woman in 68 years, and she will be buried in the ground in 109 years. What else can she learn? Lu Li, I just put it on the shelf. I didn't know it would be so expensive. The price of this mall can only be known after it is put on the shelf. Lu Li himself was a little scared by this price. Lu Li, wait for me to modify it. Lu Li began to delete. Your understanding is against the sky, and you have successfully created a new magic circuit development method. Please name it. Primary Dragon God, Magic Circuit Development Method. Primary Dragon God, Magic Circuit Development Method was named successfully. Your understanding is against the sky, and you have successfully created a new magic circuit combination. Please name it. Primary Dragon God Magic Armor. Primary Dragon God Magic Armor was named successfully. You have put Primary Dragon God Magic Circuit Development Method on the shelves. Selling points, 200,000 points. You have put Primary Dragon God Magic Armor on the shelves. Selling points, 500,000 points. The chat crowd was a little speechless, on the one hand because of Lu Li's abnormal understanding, and on the other hand because the things created by Lu Li were sold for high points. Lu Li, I have tried my best to delete it. If I delete it further, it will be a bit unsystematic. At this time, Tosaka Rin also began to read the detailed introduction of the things Lu Li put on the shelves. 108 magic circuits? And these 108 magic circuits have been constructed into a system. Tosaka Rin knew very well what this meant. She had been educated by her father, Tosaka Tokiomi, since she could remember. She also developed many magic circuits, but she had never heard of 108 magic circuits. And the system constructed by 108 magic circuits was even more unheard of, because each system was like a combination lock. 108 magic circuits are a combination lock composed of 108 numbers, and the number of combinations is far from enough even if there are stars in the sky. The ancestors of the Tosaka family continued to learn and create to build the system of the Tosaka family. But what Lu Li gave seemed to be the optimal solution for these 108 magic circuits. She didn't understand the things Lu Li sent out before, and just felt that it was mysterious and powerful. But now she understands what Lu Li sent out. But the more she understands, the more she knows how difficult this thing is. She was deeply shocked by Lu Li's understanding. Suddenly, she thought of something and immediately went to see the detailed introduction of the product Lu Li had just sent out. Before, she was dumbfounded just by seeing the sales points, and she didn't even bother to read the product introduction. Now she saw the 360 magic circuit development method and the magic suit constructed by 360 magic circuits. She was completely shocked and speechless. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. This guy is definitely not a human. Duh. Chapter 46. Tosaka Rin. Thank you, Brother Luli. I'm very satisfied. Rin will work hard to accumulate points. Although the points are a bit expensive, Tosaka Rin is already very satisfied. After all, the more expensive the points are, the higher the value. She only needs to accumulate for another 2 years to buy the magic circuit development method. She needs to accumulate for 7 years to build the magic equipment. The two add up to about 10 years. Although 10 years is a bit long, it is also within the acceptable range. If she can learn it, she will not be afraid of any magician in this world. Compared with the gains, 10 years is too short. Luli. As long as you are satisfied. After chatting for a while, Luli went offline. Today's gains are too great. First of all, the power of God. Although he looked down on it, the other party was at least a guy who could fight with him for so long. He was just a little unhappy because of this pirated power that could only be used once a day. The second was Erika's kiss. To be honest, a man who is not unfaithful is not a man at all. Compared with Urza, who is still young, Erika is beautiful, sexy, and so proactive. For most men, they have no resistance to proactive women, and Luli is one of them. Finally, there is the magic suit. The magic suit is not magic armor, but a magic outer suit constructed by magic power, like clothes. He really didn't expect to have such a harvest in the Holy Grail world. Now think about it carefully. The level of the Holy Grail world is actually not low at all, and it is only a little worse than the Godslayer world. It's just that most of the fights are heroes, so the master seems a little insignificant. There is no need to say more about the world of One Piece. Although the armament hockey and observation hockey are a bit common, the real hockey masters are all top-level strongmen. In the future, I will have the opportunity to learn the domineering hockey myself and forget about the devil fruit, which has side effects and is not necessary. In fact, even in the Demon Slayer world, which seems to be the lowest level, there are extraordinary powers, that is, the self-healing ability of evil spirits and their almost immortal lifespan. This is extremely extraordinary in any world, at least in Luli's opinion. It is thousands of times stronger than the power he has obtained. There are also extraordinary people among humans. That is the creator of the breathing method, Yuichi Tsujikoku. The more carefully you watch Demon Slayer, the more you can understand how perverted Yuichi Tsujikoku is. All the members of the Demon Slayer Corps beat up the Demon King Muzan together, poisoned and drugged him, and finally dragged him under the sun to let the sun kill him. Yuichi Tsujikoku beat the Demon King Muzan alone without any ability to fight back, and even dared not to show up when Yuichi Tsujikoku was alive, and dared to show up again long after his death. Yuichi Tsujikoku is a peerless person with skills close to Taoism. In any world, he is a strong man at the top of the pyramid, but he is just an ordinary person who knows a little breathing method. If Tsujikoku Yashiichi traveled to the world of One Piece and could use haki, then a knife could cut from the starting point of the Grand Line to Raftel and back from Raftel. Since defeating the god of disobedience Velislana, Luli has also had a certain understanding of his own strength. After all, he has watched many anime, and by comparing, he knows his approximate level. According to the calculation of the One Piece world, he should be at the level of the Admiral and the 4 Emperors. According to the calculation of the fairy tale world, he is at least one of the 10 holy mages. This level is considered a strong man in any anime. All this is due to his extraordinary understanding and the 2 gold fingers in the chat group. It seems that he can go to other worlds more often in the future, and maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Early the next morning, Luli went to the Fairy Tale Guild. He has been busy with training during this period, and he has not come to the guild for almost a week. It is time to do some tasks to earn some living expenses. When Luli came to the guild, he saw a lot of people gathered in the guild, and some faces that were not common on weekdays also appeared. Although there were many people, the guild seemed much quieter than usual. Luli, over here. Natsu immediately called Luli over when he saw her. Luli walked over and sat down. There are so many people in the guild. Is there something going on? It's a big deal. Natsu hadn't finished yet. The door to the second floor of the guild was opened. Makarov and Guildarts walked out of the room, and Makarov jumped onto the railing on the second floor. President, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Announce it quickly. Who is it this year? The guild, which was originally somewhat quiet, suddenly became noisy, and everyone was very excited. Ahem. According to the ancient practice of fairy tale, the list of participants in the S-Class Wizard Upgrade Test will be announced now. Oh. Everyone in the guild shouted excitedly. When Luli heard this, he remembered that Fairy Tail would conduct an S-Class Wizard assessment at the end of the year, and it seemed that the Fairy Tail Guild had not produced a new S-Class Wizard for a long time. In the anime, the S-Class Wizards of the Fairy Tail Guild were all rising stars of Fairy Tail. Now the only S-Class Wizard of the Fairy Tail Guild is Uncle Gildarts. S-Class Wizard. He wants one too. Chapter 47. As long as you are a guild wizard, there is no one who does not desire to become an S-Class Wizard. It is the goal that every guild wizard strives for. Luli is the same. The S-Class Wizard is not only an honor and status, but also a symbol of strength. Moreover, after becoming an S-Class Wizard, you can also accept tasks above S-Class. The task rewards are very generous. Any S-Class task starts with 8 million J, which is equivalent to about 500,000 renminbi. It is really a year of opening. Makarov, I have carefully observed your respective strength, mind, and soul this year. There are 2 participants this time. 2. There are so few participants this time. In the past, the minimum number of participants was 3, but none of them succeeded in becoming an S-Class Wizard. I wonder who will be selected. When the guild heard Makarov say that there were only 2 contestants, they couldn't help but talk about it. They thought that this year there were more guild wizards and they became stronger, and there would be more places for participation, but they didn't expect it to be reduced instead. Soon Makarov announced the name of the first participant, Laxus Dreyer. It's Laxus. Laxus must be there. Laxus is so strong. It's natural that he will be there. The fairy tale world is similar to other worlds. In the magic world, blood is very important. The more powerful the magic, the better the magic talent of the offspring. There is an old Huxia saying that a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse is born to dig holes. Laxus inherited powerful magic from Makarov as soon as he was born. However, for children, the more powerful the magic, the greater the burden on the body, because the body organs are not yet mature and cannot withstand the powerful magic, so many die. However, as long as he can get through that stage, the powerful magic will become his greatest help. Now Laxus has shown his overwhelming magic advantage. At a young age, his magic is very powerful. Coupled with his powerful lightning magic, Laxus has become famous at a young age. But the fame he gained by doing the missions was easily surpassed by Luli, who beat a few small fish and saved an idol. Do you think he was angry or jealous? Laxus's mouth curled up slightly when he heard Makarov read his name. Congratulations, Laxus. Freed's tone was slightly excited. Big Slow, great Laxus. Evergreen. Laxus, you can be promoted to S-Class Wizard. As long as Laxus is promoted to S-Class Wizard, their thunder gods will naturally rise. Of course, if the old man hadn't insisted on saying some nonsense before, I could have become an S-Class Wizard long ago. Laxus was born with extremely strong magic power. The Wizards of Fairy Tail Guild have worked hard to practice for so long, but they are not as strong as when he was born. He asked to become an S-Class Wizard several times before, but Makarov rejected him all on the grounds of insufficient character and underage. He could only watch those who were not as strong as him take the S-Class Wizard examination and then waste such a precious opportunity in vain. Because of this, he looked down on the adult wizards in the guild more and more. None of them had any strength improvement, only age improvement. Trash was trash, and they didn't work hard every day. This time he could finally get rid of the opportunity to be on the same level as these guys. He wanted to let these guys know that he was different from them. When he became an S-Class Wizard and was qualified to inherit the Fairy Tail Guild, he would kick all these trash out of Fairy Tail. At this time, Makarov also began to read the name of the second participant. Luli. Luli also qualified to participate. Of course, you don't see how perverted Luli is. He even learned the president's magic and Gildart's magic. Luli was also slightly stunned when he heard this. Although he was looking forward to having his own name, this feeling was like waiting for an award. But after all, he had only been in the Fairy Tail Guild for only half a year. It's like, you've just been in the company for half a year, and the company wants to promote senior executives. Those who have worked diligently for more than 10 years are not nominated, but you are nominated. Congratulations. Luli. Urza smiled and congratulated Luli. Urza and Luli have spent a lot of time together in the past 6 months, practicing swords and playing together. Under Luli's initiative, Urza has a good impression of Luli. Thank you. Luli was also very happy, and a smile appeared on her face. Natsu said excitedly, Luli, you are so amazing. You got the qualification to advance to the S-level exam so quickly. Love. Happy was also very happy. Natsu and Happy often went to Luli's place to play, and also often challenged Lu Li, fighting and losing repeatedly, and fighting again and again, never tired of it. Oomph. It's just a quota, not an S-class wizard. What's there to be happy about? Every year, the guild has people participating in the promotion assessment. Now there is only Gildarts, an S-class wizard in the guild. Mira said with a look of tsundere. She was just a little unconvinced. Laxus is fine. He is 17 years old and will soon be 18 years old, 4 years older than her, and they are all adults. But Lu Li is the same age as her. She didn't get a quota, but Lu Li did. Lu Li smiled and didn't care when he heard Mira's words. He and Mira are also very familiar with each other in the past 6 months, because Lee Sena often plays with Natsu, Natsu often comes to Lu Li, and Mira occasionally hangs out with Lee Sena. After a few visits, they naturally became familiar with each other. At this time, Lu Li felt a gaze. Lu Li looked in the direction of the gaze, and saw Laxus staring at him with a bad look. Chapter 48. Laxus was very angry at this time. He grew up in Fairy Tail. After becoming a Fairy Tail wizard, he worked hard to complete various difficult tasks in order to be recognized by others. But even so, he didn't get the opportunity to participate in the S-class wizard promotion assessment until he was about to turn 18. And what about Lu Li? Not only has she just joined the guild for half a year, she is still a kid under 14 years old, and she got the opportunity to participate in the S-class wizard promotion assessment just like him. He wanted to ask why. It's okay for others to treat him unfairly, but his grandfather actually treats him like this. Lu Li noticed Laxus's eyes and frowned slightly. It was okay for him to make trouble for him before, and they didn't meet much later. What happened this time? Is it because he is a competitor of S-class wizards? But Lu Li didn't mind. He was still thinking about Laxus's Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The test will be conducted in a week, and you too should adjust your status. Since you are all participating for the first time, I will explain the rules first. The 2 selected people must choose a partner within a week of preparation. There are 2 rules for partners. First, the partner must be a member of Fairy Tail, and second, S-class wizards are not allowed to be selected as partners. The specific test content will be announced after arriving at the guild on the same day. Over. After Makarov finished speaking, the guild returned to its previous state. Many people were discussing who would become the new S-class wizard between Lu Li and Laxus. Some guessed it was Laxus, while others thought it was Lu Li. Some people were very upset because they were not selected, and drank to relieve their sorrow. Lu Li and his friends sat at a table, eating and chatting. Lu Li, you will definitely choose me as your partner, right? Natsu was very attentive to Lu Li. It was normal that he didn't get a place. After all, he was still too young. Lu Li was already the youngest player in the history of Fairy Tail Guild to participate in the S-class promotion assessment. For Natsu, even if he couldn't be promoted to an S-class wizard, he had to take the exam, which would also give him more experience in the future. Gray said, "Why choose you? It's more appropriate to choose me. My comprehensive magic ability is stronger and can deal with various situations. I will definitely help you become an S-class wizard." Gray also had the same idea as Natsu. This is an S-class promotion exam. Who doesn't want to participate? He doesn't want to see Natsu's arrogant look when he comes back. Natsu grabbed Gray's collar. "What did you say? Do you want to be beaten? Come on. Who hits who?" Just when the 2 were about to fight again. At this time, Mira said to Lu Li, "I will be your partner." Natsu and Gray were stunned when they heard Mira's words. Why did Mira want to get involved? The 2 of them are no match for Mira. Besides, didn't Mira and Lu Li have a bad relationship? Lu Li smiled and shook her head and said, "I have already chosen a partner in my mind." "Who is it?" Lu Li looked at Urza. "Urza? Why did you choose her? Do you think my strength is not as good as Urza?" Mira looked unhappy. She didn't want to lose to Urza. That's not the case. Urza and I have an agreement. No matter who participates in the S-level promotion test first, the other person will be the partner of the other person. Of course, if 2 people participate in the test at the same time, this agreement will be cancelled. I originally thought that Urza would qualify for the promotion test first, but I didn't expect that I would qualify first. Originally, he thought that if Urza qualified for the promotion, he would help, so that he would have a closer relationship with Urza. Urza, you are so cunning. I didn't expect this situation, but since Lu Li has obtained the qualification for the assessment, I will definitely help him become an S-class wizard." Urza said seriously. At this time, a voice sounded and said, "Humph! How shameless. Everyone can say big words. You must become an S-class wizard? If it was so easy to become an S-class wizard, the guild would have been full of S-class wizards. The reason why S-class is because the assessment is very difficult. It is not something that anyone can become casually. Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw Alaxis and the three people of Thunder God sitting at the table next to them. The person who spoke was Evergreen. Evergreen. Urza narrowed her eyes. The three people of Thunder God were followers of Laxus. Several of them had awkward personalities in the guild and could not integrate into the group. However, the strength of the three people was very strong, and the magic they used was also very troublesome. She was not absolutely sure that she would win against them. Laxus looked at Lu Li unkindly and said, "Little boy, don't think that you are equal to me just because you have obtained the qualification to participate in the S-Class Wizard promotion exam like me. This time, I will definitely be the one to be promoted to S-Class Wizard. If you know what's good for you, just give up on your own." "Oh, what if I don't know what's good for you?" Lu Li looked at Laxus and said with a smile. Laxus's face darkened. "Then you have to pray that it is not a confrontational assessment. Otherwise, I may not be able to stop myself if I am not careful, and it will be bad if you get hurt." "Oh, then I am really looking forward to it." Lu Li has a good temper, but a good temper does not mean that he can be bullied by others. He can take anything, but he can't take a loss. Laxus is in a rebellious period, and the president can't control him, but he doesn't mind taking care of him for the president. Chapter 49. Laxus stared fiercely at Lu Li's eyes, and Lu Li looked at him without caring. After a while, Laxus said, "I hope that by then your strength will be as hard as your mouth. Let's go." Laxus turned around and left with the Thunder Gods. "This guy is getting more and more annoying," Mira said without beating around the bush. If they could still chat in the past 2 years, Laxus has become more and more annoying in the past 2 years, always looking down on others. Yeah, isn't he just the grandson of the president? What's so great about him? Why look down on others? Gray was also very unhappy with Laxus. "Lu Li, you have to be careful. Laxus is very strong," Urza said to Lu Li with a serious face. Lu Li nodded. "I know. As a time traveler who has read the original work, he knows Laxus's strength better than anyone else. Laxus is not very strong, but very strong. A strong person does not become a strong person in one day, but requires continuous efforts of several generations. The Wizard Guild gathers the elite wizards. It can be said that the wizards of the Wizard Guild are what the magic world calls pure-blooded magicians. The stronger the person, the stronger the magic talent of the offspring. The president's father is a strong man, and the president inherited powerful magic from his father, and Laxus also inherited powerful magic from the president. This can only be achieved through the efforts of generations. Because Laxus's body magic is too strong, his young body can hardly bear it, which makes Makarov very self-blaming. Later, Laxus's father, Ivan, got a dragon-slaying magic crystal from somewhere, and used the dragon-slaying magic crystal to barely suppress his own rampaging magic. In the past, Laxus always shouted that he was the strongest, and I felt that Laxus was a little ignorant of the world, because Guildarts was obviously more powerful. Later, I saw the 100 Years Quest, and realized that Laxus might not be lying. The dragon-slaying magic crystal allowed Laxus to learn dragon-slaying magic and gave Laxus a strong physique, but it also limited Laxus' own power. The second-generation Dragon Slayer is just a replica made with the Dragon Slayer crystal and cannot be considered a real Dragon Slayer. It is like adding a converter to Laxus' body, converting Laxus' own magic power into magic power that can use Dragon Slayer magic. Such a conversion has a very large loss, and it is considered good if the conversion efficiency can be half, which means that Laxus' strength is restricted by at least half. In terms of magic talent alone, Laxus may be the best in the entire fairy tale world. However, Laxus is still too young and is not his opponent. Okay, there is no time to waste. Lu Li, let's go back and practice now. Since the words have been spoken, I will definitely make you an S-Class wizard. In the afternoon, Lu Li saw Urza pulling a cart of large and small bags to her doorstep. This made Lu Li a little confused. "Urza, what are you doing? I want to practice with you for the next week. Your place is spacious, with beautiful scenery, and it is the best place for practice." Lu Li thought to herself, "You just came here like this. You don't know the difference between men and women. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come and help?" Urza saw Lu Li still standing there, and immediately asked Lu Li to come and help move the luggage. Lu Li also hurriedly helped to move the gifts into the house. Fortunately, the house was built spacious enough, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate Urza's gifts. After sorting out the gifts, Urza also started to fight with Lu Li. Since discovering that her strength improved quickly when fighting with Lu Li, Urza would come to Lu Li to fight from time to time. Lu Li would naturally not refuse. Urza herself is a genius, and fighting with her will also greatly improve Lu Li's fighting skills. An hour later, the two stopped. "You have become stronger again. Urza said to Lu Li a little tiredly. She was the one who could most clearly feel Lu Li's strength. In the beginning, when they didn't use magic to fight, she could see that Lu Li's fighting level was really the same as that of ordinary people without the blessing of magic. But as time went on, Lu Li's fighting skills became more and more advanced, especially in the past 2 weeks, when neither side used magic. She had begun to be suppressed by Lu Li. You know, Lu Li's real strength is still magic. You've become stronger too. Since Lu Li joined the Fairy Tale Guild, he used Dragon God transformation every night to temper his body, and at the same time practiced meditation to refine his magic power. In addition, his own qualifications are very good, so the improvement in strength is naturally very huge. Lu Li, come and fight me. After resting for a while, Urza stood up and said to Lu Li, What? The next step is the S-Class promotion exam. I don't know what the exam is about. As your partner, I naturally need to understand your strength and moves so that we can cooperate better. That's not necessary. To be honest, he enjoys the life in Fairy Tale, so he doesn't want to expose his strength in Fairy Tale. Do you look down on me? Of course not. Then fight with me. Seeing Urza's look of being angry if you don't agree, Lu Li could only agree helplessly. Okay. Chapter 50. Soon, Urza stood opposite to him. Changed to armor of heavenly wheel. Urza's body radiated light, and in the blink of an eye, a set of steel armor was put on Urza's body, and Urza's body slowly floated up. A large number of swords floated beside Urza. Heavenly wheel. Sword of chaos. Urza controlled a large number of swords to shoot at Lu Li. Lu Li's footsteps moved quickly, and she easily dodged all the attacks of Urza's sword. Seeing Lu Li dodged her attack so easily, Urza's eyes also lit up. Sure enough, Lu Li was very strong. Hey, it's just a sparring match. Why are you so serious? I said we have to decide the winner. You'd better take it seriously. Laxus is stronger than me. If you can't even beat me, then there's no need to fight Laxus again, and I also want to know why the president chose you. Heavenly wheel. Sword of circulation. Urza slashed at Lu Li with multiple swords spinning at high speed in a circle. Lu Li raised her hand and whispered, Smash. Bang. Urza's steel sword was shattered. Heavenly wheel. Point 3 swords. Urza dived towards Lu Li, and the sword in her hand drew a triangular mark at high speed. Lu Li jumped back and dodged Urza's attack. Urza shouted at Lu Li, You can only run away? If you don't use magic to defeat me, this duel will never stop. He knew Urza's character. Urza said this. If he didn't really show some strength to defeat Urza, she might really be angry. The goodwill he had accumulated with great difficulty might bottom out all of a sudden. The greatest respect for the opponent is to show strength to defeat the opponent. Crackling. Golden arcs appeared around Lu Li's head. Urza's eyes changed after seeing it. She knew clearly that this was Laxus's magic, and her body quickly jumped back. Boom! A beam of lightning burst out from the ground where Urza was standing just now. Crack! The arc around Lu Li's head flashed again, and Urza quickly jumped to avoid it again. Boom. Lightning burst out from the ground where Urza was standing, forcing Urza to keep dodging. Urza jumped hard and flew into the air. Lu Li raised her palm, and the golden arc gathered in her palm. Crack! A golden lightning fell from the sky and fell towards Urza. When Urza saw Lu Li raising her hand, she knew what magic Lu Li wanted to release, and immediately summoned several steel swords to fly over her head. Boom! The lightning knocked all the steel swords away. Change clothes. Black feather armor. Urza took this opportunity to change clothes, and in the blink of an eye, a set of black armor with bat wings appeared. She rushed to Lu Li below at a very fast speed. She knew that if she let Lu Li continue to cast spells like this, she would be the first to collapse. Black feather, moon flash. Urza rushed to Lu Li and slashed at her with the sword in her hand. Snap! Lu Li snapped her fingers on her right hand. Swish! A spherical protective shield protected Lu Li's body. This was the magic shield created by Lu Li after improving the ice modeling magic she learned from Gray. The protective shield was white in color and was made up of small hexagonal blocks. Clang! Urza's sword slashed at the protective shield and was easily blocked by it. What? Urza was shocked to see that her attack was blocked and quickly retreated. Changed to the armor of the heavenly wheel. The heavenly wheel, sword of chaos. Urza changed back to the armor of the heavenly wheel again, and a large number of steel swords continued to shoot at Lu Li. Clang. All the steel swords were blocked by the magic shield. Whoosh! A huge fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared on Lu Li's palm and shot towards Urza. Changed to the Flame Emperor armor. Urza changed into the Flame Emperor armor, which is an armor that can greatly increase the resistance to fire magic. Urza raised the flaming sword in her hand and chopped at the big fireball. Boom! The big fireball was split in half by Urza and exploded behind Urza. When Urza looked up at Lu Li's position, Lu Li's figure suddenly disappeared from her sight. She immediately sensed something and slashed behind herself with the sword at a very fast speed. Ha! The flaming sword in Urza's hand was caught by Lu Li with her bare hands. Whoosh! The flame in Lu Li's hand became stronger, and the sword in Urza's hand melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Urza's eyes widened in disbelief. How is it possible? My Flame Emperor's sword actually melted. This is a sword with super high flame resistance, but it was melted just like that. How high is Lu Li's flame temperature? Looking at Lu Li, who didn't continue to fight, Urza exhaled and said, I lost. When Lu Li appeared behind her, Urza knew that she had lost. She didn't get hurt because Lu Li had shown mercy. There was no point in continuing the competition, so Urza simply admitted defeat. Sorry. Lu Li scratched his head. Seeing Lu Li like this, Urza smiled and said, What's there to be embarrassed about? You won, you won. You are stronger than me, which is a good thing. This proves that the president did not misjudge you. Moreover, the stronger you are, the greater the possibility of being promoted to an S-class wizard. Let's work hard together. I will definitely make you an S-class wizard. Urza stretched out her hand and said. Hearing Urza say this, Lu Li also smiled. This is why he likes Urza. He reached out and held Urza's hand. I will definitely become an S-class wizard. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.